Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter turned the Chudley Cannons into champions. Here is short summary. After an accident ends Harry's Quidditch career, he and Hermione take over the struggling Chudley Cannons and set out to turn them into champions. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry and Hermione had more meetings as the club was officially valued and negotiations got underway for the pair to purchase the club. They also set up a joint company, and transferred the money they were going to use for their business into one account. As Hermione had predicated, Harry put in more money than her, but they sorted a contract that gave Harry a 60% share in the business, compared to Hermione's 40%. Although, even with the agreement, Harry was adamant that they were equal partners and all decisions would be made together. Until the deal was in place, neither Harry or Hermione wanted the news to leak out about their interest in the club, so all the meetings and negotiations were done in private. Finally, 8 weeks after their initial meeting with Jacobs, the contracts were signed and Harry and Hermione were the proud owners of the Chudley Cannons. However, before the news was officially announced, Harry and Hermione wanted to break the news to the Weasleys. With informing the Weasleys the pair's first priority, Harry arranged for them to visit the Burrow on the Friday evening of the day the final contracts had been exchanged. Harry had mentioned that he had a big announcement to make as to ensure all the family were present, and when he arrived with Hermione, the entire family seemed to be present. Even Bill and Charlie, who both lived abroad, had ventured home for the weekend to find out just what Harry's big news was. Unfortunately, before Harry and Hermione had even finished greeting the Weasleys, Ron stormed into the kitchen in a foul mood. "What's wrong with you?" Ginny asked her brother, not at all impressed with his mood lately. "I've just been talking to one of the lads on the first team, and apparently Jacobs has sold the club," Ron answered moodily. "It'll be announced first thing on Monday morning. Isn't that a good thing?" Fred asked. "From what I've been reading, if he didn't sell the club it would go under." "Yeah, at least this way the club survives," George added, backing up his twin brother. "I guess," Ron reluctantly admitted. "But now we've got new owners to contend with. Who knows what sort of assholes we're going to be dealing with." "I can answer that one for you," Harry said. It wasn't exactly how he'd planned on making the announcement, but now Ron had brought the topic up, it would seem strange to say nothing now and announce their news later on. "You've heard something?" Ron asked his best friend. "Please say we haven't been bought out by some rich git looking for a hobby." "He's rich, but he's not a git," Harry answered with a grin. "Or at least I hope he's not a git." "Don't worry, Harry, you're not a git," Hermione chuckled. "You?" Ginny gasped, gazing at her boyfriend in surprise. "You've bought the cannons." "Technically, we've bought the cannons," Harry said, throwing his arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Hermione and I are the new owners of the Chudley Cannons." Harry's announcement was met by differing reactions from the Weasleys. Bill, Charlie and the twins immediately congratulated the pair and thought the entire thing was great. Percy was less enthused, and his reluctant congratulations came with a warning that they had a struggle ahead of them if they actually wanted to make money with the club. Molly and Arthur also seemed to share Percy's wariness, and the first thing Molly asked was if the pair knew what they were doing. "We've thought this through," Harry reassured Molly. "After all, it's taken us 8 weeks to finalize the deal. We know what we're doing." "8 weeks," Ginny gasped. "You've known about this for 8 weeks, and haven't said a word." "We wanted everything sorted before we told anyone," Harry replied. "But I'm not just anyone, Harry," Ginny whispered, and Harry winced as he clearly heard the hurt in his girlfriend's voice. "I'm your girlfriend. You made this life-changing decision, and you never once discussed it with me." "I'm sorry, Ginny," Harry apologized. "But it really doesn't affect you, or our life together." "Seriously?" Ginny snorted. "Of course it affects me. This is a major decision you've made without me. You've bought a Quidditch club with someone else, and didn't even think to inform me." As Ginny continued to rant, Harry began to see what her problem truly was. It had nothing to do with him not keeping her in the loop, her problem was the fact he'd brought Hermione on board with his plans. Ginny clearly didn't like it that Harry was going into business with Hermione. For as long as Harry could remember, Ginny had been jealous of Hermione and his friendship with her, and clearly this was just something else for her to be jealous of. It didn't matter how often Harry and Hermione had told her that they were just friends, it had never ended her jealousy. "Ginny," Harry snapped, interrupting Ginny before she said something rude that she couldn't take back. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you my plans, but it's done now, so let's move on." "I guess I have no other choice," Ginny said with a sigh. "So what do you think?" Harry asked his girlfriend, holding his breath as he waited for her opinion. Ginny's opinion was important to Harry, since he very much hoped they had a future together. Harry loved Ginny, but he didn't love her childish attitude and her diva-like behavior. The reason they didn't live together was that he wasn't sure if Ginny would ever mature and drop her petty jealousies and stroppy behavior. Harry knew that if Ginny could just grow up, he would ask her to live with him in a second and their relationship could finally turn into the one he so desired. "I think if you're happy, I'm happy," Ginny said with a slight smile. "You never know, I could always come and play for you." "Maybe," Harry replied as Ginny looked at him expectantly. While Ginny was a competent player, Harry wasn't sure she had the desire and work ethic to truly become a great player. He'd captained Ginny during his last few years at Hogwarts, and while she'd been one of the better chasers on the Gryffindor team, she certainly hadn't been the most hard-working player. However, if she applied herself, Harry suspected she could unlock her potential and become a top-class chaser. He just had to decide if he wanted to have her in his squad considering their personal relationship. While Harry had been dealing with Ginny, Hermione had been watching Ron. Like his sister, she suspected he was jealous of the partnership. Knowing Ron, he was probably put out Harry had come to her to be his partner, rather than him. It probably hadn't even occurred to Ron that he wouldn't have had any money to put into the partnership. "Ron," Hermione asked once Ginny had finished with her dramatics. "What do you think?" "This is bizarre," Ron confessed. "My two best friends have bought the Quidditch club I play for. I don't really know what to think." "Look on the positives," Molly urged her youngest son. "Now Harry and Hermione are in charge, your full potential can be unlocked. You'll get to play for the first team." Molly's words had Ron beaming widely and Harry mentally grimacing. One of the only downsides Harry had found with buying the club was Ron's association with the team. While Ron may be his best friend, more like a brother really, Harry didn't think he had what it took to be a top-class player. Unlike Ginny, who was lazy and didn't make the effort, Ron put a lot of work into his game. Sadly, he just wasn't naturally gifted at Quidditch. Harry had always been surprised that Ron had even gotten a professional contract upon leaving Hogwarts, but he didn't want to be the one to break his best friend's heart and dash his dreams. Now he was faced with the dilemma of either telling Ron the truth about what he really thought of his Quidditch skills, or keeping him on the squad and not playing him in the first team while trying not to ruin their friendship. "Now this is good news," Ron beamed. "You know what, Harry, this is the best news I've had today. We need to celebrate. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, we can celebrate afterwards," Molly declared as she turned to check on the dinner. Hermione helped Molly set the table and sort dinner, and once everyone was sitting down at the table, talk returned to the Cannons and their new owners. Now everyone was over the initial shock, they began to wonder just what sort of role Hermione was going to play in things. After all, it was no secret that she wasn't the biggest Quidditch fan. "For the next few months, nothing will change," Harry explained. "For the rest of the season, things will run the same as always while Hermione and I see where the club stands. But by next season, I'm going to be in charge of the team, while Hermione runs the business side of things." "So you're not going to be running training sessions with the players then, Hermione?" Charlie asked with a chuckle. Even though he didn't know Hermione as well as some of his brothers, her hatred of flying was well known throughout the family. "Most definitely not," Hermione replied with a smile. "That's all down to Harry. He's going to turn the team into a winning one, and I'm going to turn the club into a profitable one." "Such big ambitions," Percy said pompously. "You make it sound so easy." "I wish," Hermione replied. "We both know it's not going to happen overnight. The Cannons are in a mess, both on and off the pitch. We're well aware of the hard work in front of us, aren't we, Harry?" "We are," Harry confirmed with a nod. "It's not going to be easy, and it's going to take time, but we can turn the club around." "Of course you can," Ginny purred as she placed a possessive hand on Harry's arm. "And I'm going to do everything I can to help." Just give me the word, and I'll switch teams. How lovely, my two children playing on the same team, Molly said with a happy sigh. I can't wait, it's going to be so exciting. Yeah, Harry muttered, sharing a concerned look with Hermione. At the moment it seemed as though the Weasleys were intent on taking over the Cannons, and Harry wasn't sure how to stop them. After all, how was he going to tell his best friend and his girlfriend that he wasn't sure he saw a place for them on the successful team he wanted to build? A week after becoming the official owners of the Chudley Cannons, Harry and Hermione were locked in the club's rented offices as they tried to sort out how to proceed with turning the failing club around. The first thing Hermione wanted to sort was the club's offices and training facilities. Currently the club rented both office space and training facilities, but Hermione felt they needed something more permanent. I was down at the training facilities yesterday, and I think they could be a pretty good base for the team, Harry said. They're out in the countryside, well away from any muggles, and of course they've got all the appropriate privacy charms on them. Do you think we could buy the facilities and build the new stadium nearby? Hermione asked, finding the relevant paperwork for the training facilities on her messy desk. I was thinking if we also based the offices at the stadium, we're in one place making things so much easier. We've still got money in the bank, so we should look into buying the training facilities, Harry agreed. As for the stadium, we can bankroll a decent portion of the work, but what we really need is a new sponsor. People are taking notice of our purchase of the club, Hermione remarked, talking about the newspaper articles that had been occurring since the news about them buying the club broke. Or should I say, people are talking about you buying the club. Naturally, as a former Quidditch player, not to mention his reputation as the baby who'd survived the killing curse, Harry was pretty well known, and the fact he'd bought the Cannons was big news. The papers were already speculating about if he could turn the club's fortunes around or if he was just wasting his time. Hermione was merely a by-note in the articles, as most people were only interested in Harry at the moment. You think we can attract a new sponsor? Harry asked. I think you can, Hermione replied. It's definitely something to start looking into. If we can find a new sponsor, we could hopefully have the stadium built by the start of the season after next. Our old sponsor isn't willing to carry on then. Harry checked. While he'd been checking out the players in their squad, Hermione had been talking to the club's current sponsors. We agreed it would be best for us both to move on, Hermione replied. They'll carry on with the sponsorship for the rest of the season, but then we're parting ways. A new start is what we need, and for that we need a new sponsor. And a new squad, Harry said. I want to watch training, but from what I've seen of this shambles we need to replace almost all of them. I've been looking at their contracts, and thankfully everyone is on short-term contracts, Hermione supplied. A lot of them expire at the end of the year, and those that don't only have a few years to run. Could we buy them out if we don't want them? Harry asked. We could, Hermione replied with a nod. Once you decide who you want to keep, we can work on sorting the others. Those out of contract, we can just let them go, as for the others we can ask them if they want to transfer. If we make it clear there's no first-team place in their future, they might be keen to move on. Those who don't want to leave can either be bought out, or they can stay on as a squad member. I've checked, and as long as we're honest and not promising them first-team Quidditch and not delivering, they can't complain. Wow, look at the Quidditch expert, Harry chuckled. I've done some reading up since you suggested this, Hermione replied with a smile. The game may not be my forte, but I've got a much better understanding of the background workings of a club. That's why I wanted you on my side, Harry said, smiling at Hermione before turning back to the task in hand. When you were sorting contracts, did you find Ron's? I did, Hermione confirmed with a nod. And he's got 3 years left on his contract. What do I do, Hermione? Harry asked. I don't want to hurt him, but I just don't think he can hack it in the league. He's spent 4 years playing on the reserves, and it's not like the Cannons. Regular keeper is a hot shot. We spoke about expanding the squad, so why not let Ron stay and see if he can earn his place on the team, Hermione suggested. If he's not good enough, he'll just not make the cut. And what about Ginny? She keeps harping on about joining us. Harry questioned. The team is your call, Hermione replied. It's your choice if you give Ginny a contract with the team. I guess I can think about it later, Harry mused. Right now let's worry about the players we do have, and the support staff. Right now, the team is run by a management team, but I want to take over the day-to-day running of the team. But you'll need some assistance, Hermione reminded Harry. You can't do everything. I know, but this lot are useless, so I want a fresh team around me, Harry replied. In fact, I have a physio in mind, the best in the business. He's tough, but fair. He gets the best out of his players, and he's not afraid to tell people if they're not fit to play. So who is he? Hermione asked. Theo not, Harry answered. He was the physio at the Falcons, and I think I could persuade him to jump ship. We became good friend in my time there. If you think you can grab him, go for it, Hermione said. The staffing is your job. You build the team and support staff you need. Let's just hope building the team is as easy, Harry remarked. We need some big-name players. I know, Hermione replied with a nod. Know any? The Quidditch world is fairly small, so I know them all, Harry answered. But I only want the best. Any ideas? Hermione questioned. I have 3 at the top of my hit list, Harry admitted. 1 keeper, 1 chaser and 1 seeker. Do I get names? Hermione asked, curious as to who Harry wanted for their team. First, there's Angelina, Harry began. Angelina Johnson was Harry's former Gryffindor captain, and she also happened to be dating George. And if we get Angelina, we could get Alicia. Alicia Spinnet was Angelina's fellow chaser from their Gryffindor days, and she was Fred's girlfriend. At least we've gotten in with the pair of them, Hermione mused. We can turn on the charm and see if they're willing to transfer. We might need more than charm for my other targets, Harry admitted. They both play for the Tornadoes. You want to poach players from the champions. Hermione laughed, before she suddenly realized who her partner's targets were, considering each team only had 1 regular first-time keeper and seeker. You want to poach Malfoy and Zabini. Draco Malfoy played seeker for the champions, while his best friend, Blaise Zabini, was their keeper. Like Harry, both boys had been signed professionally before they'd even left Hogwarts. Even though the pair were Slytherins, and Harry hadn't been overly friendly with them in school, he'd gotten to know them both a little bit over his 3 years as a player, and he actually liked both wizards. He certainly thought they could be an asset for the team. I know it won't be easy, Harry admitted. Not easy, Hermione snorted. More like impossible. You expect 2 of the biggest players in the league to leave a champion side and join the bottom team. Are you mad? Not mad, merely ambitious, Harry replied with a shrug. And if I play up the ambitious part, I think I can sweet-talk Malfoy and Zabini. How? Anyone can win the championship at a team like the Tornadoes, Harry answered, giving Hermione a glimpse of the pitch he was planning on using on the 2 former Slytherins. The Tornadoes have money, a powerful sponsor, and a top batch of players. A team like that can win the league without breaking sweat. But it takes a special sort of player to join a failing club and helping them turn their fortunes around. There's more adulation to be gained by winning the league in a team like the Cannons than with a team like the Tornadoes. You think that will persuade them to move to our team? Hermione asked, sounding quite skeptical of the idea. It's worth a shot, isn't it? Harry retorted. It is, Hermione confirmed with a nod. Give it your best try, Harry. If you can get Malfoy and Zabini, great. I'll try my best, Harry vowed, before the pair returned to the business in hand and moved on to other problems they had facing them. A couple of days after his talk with Hermione, Harry went out for a drink with Theo. After catching up with how the Falcons were faring without him, talk inevitable turned to Harry's recent purchase. I never saw Granger as the Quidditch type, Theo remarked as they enjoyed their drink. She's not, Harry confessed. But she's the smartest person I know. If anyone can help me run the club, she can. I can take care of the Quidditch, and she can handle the rest. I don't envy you trying to sort that team out, Theo chuckled. Let's be honest, Harry, the Cannons beep. That they do, Harry agreed, shocking Theo with his honesty. But I don't plan on keeping many of them. I want to build a fresh team, with new staff to support me. Why do I get the feeling this is leading somewhere, Theo said warily. Because I'm about to offer you an opportunity of a lifetime, Harry said. I want you to come and work with me, Theo. I need someone like you on my team. Together we can build a good team, I just know it. What about my contract with the Falcons? Theo asked. Is that a yes? Harry returned with a small smile. It's a maybe, Theo replied. If I did say yes, and I'm really not sure at the moment, I'm still contracted to the Falcons. We can deal with that if you say yes, Harry answered. He was actually willing to use some of his own money to buy Theo out of his contract with the Falcons, and if it came to it he would do the same with Malfoy and Zabini. So what do you have to offer me, Harry? Theo asked. The Falcons is a good job. It is, but you'd have more say with me, Harry replied. I don't just want you as a physio, Theo, I want you as my friend and advisor. You'd be my right-hand man, Theo. For the next hour, Harry laid out just what sort of job he had in mind for Theo. As he talked, Harry could see Theo's interest being raised, and by the time he finished his appeal, he was confident he had the former Slytherin on side. So what do you say? Harry asked with a grin. I say it's madness, Theo replied. But it sounds like fun. It's not going to be easy though, Harry. I know that, but it will be easier with you on side, Harry replied. You mentioned getting rid of most of the players, so who do you have in mind to replace them? Theo asked. I've got a few options, but I haven't approached anyone yet, Harry replied. In fact, you might be able to help me with a couple of them. I want Malfoy and Zabini. Draco and Blaise. Theo spluttered, surprised by the ambition Harry was showing. They're two of the best in the league, Harry replied. What do you think, can I sway them? I don't know, they both like to win, and at the Tornadoes that's virtually guaranteed for them, Theo answered thoughtfully. But I do know there's something Draco wants that he can't get at the Tornadoes. And what's that? Harry asked, leaning forward expectantly as he hoped Theo was going to give him something he could use to woo Malfoy. The chance to play Chaser, Theo replied. He always wanted to play Chaser, but it just never happened. He loves playing Seeker, but he still harbors the desire to play Chaser. So if I offered him a dual role, playing Seeker or Chaser depending on what we needed each match, I might be able to woo him. Harry checked excitedly. It's worth a shot, Theo admitted. And I would also trot out your building something new speech you've just given to me. Play on their egos, and insinuate they could be the backbone of a new era. A team rising from the ashes. I don't suppose you can arrange a meeting, could you? Harry asked. I can, Theo confirmed. And just for the record, I'm on board. Welcome to the team, Theo, Harry said with a grin as he shook hands with his friends. It might take a few years, but we're going to return the Cannons to the top of the league. Toasting to the Cannons, Harry and Theo shared a few more drinks as they talked about the future. By the end of the evening, Theo was just as excited by the plans for the Cannons as Harry. He now couldn't wait to leave the Falcons behind and embark on a new chapter in his life. A new and exciting chapter, with all sorts of adventures in store for the Cannons and everyone associated with them. Hermione sat at her desk in the Poke-rented office alongside Harry. Both of them were working on trying to get the team a sponsor. Everything else seemed to be falling into place for the pair, except for finding a sponsor. Even though they'd had numerous meetings with various firms, none were willing to commit to sponsoring a Quidditch team with such a bad past and an uncertain future. To be honest, until people saw the new-look Cannons, they weren't willing to commit themselves as sponsors. Still, it wasn't all doom and gloom for the pair. Over the last few weeks they'd bought the training facilities the Cannons used, as well as some land nearby where they planned to build a stadium. They'd even hired an architect to draw up designs for a new stadium, and in the meantime they were expanding the training facilities to include an office so everything was in one place. Harry and Hermione even knew they could start building a stadium, although they were both aware that without a sponsor they ran the risk of it never getting finished, so for the time being they were holding off on starting the building. I can always use more of my money, Harry suggested as they continued to run through options of business they could approach in their search for a sponsor. I'd rather not, Hermione replied. So far Harry had used his own money to buy Theo not out of his contract with the Falcons. He'd also used his own money to do the same with a few other staff he wanted to hire. Hermione hadn't been keen on Harry using his own money, but she'd understood that it was the only way they would get the staff he wanted. And of course, there was the possibility Harry would have to use even more of his money to buy out a few contracts of some players that they wanted. Although for the minute, recruiting players was on the back burner. Hermione felt that they would be better equipped to get players to join the Cannons if they had a solid view of how they saw the future. Well, we still have a few options, Harry said, glancing at his list of possibilities. We'll just have to keep networking. We will, Hermione agreed. Checking the time, she got to her feet and grabbed her bag and coat. Where are you going? Harry asked with a frown. I've got a lunch date, Hermione replied as she pulled her jacket on. Business or pleasure? Harry questioned. Business, Hermione answered. Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it when I get back, she promised her bewildered partner. You never know, it might just help us with our sponsor problem. Leaving Harry to mull over what she could be up to, Hermione left the office and apparated to a small bistro where she'd arranged to meet someone she hoped could help. Entering the bistro, she looked around and easily spotted the wizard she was meeting. Tucked in the corner sat her old Gryffindor housemate, Dean Thomas. Hello Dean, Hermione said with a smile as she approached the booth her friend was sitting in. Hermione, Dean greeted, giving Hermione a quick peck on the cheek before she settled into the seat opposite him. I have to admit, I'm intrigued. I'm not sure how I can help you and Harry with your new venture. Dean was an illustrator, and most of his commissions came from publishers wanting pictures added to books. He'd also worked with various wizarding magazines and papers. Although what he could do for a Quidditch team was a mystery to him. I need your expertise, Hermione said. I want to redesign the team's logo and shirt, and I don't have an artistic bone in my body. I was hoping you would help. I can pay you. Redesigning a logo and a shirt is easy, Dean said. Just buy me lunch and we're quits. Deal, Hermione replied with a grin. And I'll throw in a couple of tickets for the first match of next season as well. That could be considered punishment, not reward, Dean joked. I hope that's not going to be the case next year, Hermione said as she picked up her menu. Harry's confident he can start to turn things around. After ordering their lunch, Hermione filled Dean in on how she and Harry were progressing with the cannons and the changes they had planned. Hermione then told him about the stadium, and the name she and Harry had picked. They'd decided to call the new stadium, the Rising Phoenix, as a tribute to the team they were hoping could rise from the ashes. And that's the sort of theme I was wanting to continue with the new strips and logo, Hermione said as their lunch arrived. I take it you have a firm idea what you're looking for, Dean said. I do, Hermione replied with a nod. For the strip, I'm thinking getting rid of the garish orange. I was thinking a flame design in reds and oranges, with the color darker at the bottom and lighter at the top. That sounds very easy, Dean said with a nod. I can knock that out in 5 minutes. Do you have any idea on the logo? I want to stick with the Phoenix theme, Hermione said. I also want to keep part of our original logo. I was thinking a phoenix rising from the flames, clutching a couple of cannonballs in its talons. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Dean said enthusiastically as he reached down and grabbed a pad of paper and a pencil from his bag. As they ate, Dean sketched a few ideas both for the logo and the new team shirt. Once Hermione had then settled on her favorite design for both the logo and shirt, Dean produced a second pencil and using magic he began to fill the sketches with color. These are perfect, Hermione said, looking at the two finished pieces. The new Cannons shirt had a flame effect, with the bottom of the shirt being bright red and slowly fading to burnt amber by the top. Dean had also sketched the outline of some flames up the side of the shirt in black ink, adding to the effect. As for the logo, he designed a purple phoenix rising from orange and red flames, clutching a golden cannonball in each talon. The phoenix was then imposed onto a black circle, with thin purple edging and the words, Chudley Cannons, written in gold around the circle. Glad to be of assistance, Dean said with a grin. Although I have thought of another way you can repay me for my work. Name it, Hermione said with a smile. Paying for lunch seemed like a small price to pay for a new logo and shirt which would hopefully grab people's attention and make them realize that the Cannons were a new breed. This rebranding is bound to be highly publicized, Dean began. All I ask is that you drop my name as the designer of the logo. You never know, this could lead to a whole new line of business for me. Don't worry Dean, I'll be singing your praises to everyone. Everyone will know our new look is down to your amazing artistic skills, Hermione replied, as another idea about relaunching the club came to her. Great, Dean replied with a grin. I take it that in time, this logo will be on merchandise and all sorts. That's our ambition, Hermione said with a nod. Hopefully by this time next year, we'll nearly have a stadium ready to go and when that's sorted, we can really look into the merchandising. I hope everything works out for you and Harry, Dean said. So do I, Hermione said as she placed Dean's sketches in her bag. After paying for lunch, thanking Dean again, and promising him a couple of tickets to the opening match of the next season, Hermione headed back to the office. When she arrived, she found no sign of Harry, so she settled down at her desk to start working on the latest idea that had hit her over lunch with Dean. By the time Harry appeared in the middle of the afternoon, Hermione was buzzing to tell him about what she'd sorted. At least someone's got some good news, Harry muttered as he slouched down on the small sofa in the corner of the room. I'm still getting nowhere with the sponsor. Let's leave that for the time being, Hermione said, grabbing Dean's pictures and the notes she'd been making and joining Harry on the sofa. It's time to tell you what I've been up to. Come on then, dazzle me with your brilliance, Harry said, smiling at Hermione's enthusiastic attitude. He had no idea what his partner had been up to, but whatever it was, it clearly excited her. First of all, I thought over the summer we should do a total revamp with the team, Hermione began. We need to put our mark on the team. We need to show people the cannons of old are gone, we're a new team with new ambitions. Sounds good to me, Harry said. What exactly did you have in mind? This, Hermione announced as she placed Dean's designs down on the battered coffee table with a flourish. Harry picked up the papers, and was surprised to find designs for a new strip and logo. He was blown away by the designs, and he loved how they incorporated their theme of rising from the ashes, but still held the traditional cannon's roots with the cannonballs and the general color scheme. Although Harry was pleased to find that while the new shirt designs were all still orange-based, they weren't the garish color they were now. It was more subtle, and the fire effect really added a different dimension to the strip. What do you think? Hermione asked nervously as Harry studied the designs but remained quiet. I think these are great, Harry declared with a grin. I didn't know you had such artistic talent, Hermione. I don't, Hermione snorted. This is the work of Dean Thomas. Dean did this? Harry asked with an impressed nod. He knew Dean was a talented artist, but he'd had no idea his friend was in the business of designing logos for people. He did, Hermione replied with a nod. Aside from the lunch I bought him, and the tickets I'm going to give him for the first match, all he wants is to be mentioned as the designer of the new shirt and logo. I think he's hoping someone else might spot his talent and employ him to do the same for their business. Dean can have all the publicity he wants, Harry said. I'm more than happy to give him credit for the revamped logo and strip. To be honest, he probably deserves more than just credit. Probably, Hermione agreed with a nod. But I'm sure if he can expand his business on the back of this, he'll be happy. I guess he will, Harry replied with a nod. So, now we've got a new strip. Design and logo. All we need is the team to wear them. We can discuss that in a minute, but I've got another idea to help with the relaunch of the team, Hermione said. You're full of bright ideas today, Harry chuckled. Go on then, what's your second brainwave of the day? A magazine, Hermione announced. In time I was actually thinking we could publish our own team magazine every month or something, keeping the fans a beep of latest news and gossip. But for now, I was thinking a one-off deal with a magazine or a paper. Basically once we've got the squad in place, I'm thinking they all sit down for an interview and have some pictures taken, and we'll have to do the same as well. The magazine then features an interview with us, and mentions our plans for the future, before introducing the squad. Everyone on the squad gets to feature, and it's great publicity for our new look team. That's a brilliant idea, do you think you can pull a deal like that off? Harry asked. Isn't that why you wanted me as your partner? Hermione asked with a grin. I'll certainly do my best to get a deal together. Although, I do think an exclusive interview with you will help sell the deal. Let's be honest, people are dying to see what you can do with the club. What we can do with the club, Harry corrected. I can't do any of this without you. I never would have thought of rebranding the team, and I certainly never would have thought about a big launch in a magazine. Yes, but without you, I wouldn't have a clue about who to get to play for us, Hermione returned. I think it's fair to say, we work better together. And together we can turn this club around. Yes we can, Harry agreed. Although we do need to press on with getting the squad together. I know which current players I want to keep on the books, so I think it's time we spoke to them one at a time and discussed their future. The offices at the training ground will be finished next week, Hermione said. We can start trimming the fat then. How about the fresh blood? We need to start looking at convincing players to join us. I know, Harry said. I can get Theo to arrange for us to meet with Malfoy and Zabini, and we can set up a meeting with Angelina and Alicia through the twins. I can then contact other people through their agents. And Ginny? Hermione asked. Harry had been quiet about his girlfriend potentially joining the club, but every time she'd seen Ginny the redheaded seemed convinced that a change of club was in her imminent future. I'm going to give her a chance, Harry said. To be honest, he still wasn't sure he was making the right call, but he didn't see how he could refuse to sign Ginny without ending their relationship, and even though things were hardly perfect between them, he loved Ginny and he knew he didn't want to end things with his girlfriend. It's your call, Hermione said as she got to her feet and headed back to her desk. And I'll get back on with finding a new sponsor. Maybe our new look will encourage someone to take a chance on us. Let's hope so, Harry said, as he also returned to his desk to start making lists of players he wanted for the Cannons. The season was drawing to a close, and he needed to nab some players before they all cinched new contracts, and it would cost him a fortune to buy them out. If he wanted a new team together by next season, he would have to get a move on, or else it would be another season at the bottom of the heap for the Chudley Cannons. I don't see why I can't come with you, Ginny pouted as she lay sprawled over Harry's bed as her boyfriend emerged from the shower. Harry was going off for a business dinner, and he was refusing to take Ginny with him. Ginny had hoped that his decision to sign her for the Cannons would herald a change in their relationship, but so far it had made no difference. So far he was still showing no signs of taking things to the next step and proposing to her, or even asking her to move in with him. I've told you, Ginny, this is business, Harry said, trying to keep his exasperation under control as his girlfriend continued to pressure him into getting an invite for dinner. I'm aware of that, Ginny replied primly. But I could still be there as your partner. Hermione is my partner, Harry gently pointed out. Besides, I've told you before, you're one of the players now and you can't have special treatment. I can't take you to business meetings, it's not fair on other players. It's not like I would gossip about what I heard, Ginny muttered. That's not the point, Harry replied. Although to be honest, he suspected that Ginny would rush off and tell Ron anything she heard about the club. After all, that was how the news of Theo's deflection had broken. Harry had made the mistake of mentioning Theo to Ginny, and the next thing he knew, Ron was asking him if the rumors were true and that Theo was joining the club. And of course, since Ron knew the rest of the players knew, and one of them, probably one of the ones Harry had let go, had leaked the news to the papers. Luckily, Harry and Theo had already sorted things with the Falcons, but it was still annoying for both clubs that the news hadn't been broken by them. Since that incident, Harry had made sure not to speak about business where Ginny was. He hadn't even told her that the previous day he'd signed both Angelina and Alicia. A statement was due to be made by their respective clubs at the end of the week, so Ginny would find out the news at the same time as everyone else. But I am your girlfriend, Harry, Ginny whined. People take their girlfriends out on an evening. I'll take you out tomorrow night, just the two of us, Harry vowed, giving his girlfriend a genuinely warm smile. Wouldn't you rather have a romantic night, then sit bored out of your skull as Hermione and I discuss business? I suppose so, Ginny admitted reluctantly. There we go, I'll take you out tomorrow, just the two of us. We can go anywhere you want. And if you want, you can always hang around here tonight, I'll not be too late back, Harry suggested. The thought of coming home to Ginny really appealed to him, and all of a sudden he wanted the dinner over with so he could enjoy the night with his girlfriend. I guess I can stick around, Ginny said, stretching languidly against the silk sheets of Harry's bed. You do that, Harry replied, his eyes roaming over her toned, beefy body. As a professional Quidditch player, Ginny was rather petite and not very curvy, but she still looked good beefy and she was dynamite in bed. Shouldn't you be getting dressed? Ginny asked as she got out of bed. You wouldn't want to keep Hermione waiting, she added as she padded into the bathroom. Harry heard the shower in his bathroom turn on, and the urge to go and join Ginny was strong. However, he steeled himself to be strong and refused to dwell on the thought of Ginny all wet and beefy in his shower. Instead he focused on getting dressed, and by the time he was ready to go, Ginny had emerged from the shower. Harry gave her a quick key goodbye, promising to be back as soon as he could, before heading off to the quiet restaurant where he was due to have dinner with Hermione, Theo, Draco and Blaise. As promised, Theo had arranged the meeting, and since they didn't want anyone to find out about the meeting, Draco had arranged for them to dine at an exclusive restaurant where the staff wouldn't dare gossip about what went on in the premises. When he arrived at the restaurant, Harry wondered if he was underdressed in a pair of dark blue trousers and a light gray shirt. However, as the waiter led him towards a table at the back of the room, he found he needn't have worried. All three Slytherins were already at the table, and they were all dressed like Harry in a pair of trousers and a shirt. "Harry," Theo greeted with a grin. "Hey, Theo," Harry replied. "You know Blaise and Draco," Theo said, waving a hand in his two friends' direction. "I should hope so, since we're the reason he's here," Blaise said with a chuckle as he shook Harry's hand. "Potter. Harry's fine," Harry said with a chuckle. "In that case we expect Draco and Blaise," Draco said as he also shook Harry's hand. "I can do that," Harry said with a grin as he sat down in one of the empty seats. "I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't you have a partner with you?" Blaise questioned. "Hermione said she'd meet us here," Harry said. "And here she is," Draco said with a low whistle. "Damn, Granger grew up well." Turning round in his seat, Harry's mouth dropped open as he took in the sight of his best friend and partner approaching the table. She was wearing a stunning, fitted, emerald green floor-length dress with a plunging neckline. Her brunette curls had been tamed and gathered at the nape of her neck with a diamond-studded clip. The look was completed with a pair of sky-high black heels, a silver heart necklace, earrings and bracelet set, and understand makeup. "Wow, Hermione, you look amazing," Harry said. "You said dressed to impress," Hermione said with a smile. "Boy, have you done that," Blaise muttered as he got to his feet and shot Hermione a dazzling smile. "Blaise Zabini, at your service." "Hello Blaise," Hermione said with a laugh. "Ignore Blaise, he gets excited when faced with a witch," Draco said, shooting his best friend an unimpressed look. Quote? Hermione questioned, blushing at the compliment. "Sorry, very," Draco amended, his gray eyes scanning Hermione's body. "Ignore both of them," Theo said as Hermione settled herself next to Harry. "It's all right," Hermione said with a smile. "I have no problem with two handsome wizards flirting with me. You know it could be worth changing team just to have a boss like you," Blaise said flirtatiously. "Harry would be your boss, not me," Hermione said. "I'm more behind the scenes. It would be Harry you were dealing with on a day-to-day basis." "I'd much rather be dealing with you," Blaise smirked. "Sorry, I'm not part of this deal," Hermione replied. "Shame," Draco muttered. "You're quite the incentive." "Damn, you're screwed, Harry," Theo laughed. "I don't think your charms compete with Hermione's." "No, I don't suppose they do," Harry agreed with a chuckle. "I'll just have to do my best to sound appealing." "I'm not sure how appealing you can make the bottom Quidditch team," Blaise chuckled as they paused to order some drinks and their meals. "I thought you were going to talk to them," Harry hissed at Theo. The plan was that Theo would have done some groundwork with his friends. "Theo's given us the speech, but we want to hear it from you," Draco said. "At the end of the day, Theo is just an employee. We want to hear from the big bosses on what they can offer us." "Honestly, not as much prestige and victory as the Tornadoes," Harry admitted, causing everyone around the table to look at him in shock. "But we can give you something they could never give you." "And just what is that?" Draco asked, his eyes briefly flicking over to where Hermione was sitting. "Not me," Hermione said with a smile. "Shame," Draco replied, returning the smile. "What we can offer you is a challenge," Harry said, steering the conversation back to the reason for their meeting. "At the Tornadoes, you don't get that. You walked into a championship-winning team, and let's be honest, you could leave and the team would still win the championship." "What a nice bit of flattery there, Harry," Blaise chuckled. "Is it really wise to imply the players you want to sign are worthless to the team they play in?" "I never said you were worthless, I just pointed out you're not vital to the Tornadoes and their success. They were successful before you too, and they'll be successful after you," Harry said. "At the Cannons you'll have the chance to help shape a new team. You will be vital to the team, because you'll be in a team of people eager to prove all the doubters wrong. You'll have a chance to show people just how talented you are. After all, everyone will remember the players who won the Cannons their first league title in over a century." "You think the Cannons can win the league?" Blaise asked. "I do," Harry replied with a nod. "Not next year, and maybe not the year after, but in a few years I think it can be a real possibility. Of course, to do that we need the right players, and personally, I think you two are just the players we need. It's still a big ask, wanting us to leave the champions to join the club at the bottom of the league, Draco pointed out. It is, Harry agreed. But I can also offer you something else the Cannons can't. A dual role. Dual role? Blaise asked with a frown. I was meaning Draco, Harry said. I'm willing to give you a contract that says you can play either Seeker or Chaser, depending on what the team needs for each match. You told him, Draco said, turning his gaze to Theo. I may have mentioned something, Theo admitted with a shrug. Don't blame, Theo, I just wanted an edge to get you interested, Harry said. It has got you interested, hasn't it? It has, Draco admitted. I admit the chance to play Chaser is very tempting. As is the opportunity to be part of something from the beginning, Blaise added. You're right, you can't offer us the same thing as the Tornadoes, but you can offer us a challenge. I can't speak for Draco, but I like the idea of a challenge. I do too, Draco admitted. But before I commit to anything, I would like to know more about your plans for the future of the club. Hermione, I think it's your time to shine, Harry said, turning to his partner with a grin. I'll do my best, Hermione replied. As the group ate their delicious meal, Hermione went through the plans she and Harry had for the club. Since she'd come prepared to dazzle, in her bag she had the plans for the stadium, as well as the news strips and logo, which she showed to Draco and Blaise. She also ran over a few of her ideas for the relaunching of the team, including her magazine idea. I do like these new strips, Blaise said. And the logo is very catching. I admit, I wasn't over keen on having to wear the hideous bright orange that the team wear now. I wouldn't want anyone to wear that, it's disgusting, Hermione said. But seriously, we've done this to signify our new start. We're still the Cannons, but we're a new breed of Cannons. And the stadium? Draco asked. When will it be finished? It's not even started yet, Harry confessed with a snort. We've actually got the capital to start building, but until we find a sponsor we can't get it finished. We've been putting it off until we're closer to finding a new sponsor. I could help there, Draco said. Have you ever heard of Silver Ink Publishers? Can't say that I have, Hermione replied. They're a new firm, and I know for a fact their owner is trying to build up their profile, Draco said. Would a new business have the money to sponsor a Quidditch team? Harry asked with a frown. One of the problems he and Hermione had ran into was that newer or smaller businesses just didn't have the money to invest in a sponsorship deal. Money isn't an issue, Draco replied with a chuckle. Father has plenty of that. Father, Hermione spluttered. You want your father to sponsor us? I can't guarantee it, but if this relaunch is going to be as big as you say, it's the perfect opportunity for his new business, Draco replied. But if you sign for us, won't there be a conflict of interest? Harry checked. Not really, Draco replied with a shrug. Silver Ink is a subsidiary of my father's main business. I don't suppose many people will even know he's behind the business. He doesn't run it day to day, he has a team of managers. And if it's public knowledge, I don't suppose it matters. It's not like he bought my place on the team. Does that mean you want a place on the team? Harry asked with a smile. Blaise, Draco asked, turning to his best friend. They'd already discussed the proposition, and although they hadn't decided which way to go, they had decided that they would stick together whatever they decided. Sounds like fun to me, Blaise said with a grin. But what about our contract with the Tornadoes? I have another year on mine. As do I, Draco said. But if you can sort that, count me in. I can sort that, Harry replied confidently. Although, I do want to point out that your contract won't guarantee you first-team Quidditch. It's the same contract every player has. I'm going to have one big squad and the team will be picked on a week-to-week basis, based on performances in practices, matches and which team we will be playing. Every player will also play for the reserves, if I name them in the team. Basically, we have to earn our places on the team, Draco summarized. Pretty much, Harry agreed. There will be no favorites at the Cannons. Even with your best friend and girlfriend in the squad. Blaise checked. It had been all over the papers when Ginny had switched teams, and a list of the current Cannon players to be released from their contracts had also been published, but Ron's name wasn't among them. Even Ron and Ginny won't get special treatment, Harry confirmed. No one will. So are you in? We are, Draco announced with a nod of his head. This calls for a celebration, Harry said, summoning a waiter and ordering some champagne. To the Cannons, Theo suggested when the drinks arrived. To the Cannons, Draco said with the others. And all the fun we're going to have, he added, giving Hermione a lingering look. Hermione blushed slightly at the intensity of Draco's gaze, but she raised her glass and drank to the toast. It certainly looked as though it was going to be fun with Draco and Blaise around the Cannons, on both a professional and a personal level. It was mid-morning on a Sunday as Ron stumbled out of bed and blearily made his way to the bathroom. Ron was slightly hung-over following the previous evening where he'd spent more than a few hours in a pub drowning his sorrows. Yet again the Cannon reserves had lost, and Ron had been responsible for letting in far more goals than he would have liked. Even so, the result wasn't quite as bad as it would have been a few months ago. A few months ago, Ron would have worried about his future at the club after another abject display, but no longer. Not now. His two best friends were running things and he knew his future was secure. A few weeks ago, Harry and Hermione had held a private meeting with every player on the Cannons' books and let them know where they stood. A great deal of the squad were let go, including some players that had been with the team for years and were guaranteed a spot on the first team. Thankfully, Ron wasn't one of the players his best friends let go, and even though they made it clear that no one was guaranteed first-team Quidditch, Ron still wasn't worried about his future. He knew Harry and Hermione had taken the same stance with every player who remained with the club, but he had every faith that he would make the first team next season. Although that wasn't to say Ron was totally convinced his two best friends were taking the club in the right direction. Their decision to hire Theo not just as a physio, but as Harry's assistant coach, was a big mistake in Ron's eyes. After all, who wanted a Slytherin anywhere near the team? Their second mistake in Ron's opinion was signing Ginny. Ron loved his sister, and he actually thought she could become a good player, he just didn't think it'd work out her playing for her boyfriend. Personal feelings and relationship would undoubtedly come into play, and Ron worried that the situation would lead to the pair of them breaking up. Ron also wasn't happy by the fact he was very much left out of the loop by his friends. He'd figured he would have an inside track as to what was going on with the Cannons, but that wasn't the case. He knew his friends had made a deal with a new sponsor, but since they couldn't announce the partnership until the season was over and their current sponsorship ran out, he had no idea who the team's new sponsor was as Harry and Hermione were playing things close to their chest. It was the same with new signings, and Ron had to read about the newest Cannon players in the papers like everyone else. Although, Ron's nose had been put well and truly out of joint the previous week when the two newest signings for the club were the girlfriends of his twin brothers. Ron just couldn't believe that not only had Hermione and Harry kept quiet, but Angelina and Alicia had done the same and they were virtually family. Ron hadn't been the only member of the Weasley family unimpressed with the signings. Ginny was also fuming as both witches played chaser like her, and they'd both been playing a lot longer than she had. Suddenly Ginny's prospects of walking straight into the first team looked less rosy. Not that Ron was too bothered with his sister's predicament, his own focus was all about himself and thankfully Harry hadn't seemed to have signed a new big-name keeper that would keep Ron out of the team. Although to be honest, he hadn't signed any big names, instead he'd focused on building a squad of solid players. Ron's thoughts were still on Quidditch as he finished his shower and got dressed. Heading into the kitchen of his small flat, he flicked on the kettle for a cup of tea and set about toasting some bread. With his tea and toast made, Ron grabbed his morning paper from the mailbox on his windowsill and settled down for a late breakfast. Like a lot of wizards, Ron started at the back of the paper where the sports were located. Turning the paper over as he took a drink of his tea, Ron quickly spat his tea back out over the wooden table when he was faced with the headline and picture on the back page of the Prophet. Cannons signed 2 Tornadoes stars, screamed the headlines, along with accompanying pictures of Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy taken at the most recent Tornadoes match. In shock, Ron read the beginning of the article, only to find his worst nightmare was coming true. Not only had Harry signed the 2 former Slytherins, but one of them played the same position as he did. Just how was he supposed to compete with a star like Blaise Zabini? "Why, Harry," Ron muttered as he opened the paper to read more as the story spread over a few pages. Ron read about the deal the pair had signed, and how Malfoy had been given a unique contract with the option to play both Seeker and Chaser. Not that Ron was too fussed about Malfoy, his focus was on Zabini. He couldn't believe Harry had signed one of the biggest keepers in the league and failed to tell him. The least his friend could have done was offer him some warning. Throwing the paper down with disgust, Ron contemplated heading round to Harry's to have it out with his best friend, but considering Harry was due at the Burrow for lunch, Ron decided to wait to confront him. After all, if he waited until he was at home, he would have his entire family backing him up. He couldn't imagine Ginny was happy with the news, especially the part about Malfoy having a dual role. The last thing Ginny would want was more competition for the position she played. By midday, Ron was impatient to have things out with Harry, so he flowed to the Burrow hoping that his sister and best friend had arrived early for lunch. As luck would have it, Ginny and Harry were already at the Burrow when Ron arrived. Ginny was helping Molly with lunch, while Harry and Arthur were sitting at the table, chatting about how things were going for Harry and Hermione. "You're early, Ron," Molly said with a smile when her youngest son stalked into the room. "I wanted to catch Harry and ask him what the hell he's playing at," Ron replied, glaring at his best friend. "I don't understand," Harry said with a frown. "Zabini," Ron spat. "How could you sign him without telling me? Not to mention sodding Malfoy. I don't want to play with Slytherins, Harry. Just what is going on here?" Molly demanded before Harry had even had a chance to reply. "The Cannons' new signings," Ron answered. "Hasn't anyone seen today's paper?" "I've been too busy," Molly replied with a shrug. "Gin." Ron turned to his younger sister, wondering how she could have missed the news. "I was a bit distracted this morning," Ginny replied, a smile flitting over her face as she thought of the morning of say she and Harry had indulged in, before she focused her attention on her boyfriend. "But is this true? You've signed Zabini and Malfoy." "It is," Harry answered. "And before anyone says another word, it has nothing to do with anyone but Hermione and I. The Cannons are our club, and we can sign whichever players we think will help us regain some success." "But Zabini," Ron whined. "You might as well sack me now, Harry. You won't pick me over him. This boy is a keeper." Molly questioned. Despite two of her children playing Quidditch professionally, she didn't keep a beep of the teams and players. "Yeah," Ron muttered moodily. "He's one of the top keepers in the league, and you just know he's been guaranteed first-team Quidditch." "That is where you're wrong," Harry interrupted. "No one is guaranteed first-team Quidditch, you know that, Ron. I've made it clear from the beginning that all of the squad will have a fair crack at making the first team. If you play better than Blaze in practice, you'll be the one in the team, not him." "It sounds fair to me, son," Arthur said quietly. "Me too," Ginny said. "You'll not say that when Malfoy takes your chaser spot," Ron snorted. "Malfoy isn't a chaser, he's a seeker," Ginny retorted, pulling a face at Ron. Just because he was put out with the new signings, it didn't mean he had to try and dampen her mood. "According to the paper, he's got a contract to play both positions," Ron said as he slouched down at the kitchen table. "No," Ginny muttered, shaking her head. "There has to be a mistake. Tell him, Harry, you can't do that." "I can and I have," Harry replied. "Granted, I don't know what sort of chaser Draco is, but if he's good I'm not opposed to playing him in that position in the right game." "But that's more competition for me," Ginny protested. With a pout. "I want competition in the squad," Harry said. "I want everyone to push each other to be the best they can be. People get complacent when they're guaranteed a place on the team. To play for the Cannons you're going to have to fight for your place, and only the best will make our team." "I think it all sounds very reasonable," Arthur said. "Everyone has a fair chance, and there's no favoritism because you two happen to be close with Harry and Hermione. As long as you work hard and play to the best of your ability, you'll both be fine." "Exactly," Harry agreed with a nod, although deep down he suspected that even if Ron and Ginny did as Arthur suggested and worked hard and played at the top of their ability, they would still struggle to make the first team. However, he was happy to be proved wrong, and if they proved good enough he would have no problems handing his girlfriend and best friend a place on the team. "It doesn't look like we have much choice, does it?" Ginny grumbled as she headed off into the front room to find the paper and read about her new teammates. Molly watched her daughter leave with a frown on her face, before she turned to Harry on concern. "I don't want to tell you how to run your club, but do you really think it's wise to hire a Malfoy?" "Why wouldn't it be wise?" Harry asked. "Draco's a good player." "Maybe he is, but he is still a Malfoy," Molly argued. "Do you want that sort of people associated with your club?" "There is nothing wrong with Draco, or his family," Harry said in a low voice that vibrated with annoyance. It was true that a long time ago Draco's father, Lucius, had been a Death Eater, and when Harry had started school, there'd still been a question mark over the family and if they'd truly turned their back on the dark. Harry had to admit for the first few years of school, he was inclined to believe the Weasleys when they claimed the Malfoys were still dark wizards. However, when Voldemort was killed properly while trying to kill Harry at the end of fourth year, the Malfoys' true nature was revealed. It turned out that they'd kept up their pretenses of still believing the old ways because they knew Voldemort wasn't gone for good and could still come back, and if they'd abandoned the dark before then they would have been in trouble. However, with Voldemort definitely gone, they'd been free to just be themselves. Harry would freely admit in some respects they were still traditional purebloods, but he knew the family weren't dark wizards and they didn't have a problem with Muggleborns, so in his opinion there was nothing at all wrong with the Malfoy family. However, the Weasleys had never quite been able to let go of the feud that had existed between the two families, and despite all the evidence to the contrary, Molly and Arthur still didn't like or trust the family. "I just don't want things to get awkward for you and Hermione because you've made some unwise choices in your players," Molly said defensively. "Hermione and I are perfectly happy with our choice of players, and we're both confident that Draco will be nothing but an asset to our team," Harry said firmly as he got to his feet. "If you'll excuse me, I've got to go to the bathroom." "Maybe we should leave the Quidditch to one side today," Arthur suggested as Harry left the room and went off upstairs. He suspected that if things carried on the way they were going, someone was going to say something they didn't mean and things were going to turn ugly. Reluctantly, Ron agreed to let the topic drop. Molly also agreed to keep her opinions to herself, and Ginny did the same when she returned to the kitchen. By the time Harry came back from the bathroom and the rest of the family started to arrive, Quidditch talk had been banned and in the end it was a peaceful day at the Burrow. However, tension still lingered in certain quarters and it clear that it was only a matter of time before things exploded in respect to the Cannons, their new owners and the choices they were making with the club. Hermione stood at the edge of the Cannons training ground, watching as the work on the new stadium finally got underway. Thanks to Draco, they now had a new sponsor in the form of his father's newest company, Silver Ink Publishers. Lucius Malfoy had been more than willing to sponsor the Chudley Cannons, and the deal Hermione had struck with him was far more profitable than even she imagined it would be. The deal meant they could start work on the new stadium, and they still had money left over so that they could make a start with their merchandising for the new season. Hermione had thought most of their new merchandise would have to wait for the following season, once the stadium was finished, but the deal with Lucius meant they could get some merchandise in place for the new season. As she watched the workmen bustling around the site of the new stadium, Hermione felt the excitement whirring around her body. Even though she and Harry had owned the Cannons for a few months now and they'd spent their time sorting the club and implanting their changes, it really felt as though they were just really starting on their journey. The Quidditch season had drawn to a close the previous week, and as of the start of the week, all the new players and employees they'd signed were officially part of the Cannons. The real work began now, and Hermione knew the next few months of preseason could very well determine the club's entire future. Harry was still super confident they could turn the team around, and for the last week he and Theo had been holed up together, plotting their preseason. Hermione had left the boys to it, but they'd kept her in the loop and she knew just what was in store for the new squad of players. In fact, Hermione herself would be getting involved in some of what was going to be happening over the course of the next few months, including the first ever squad meeting, which was due to take place that afternoon. Harry had arranged for the entire squad to meet up at the club's training facility where they would be briefed on what the next few months held for them. Checking the time, Hermione found she had nearly 10 minutes before the meeting started, so she stayed where she was, watching the workmen as they cleared the site they would be building on over the coming months. When Hermione felt someone come up behind her, she thought it was Harry, so she was rather surprised when she turned round and came face to face with Draco. "Hello," she said with a smile. She hadn't actually seen the blonde since the evening he and Blaise had agreed to sign for the team, as Harry had dealt with the contracts and sorting out their contracts with the Tornadoes. "Hi," Draco returned with a smile of his own. As he'd approached Hermione, he'd noticed how different she looked when she wasn't all glammed up as she had been over dinner. But even in a casual pair of trousers, a pale lilac top, very little makeup and her hair tied back in a high ponytail, he still thought she looked attractive. There was something compelling about Hermione, and quite honestly Draco wasn't sure why he hadn't noticed it back at Hogwarts. It wasn't like he hadn't known she'd existed back in school, because he had, but for some reason he'd just totally missed the fact she was a very attractive witch. However, he hadn't missed the fact at dinner the other evening, and since then he hadn't been able to stop thinking about Hermione and how she'd blushed adorably whenever he'd given her a compliment. "When will it be finished?" Draco asked, gesturing to the work going on a short distance away. "The middle of next season," Hermione replied. "But we won't be using it until the following season. Even once the building itself is finished, everything inside needs sorting. Plus, I want a big opening for the stadium and I want us to start the season with a ground of our own." "It's something to look forward to," Draco said. "It is," Hermione agreed. "And are you looking forward to meeting your new teammates this afternoon?" "I do know most of them already," Draco pointed out. "The Quidditch world isn't that big, so most players know each other in some respect. But it will be interesting to really get to know the people I'll be playing with." "Let's hope everyone has your attitude," Hermione replied with a sigh. "Are you thinking of anyone in particular?" Draco asked. He was suspecting that Ron wasn't taking things too well, as from what he knew about the redhead he wouldn't be happy about his two best friends being the bosses while he was merely an employee. "Not really," Hermione said with a shrug. She had been thinking of Ron, but she wasn't going to be unprofessional enough to complain about one of Draco's teammates to him, especially since she and Draco hardly knew each other. "So what sort of meeting is this today?" Draco asked, letting the subject of difficult people drop. "It's just a bit of a meet and greet," Hermione replied. "We've laid on a bit of food and drink, and it's a chance for everyone to get to know each other. Harry will then make a bit of a speech and lay out what's going to be happening over the next few months." "Something tells me it won't be a relaxing off-season," Draco chuckled. "Not this one, no," Hermione agreed with a smile. "Maybe next year you'll get a break." "Something to look forward to," Draco said, his gray eyes sparkling with amusement. To be honest, he didn't mind an action-packed preseason, and he'd certainly expected it. Anyone who really thought the Cannons preseason would be anything other than hard work, just wasn't thinking straight. Of course, a team who had just been brought together, and with new owners at the helm, were going to need time and effort to gel as a team. As such, Draco was fully expecting to spend the majority of his time over the next few months working with his new team. "It's nearly time to get started, shall we head back?" Hermione asked as she checked her watch. Draco nodded and together the pair turned around and walked back over the training ground and towards the building that housed the changing rooms, a few general staff rooms and the temporary offices that had been built. Hermione was now based at the training ground full-time, having given up the lease on the offices the Cannons had been renting. "Will you be keeping the training facilities when the new stadium is built?" Draco asked. "That's Harry's call," Hermione replied. "All the admin will be moved into the stadium, and there's where I'll be based, but as for everything else, that's up to Harry. He might want to keep this place, or he might be happy to move training to the ground itself." "What did the tornadoes do?" "On a whole, we trained at the stadium," Draco replied as he opened the door to the training building and held it open for Hermione. "Thank you," Hermione said as she stepped past the blonde and into the warm building. Hermione led the way into the large, living space that the players used to relax and socialize before and after training sessions. At the back of the room, food and drinks had been laid out and Hermione could see several people had already helped themselves to food and drink. Leaving Draco to chat to his new teammates, Hermione made her way to where Harry was standing with Theo. Both Ginny and Ron were sitting nearby, openly scowling at Harry as he chatted quite amicably with the former Slytherin. "Is everyone here?" Hermione asked as she grabbed a glass of wine of the table. "I think so," Harry replied with a nod. "We'll give people a few more minutes to chat, then I'll quieten them down to talk to them." 10 minutes later, Harry tapped his fork on the side of his glass to attract attention. Once everyone was looking at him, he invited everyone to sit down so he could address everyone. Aside from Hermione, who remained at Harry's side, everyone else sat down on the chairs that were dotted around the room. "First, I want to thank you all for either moving to the Cannons or sticking with us," Harry began. "We all know the club has been less than successful for many years now, And it means a lot to Hermione and I that so many people have been willing to give us a chance and to help us get this club back to winning ways. I won't lie to you, the next few years are not going to be easy. Just because I think we happen to have a very talented squad, with some genuine superstars, we aren't going to win the title overnight. However, I believe that as we all work together and really put in the effort we can turn this club around. No longer will the Chudley Cannons be the laughingstock of the league. Here, Blaise cried, applauding Harry. A move which several other people copied, and it then took Harry another 5 minutes to get the room quiet again. Thank you, Blaise, he said, shaking his head at the troublesome keeper. Blaise was definitely going to keep him on his toes. You're more than welcome, Blaise replied with a smirk. Back to business, Harry announced. As a former player, I know the months in between seasons is usually a relaxed time before preseason training starts just before the new season. However, we don't have the same luxury as the other teams, who maybe have a couple of new players to integrate into the team each year. This squad all comes from different teams, and while some of you have played together before, the majority of you haven't. If we want to avoid complete embarrassment next season, the work needs to start now. Don't say you've gathered us for a training session. I don't think I can fly after all this booze, Angelina quipped. No training today, Angelina, Harry chuckled. In fact, I want you all to take the next month and just relax. The start of our training will begin next month at a proper training camp. We will be going away for 2 weeks, and it will be 2 whole weeks of bonding and training. Where are we going? Ron questioned with a frown. He wasn't sure he liked the idea of having to spend 2 weeks in some sort of training camp. Final details are still being sorted, but everyone will get an owl with all the details within the next few weeks, Harry answered. I expect everyone to turn up at the training camp, no excuses. I also just want to mention that there will be an extra element to the camp, Hermione said, stepping forward as Harry stepped back to give her the floor. As you all know, this is a new era for the Cannons and I really want to push that in the media. I've arranged for a reporter and photographer to come and visit during the camp. Every member of the squad will be photographed in the new uniforms and asked a few simple questions. The idea is to put together a magazine that will be free with the Daily Prophet the week before the new season starts, that will introduce the wizarding world to the new look Cannons and their players. Cool, Blaise remarked with a grin. I love a good photo shoot. It won't be anything glamorous, Blaise, Hermione chuckled. It's just a few publicity shots and a few questions about what it's like to be part of the Cannons. Does anyone have any questions? Harry asked. When can we get back to the drinking? Blaise called. I'm parched sitting here. You can get back to the socializing in just a moment, Hermione replied with a small smile. I just want to ask everyone to take a minute to pop into the changing rooms and get measured for your new uniforms before you leave. There's no rush, so feel free to have another drink or something else to eat if you want. Just please remember to get measured up before you leave. I'd hate to have to come chasing after you when you were on holiday just because you've forgotten to get measured for your uniform. Satisfied that she and Harry had covered everything for the time being, Hermione headed into the changing rooms with Theo. Between them they were going to get everyone measured up for their uniforms, and then with all the measurements, Hermione could make sure they were ready for the training camp. As it turned out, it only took about 40 minutes before all the squad had visited the dressing room to get measured for their new uniform. After double-checking everyone had been sorted, Hermione slipped the book of measurements in her bag before rejoining the party. As she wandered the room, getting to know some of the players she'd never met before, Hermione noticed how unsociable Ron was being. Ginny was at least chatting to people, even though she was clinging onto Harry's arm, but Ron was just sitting in the corner of the room with a face like thunder. Watching her friend, Hermione hoped that she and Harry hadn't made a big mistake letting him remain with the Cannons. She just hoped that Ron snapped out of whatever mood he was in before training camp. The last thing the team needed was for their squad to be causing trouble and making waves right from the start. What they needed was unity, and right at this moment, Hermione wasn't sure if Ron was going to be able to manage it. She just didn't know if Ron fit into the new look Cannons, or if he even had a future with the team he'd loved since childhood. The Chudley Cannons' first ever training camp took place in a remote hotel up in the Scottish Highlands. The Rolling Hills Hotel specialized in company retreats and they had Quidditch facilities on site. They also offered complete privacy as they were located several miles from the nearest Muggle village, and even further from the nearest Wizarding one. The hotel were also more than happy to accommodate any special requests their customers had, so they were more than happy to do whatever Harry and Hermione wanted when they booked their squad into the hotel for 2 weeks. The day before the squad were due to arrive, Hermione and Harry headed up to the hotel to begin preparations. Also with them were Theo, a young trainee wizard who was his assistant physio, and 4 of the coaching team Harry had assembled for the Cannons. The 4 members of the coaching team all specialized in one position each. The 2 witches coached the chasers and the seekers, while the 2 wizards coached the keepers and beaters. Hermione had met all 4 members of staff when they were appointed, but she only really knew the keeping coach, who was the former Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood. After a couple of years playing professional Quidditch, Oliver had switched to coaching, and according to Harry, he was the best keeping coach in the country. While Harry and his coaching staff sorted the schedule for the arriving team, Hermione had been busy making sure everything was sorted for their arrival. Hermione had sorted the rooms, and aside from her and Harry, everyone had a roommate. Initially she had thought it could be a good idea to pick the roommates from a hat in order to get some mixing going on, but when her trial run had ended up with Ron sharing rooms with Draco, she'd had second thoughts. Of course, she knew the pair would have to learn to get along, but she didn't think throwing them together in such circumstances would help matters. So in the end she'd rethought her idea, and tried to pair people who either already knew each other or who she thought would get along okay. As well as sorting the rooms, Hermione had also been making sure that everyone had a couple of the new Cannons training shirts he'd had made waiting for them in their room. It was when she was getting the uniforms made that Hermione thought about sorting some training shirts out for the team. The shirts were just T-shirts, but their design was the same as the uniforms and they all had the new logo printed in the center of the top. Hermione had even had shirts made for Harry and his coaching team, and they were all happily wearing them. Hermione herself even had a Cannons tank top, which she was wearing as she entered the hotel reception on the morning that the squad were due to arrive. Even though she could get someone else to welcome the team and get them settled in their rooms, she wanted to do it personally. Since she'd just informed the team to turn up anywhere between 9 and 12, Hermione expected she would have a long morning in front of her. However, Hermione had barely arrived in reception when the first of the team arrived. With the help of the friendly witch on reception, Hermione was easily able to give out the appropriate key for the room, have their bags taken upstairs, give them her room number for if they had any problems, and inform them what time they were expected in the lounge for the first team meeting of the training camp. The first of the team that Hermione personally knew to arrive were Angelina and Alicia, who were among the first group to turn up. Both witches greeted her warmly, and gushed over the design of her top. And the new strips are the same. Angelina asked as she admired Hermione's top that subtly changed from bright red at the bottom to pale orange at the top. They are, Hermione replied with a nod. Well, aside from the fact the logo is smaller and at one side, rather than in the middle. And what's this? Alicia asked with a chuckle as she picked a stuffed phoenix up from the front desk. The purple phoenix was also wearing a Cannons-style top, with the new logo front and center. Our new mascot, Hermione answered. And part of our new merchandise. People can now buy their own Cannons Phoenix. I'm going to make sure it's featured in our magazine deal. I think all this is great, Angelina said. I love all this new look. It feels like we're playing for a completely fresh team. That's the idea, Hermione said with a smile as she returned to the task in hand and gave each witch their keys. You two are rooming together. I'm in room 605 on the 6th floor if you have any problems over the next 2 weeks. There's a meeting in the Blue Lounge room at 1:30, but until then you're free to have a look around and get yourself settled in. Thanks Hermione, Alicia said as she and Angelina headed off to their room. Shortly after Alicia and Angelina had arrived, Draco and Blaise showed up. Both wizards immediately complimented Hermione, and gave their seal of approval to both the new shirts and the cute new mascot. When Hermione mentioned the pair sharing a room, Blaise did try and get a room to himself, but Hermione was adamant that no one but her and Harry had their own rooms. It helps with the bonding, she informed Blaise. I shared a room with Draco for 7 years at Hogwarts, isn't that enough torture for one lifetime? Blaise pleaded. Sharing a room with me is a breeze compared to sharing with you, Draco retorted. Especially when you're sleepwalking. You sleepwalk. Hermione asked. It happened once in 4th year, Blaise replied. I'd been ill and Madame Pomfrey gave me some sort of potion that was supposed to help me sleep. Although to be fair, it did help me sleep, it just also meant I started wandering about in the night. Poor Greg almost fell out of bed when you hopped in with him and started spooning him, Draco chuckled. His screams certainly woke us all up. Screams. Hermione laughed. He thought someone was beeping him as Blaise was BPD at the time, Draco explained. Who wants to cover up the goods you were born with? Blaise asked, giving Hermione a saucy wink. Especially when they're as good as mine. I'll just have to take your word on that one, Blaise, Hermione said with a chuckle as she handed keys over to the two men and gave them the same speech she'd given everyone else about if they needed anything, and what time the meeting was. And do you have a roommate? Draco asked, while Blaise turned his flirtatiousness to the pretty young witch helping Hermione out. No, I'm all alone, Hermione replied. Interesting, Draco remarked with a sly smirk. Don't go getting any ideas, Draco, Hermione warned. You will be spending the next 2 weeks sharing a room with Blaise, even if he does hop into bed with you every night. If he hops into bed with me, he'll be losing those goods he was born with, Draco threatened with a wicked grin. Promising she would catch up with the pair later on, Hermione let them go and get settled while she finished sorting the rest of the team. As it neared 12, Hermione became very aware that she hadn't seen either Ron or Ginny, but with less than 5 minutes to spare, the siblings wandered into the hotel together. Bloody hell, this place is in the middle of nowhere, Ron grumbled. That's the idea, Hermione replied. We're out here on our own so there's no distractions. Ron opened his mouth to reply, when he got a good look at Hermione's top and froze. What is that? He spluttered, taking in the top and the logo blazed all over his friend's chest. This is the new logo and color of the new strip, Hermione replied. It's to represent our new start. But you can't do that, Ron protested. The Cannons play in orange, and we have a perfectly good logo. Times change, Ron, Hermione replied with a shrug. You can't expect me to wear that, Ron stormed. It's just not right. We can and we do expect you to wear the uniform of the team, Hermione said, her tone turning slightly frosty. In your rooms are a couple of shirts for you to wear while you're training. You may not like it, Ron, but these are the new team colors and logo. I don't bloody like it, Ron grumbled, his face contorting in horror as he then got his eye on the stuffed phoenix on the desk. And that thing is just tacky. Biting her tongue to stop her from saying anything she might later regret, Hermione found Ron's key and handed it to him. She then quickly relayed the same message she'd given to everyone else and sent him off to his room, feeling immensely sorry for Ned Parks, the chaser she'd paired him with. I think the new colors are nice, Ginny offered when her brother had gone. And the logo is very eye-catching. Thanks, Ginny, Hermione said with a grateful smile. Even though the two witches weren't close, Hermione was always relieved when Ginny's jealousies were under control and she was pleasant to her. We just wanted a change to signify our new start. I understand, Ginny said as Hermione handed her the key to her room. And I take it that everything you told Ron also applies to me. It does, Hermione replied with a nod. Well, I better go and get settled in, Ginny said, giving Hermione another smile as she turned and sauntered off to the elevators. Once Ginny had gone, Hermione turned back to her notes and double-checked everyone had arrived and checked in. Just as she was finished her task, and was thinking about heading for a quick drink before the team meeting, Ginny stormed back into the reception. There's been some sort of mix-up, she spat at Hermione. What sort of mix-up? Hermione asked with a frown. You've given me the wrong key, Ginny said as she slapped the key back down on the reception desk. I went into the room only to find Sylvie Knox already in there. I still don't get the mix-up. Sylvie is your roommate, Hermione said. Roommate? Ginny screeched. What about Harry? I should be sharing with him. Ginny, you're not here as Harry's girlfriend, you're here as part of the team and all the team are sharing a room with someone, Hermione said firmly. Like it or not, I am Harry's girlfriend, Hermione, Ginny hissed, her jealousy of Hermione fully evident as she glared at the older witch. And we will be sharing a room. Just wait until I see him, he'll sort this mess. If you want to see him, he's in the lounge getting ready for the meeting, Hermione offered, pointing Ginny in the right direction. Shaking her head, Hermione watched Ginny as she stormed off, leaving her key behind. Knowing that Harry wouldn't back Ginny up and allow her to move in with him, Hermione waited at reception for Ginny to return. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later a red-faced Ginny charged back into the reception. Without saying a word to Hermione, she grabbed the key she'd left on reception and stormed back off up to the room she was sharing with the young seeker. Hoping the dramas were over for the day, Hermione headed off to check on how things were coming in preparation for the meeting. Thankfully, Harry had everything in hand and Ginny's little outburst didn't seem to have fazed him. Although, Hermione was amused to learn that when he refused to back down and let her share with him, Ginny had very loudly told him that he would be going without say for the next 2 weeks. "How will you cope?" Hermione laughed. "I'll manage somehow," Harry replied with a smirk, knowing that despite her threat Ginny would never follow through with it as they had a pretty hot say life and she would be spiting herself as well as him if she banned say. "Ginny's going to have to learn that our relationship is separate to what goes on with the club. When it comes to the Cannons, Ginny is just another player. Let's hope she accepts that before she causes any real problems," Hermione said as she left Harry to get ready for the meeting. By the time Hermione returned for the meeting over an hour later, nearly everyone was present and as she settled down beside Harry, she noticed Ginny shooting her dark looks. No doubt Ginny was busy casting Hermione in the role of the bad guy who was coming in between her and Harry. Although, quite frankly Hermione couldn't care less about what Ginny thought of her. All she cared about was making the Cannons a success, both on and off the Quidditch pitch. "I'll not keep you long as lunch will be served shortly," Harry began as he got to his feet. "I just want to give you all a brief idea of how the next few days will run. Today, you've got the rest of day to settle in, but starting tomorrow the hard work begins. Tomorrow everyone will undergo a fitness test, and Theo will see if any of you need any help in any areas. You will then each be given a personal timetable that will see you over the next week. Included in the timetable will be one-on-one sessions with the coaches and myself, as well as training sessions with the other people who play the same positions as you. If any of you have any problems with the schedules, let us know and we'll address your concerns." "When do we do these interviews and photo shoots?" Blaise asked. "Next week," Hermione answered. "I'll speak to you about that as the week progresses and I have more information. But for this first week, you're in Harry and Theo's hands and you'll have to follow their rules." "Rules?" Ron spat. "What rules?" "I'm glad you asked, Weasley," Theo said as he got to his feet. "We'll start with these next 2 weeks. For the next 2 weeks there will be no alcohol to be consumed. The hotel staff are aware of this, and none of them will serve you alcohol, although they will report back if anyone tries to get a drink. Secondly, all meals have been specially selected to be healthy and to help with our training. No room service will be provided, and snacks are strictly forbidden. You don't expect us to keep to this diet once we go home, do you?" Alicia asked. "No, this is purely for these 2 weeks," Theo replied. "Besides, I'm taking it most of you have a decent diet anyway because of your profession. I'm just being a bit stricter than normal over these 2 weeks. And while we're all here, I just want to mention a rule I'll be implementing throughout the upcoming season. There will be no say before a match. I'm talking, the morning of the match and the evening before. I don't want people to be too knackered to play because they were up all night having a private workout with their partner. How do you expect us to play if we haven't had say?" Blaise demanded. "Without say, it will be all I can think about. Even you can manage to go without say for one night," Draco snorted at his best friend. "It's not as if you've got a girlfriend. I bet most of the time you don't have say before a match anyway." "That is not the point," Blaise argued with a pout. "The point is, I could have say if I wanted. But now I'm being told, no say, and it will kill me." "You'll cope, Blaise," Theo said with a roll of his eyes. "No one has ever died from lack of say. If anyone does, it will be me," Blaise Ned dramatically, causing a few people to laugh. It was very clear that Blaise was going to be the joker of the team, and already he was bringing a fun, lighthearted vibe to the training camp. "If it happens, I'll stand corrected," Theo said. "But right now, I have no qualms with issuing a say ban on every member of this team before a match." "But we can discuss this later," Harry interjected. "It doesn't really matter for the next 2 weeks as we're all focused on training. I think right now, we should have some lunch and enjoy our last day of peace and quiet. Come tomorrow, things are going to be all go and rest will be something you'll get precious little of." Moving into the dining room, most of the group were laughing and joking as they got to know each other. Of course the Say ban was the main topic of conversation, but people were also starting to wonder about just what the next 2 weeks had in store for them. Just what did Harry and his team have in store for the new Cannons players, and would they all survive a 2-week training camp? The first day of the Cannons training camp didn't get off to the flying start Harry had hoped for. Firstly, he'd been cornered by Ginny when his girlfriend arrived and found she wasn't going to be sharing his room. Despite Ginny's protests, Harry had remained firm, and in the end his girlfriend had stomped off in a mood. Her reaction just proved to Harry that she wasn't improving in her maturity, but he was still hoping that once things settled down Ginny would grow up. As if dealing with an annoyed Ginny wasn't enough, Harry was then collared by Ron after lunch. Ron had been unhappy with the changes to team's shirt and new logo, and it seemed as though he was blaming Hermione for the changes. However, Harry wasn't having any of it, and he told Ron that the club now belonged to him and Hermione, and they could change the colors of the strips and the logo if they wanted. As a player, he had no say in such matters, and even if he didn't like it, it was just tough. By the end of the first day, neither Ginny or Ron were talking to him, but the following day both of the redheads seemed to have calmed down and they greeted Harry warmly at breakfast. Harry was hoping that the pair's new attitude would last for the remainder of the camp, but he wasn't banking on it. The second full day of training camp was the squad's first real test. After spending the first day getting settled in, they were out in the large grounds of the hotel just after breakfast as Theo put them through their paces. By lunchtime, Theo had a solid idea of the physical state of the squad, and he happily reported to Harry that they didn't have anyone in terrible condition. Of course, there are some people who could be fitter and who could do with their stamina building up, Theo told Harry as they discussed the group over a healthy lunch. But 2 weeks of hard work, and a good diet should help with that. Hopefully once they've seen what they can achieve if they take care of themselves, it'll push people to keep up the healthy lifestyle. Let's hope so, Harry replied, as his mind turned to the next part of the training camp. With Theo deciding that no one really needed any extra help in the physical department just yet, they were able to hand timetables out to the squad. The timetables were for the first week of the trip only, and every player had plenty to keep them busy. Harry's only concern was Draco, who had double the workload with his dual position as both Seeker and Chaser. "Don't worry, I can manage," Draco reassured Harry when he got his schedule and Harry expressed his concern. "I always knew playing a dual role would mean more work. Just let me know if the schedule is too much for you," Harry said. "Will do," Draco replied, even though he had no intention of doing any such thing. Finally, he'd been given a chance to play Chaser and he wasn't going to mess that up by claiming he couldn't cope with the workload. With timetables handed out, it was time for Harry to get a chance to see just what his squad was made of. Over the next couple of days, he dropped in on every single player's personal session with the coaches and a lot of the time offered his own opinions and thoughts. After all, he was the head coach and his word was going to be final when it came to picking the team, tactics and everything else related to turning the club into the best it could possibly be. After a couple of days of one-on-one sessions, it was time for the groups of players to congregate and work on their skills together. Eventually, Harry was building up to having some practice matches between the squad, but right now he wanted every player to hone their skills. On the day the groups were first in action, the Seekers and the Beaters were taking the morning session, while the Chasers and Keepers would be in action on the afternoon. Along with Theo, Harry had chosen to watch half of each training session and get the opinions of his specialist coaches. First of all, the pair started their morning with the Beaters, and their coach, Francis Jake. Francis was a former beater for the Ballycastle Bats, and he'd even played in France for 2 seasons. "What do you think?" Harry asked Francis after an hour of the session. "We've got some talent here," Francis replied, "but the key is pairing them up correctly. The perfect beater team needs to have a connection. To work in harmony with your partner, you need to like them and trust them. We do have nearly 2 weeks to see who works well together," Theo said. "We'll get the pairings sorted no problem in that time," Francis replied. "Although, if you don't mind me making a suggestion, once the pairs were sorted I would keep them as permanent partners. Basically, when you play a match, you pick a team of beaters, not 2 individuals, and if one can't play for one reason, pick another team. Would that not cause resentment if one person couldn't play because their partner is unable to play?" Harry asked with a frown. Not in my experience, Francis replied. I had my partner at the bats and we worked like that. We were very much a team, and neither of us minded missing a game if we couldn't play together. The best beaters are a solid team, and you can't keep switching teams if you want consistency. I guess that makes sense, Harry said with a thoughtful nod. The best beaters I ever played with were twin brothers. I can't imagine either of them playing without the other one. Twin brothers. Francis's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Harry. I've long since thought that siblings, twins in particular, would make the perfect beating team. Are these brothers professionals, and could they be persuaded to join the team? Sorry, Fred and George run a very successful business and I can't see them giving it up, Harry said with a chuckle. Although, you will most probably meet them as they're dating Angelina and Alicia. Pity, I would have loved to have worked with twins, Francis said with a wistful sigh as he turned back to training. 10 minutes later, Harry and Theo left the beaters to it and headed across the grounds to where the Seekers were hard at work. The Seeking coach, Faye Tomlinson, had just recently taken up coaching following a long and successful career with an American team. In fact, she herself was American and had moved to England to be with her husband, who was a top healer and had recently taken up an important position at St. Mungo's. Hey Faye, how are things going? Harry asked with a smile. Excellent, Faye beamed. We've got some good Seekers. I did try to get the best, Harry replied. So who's really impressing you? The standout is Draco, Faye answered. But you would expect him to be good after playing for the Tornadoes for the last 4 years. Not to mention the 6 years he played at school, Theo added. A decade of experience certainly helps, Faye agreed. I really don't think we've got any problems with him. Pick him to play, and you're almost guaranteed a solid performance. And the others? Harry asked. He knew about Draco's skills, but considering he wanted to play Draco as chaser at times, he needed to be sure they had someone who could step into the role and not mess up. All very solid, but I think we've got a potential star in the making with young Sylvie Knox, Faye said. Her inexperience is still obvious, but she's got speed and daring, and there's an instinctual flair to her game that's rarely seen. If we nourish her talent, I think in a couple of years we could have a world-class Seeker on our hands. She could make the national team easily. Perfect, Harry said with a grin. He knew it had been a gamble signing Sylvie as the young witch, who'd only left school a year earlier, hadn't even played in a reserve match for her former team, the Appleby Arrows. However, he'd vaguely remembered her playing Seeker for Ravenclaw in his last year at Hogwarts, and according to a friend of his who'd been on the coaching team at the Arrows, she had promise. Despite her promise, the Arrows had let her go as they already had a large squad and there was no imminent sign of her breaking through their ranks. Do we have any problems? Harry checked. Not that I can see, Faye replied with a shake of her head. Eager to see just what sort of potential Sylvie had, Harry and Theo stuck around for the rest of the session. Over lunch they discussed what they'd witnessed that morning, and they agreed that if things ran as smoothly that afternoon that they potentially had a strong squad on their hands. After lunch, instead of heading straight down to check on the next training session, Harry and Theo waited for half an hour until training was underway before they made their way to where the keepers were practicing. Arriving at the pitch the keepers were training on, they witnessed Oliver Wood barking orders to his keepers as he flew in front of one of the sets of goals and demonstrated what he wanted them to do. Was he like this in school? Theo asked Harry, watching the way the older wizard was ordering the keepers around. Oh yeah, Harry replied with a grin. That's why I hired him. You won't get a more dedicated and passionate coach than Oliver. He might be a driver, but he also inspires people. I honestly don't think I would have been half the player I was, if it wasn't for the hours Oliver put into helping me train. When I first joined the team, he gave me several private training sessions. Just as Harry finished talking, Oliver soared down to where they were standing and dismounted his broom with a jaunty hop. Hello Harry, come to check on the troops of you. I have, Harry replied. So what do we have, Oliver? Do any of them meet your high standards? We have some potential, Oliver replied, keeping his eyes firmly on the players above them. Any stars? Theo asked. Zabini is the closest we've got, Oliver said. But yet you don't sound sure about him, Harry said with a frown. He'd expected Oliver to be thrilled to have Blaise on board, but his former captain seemed distinctly underwhelmed by the former Slytherin. He's a great keeper, don't get me wrong, Oliver began. He's just got a different style to what I'm used to. What do you mean? Harry asked. He's very flamboyant, Oliver explained. I've noticed it before when I've watched him play. He misses saves that he could have made if he wasn't so exuberant, but on the other hand I've seen him pull off saves no conventional keeper could make. I guess what you need to decide is, do I try and change his flair and make him more solid, or let him carry on the way he is and just accept that he'll make some basic mistakes, but he'll also make some unique saves? What would be your recommendation? Harry asked. If you'd asked me when you hired me, I would have told you to try and curb his attitude and introduce some more of the basics into his game, but after meeting him, I don't think that will work, Oliver answered. I do believe I can work with him and help him tighten up his loose areas, but I think if you want the best out of him, if you want these magnificent saves that can win you games, you're going to have to let him play his own way. He's a unique one as Blaise Zabini, and I think if you try and turn him into something conventional, you'll ruin his undoubted talents. I'm more than happy to keep Blaise as he is, and just try and improve his weaker areas. I don't want to stifle his talent, Harry said with a nod. What about the others, are they any good? As I said, we've got potential, Oliver answered. But I'm guessing you want to know about Ron. I wouldn't mind knowing what you thought of him, Harry admitted. He lacks confidence, Oliver said. He's never going to have the flair of Zabini, or have the ability to pull off the show-stopping saves Blaise does. But with a lot of work, and some confidence he could become a very solid keeper. Although, first of all he needs to get out of the mindset that he's competing against the other keepers, especially Blaise. As long as he's focused on beating them, he won't improve. However, if he forgets about other people and focuses on his own game, he could turn himself into a very reliable player, and for a keeper, reliable is what you strive for. So I haven't made a mistake in keeping him on? Harry asked, feeling much more positive about the situation with his best friend. That will depend on Ron himself, Oliver answered with a shrug. He has the capability to become really good, but it's his attitude that will let him down. Until he forgets about competing with others and focuses on his own game, he won't get anywhere. The way he is at the moment, I wouldn't put him in the reserve team. If his attitude changes, he'll have a real shot at making something of himself, but if it continues as it is, he's going to crash and burn and never fulfill his potential. I'll talk to him, Harry said. But it might also help if you told him all of this, Oliver. Don't worry, I intend to, Oliver replied with a grin as he remounted his broom and shot back off to carry on with the training. Harry and Theo watched the keepers for a little bit longer, before they headed off to check on the chasers. When they arrived at the other group, they found the chasing coach, Becky Hopper, berating Ginny. Becky had been coaching for a couple of years, and like Oliver she had a reputation for being a tough coach. However, her results were excellent and Harry had spoken to a few players she'd coached and they all agreed she was the best coach they'd ever had. Problems? Harry asked as a sulking Ginny headed back over to where the other chasers were practicing. That girl is the most self-centered, spoilt little madam I've ever had the misfortune to coach, Becky spat, before remembering just who she was talking about and blushing furiously. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Don't sugarcoat things because of my relationship with Ginny, Harry said, annoyed that Ginny was portraying a bad impression with the new coaches. I want to know the truth. What's the problem? Her attitude, Becky replied. The thing is, she's good, potentially very good. She's just not a team player. And chasers are all about team play, Theo said. Precisely, Becky agreed with a nod. Chasers need to work together to be effective, and I just don't know if Ginny can do that. She's more interested in personal glory than the team. Several times this afternoon she's missed shots because she's held onto the quaffle and tried to score an impossible goal, when she'd had a chance to pass to another player and they could have scored an easier goal. We need to work on her team play, Harry said, mentally vowing to have a stern word with his girlfriend. The last thing the team wanted was a rogue chaser who wasn't interested in the good of the team. You might also want to talk to her about her attitude towards Draco, Becky said, disapproval dripping from her voice. It's nothing short of vindictive. What has she been doing? Harry asked warily. Blocking him out, Becky answered. As I've explained, she goes for glory no matter who she's playing alongside, but with Draco it's as though he's not there. She passes to the other chasers, but even when Draco is right alongside her and clearly the best option to pass to, she ignores him. Bye. Theo hissed. Sorry, he added to Harry, not wanting his boss to take offense at his remark. Don't be sorry, Harry replied, secretly thinking that Theo had described his girlfriend very aptly given how she was behaving. This needs to stop. It does if she ever wants to be part of the team, Becky said. As it stands, there's no way you can play her and Draco in the same team, and even playing her with other chasers is a risk. What about Draco? Harry asked. Is he any good? He's amazing, Becky replied with a wide smile. He's a natural chaser. His experience as a seeker means he's got a burst of speed very few of the opposition chasers will be able to match. Once he gets his hands on the quaffle, he can get to the goal before anyone could get near him to stop him. I don't know why he hasn't been playing chaser before now. I have wondered about that, Harry admitted. Especially back in school. He could have switched position once he became captain in 5th year. He stayed on as seeker because it was what was best for the team, Theo confided. He did keep trying to find a new seeker, but none of them were ever very good. He could have made the switch to chaser to make himself happy, but he would have done so at the team's expense, so he stayed on as seeker so the team could be as strong as possible. Impressive attitude, Becky remarked. You've got to appreciate a team player. Yes, you do, Harry agreed with a nod. And people who aren't team players won't have a place on the Cannons. If Ginny continues to play up, do what you have to do. I'll speak to her tonight and make it clear that if she wants to continue playing for this team then she needs a change of attitude. Or change of position, Theo snorted. Let's be honest, her attitude wouldn't be a problem if she was a seeker. Seekers are very much out on their own in a match. There's no team play required there. No, there's not, Harry said thoughtfully, as he wondered if he could get Ginny to look at switching positions. Maybe if he could get his girlfriend to switch positions there would be no need for a major confrontation about her attitude and he could focus on the running of the team. It could well be worth mentioning if he wanted the chance to coach a successful team. After all, what Quidditch team was ever going to be a success if there was trouble among the players? If the Cannons were going to succeed, they needed a united team, and Harry was determined to get the team untied, no matter what he had to do to achieve it. While Harry had taken a hands-on approach to the first week of the Cannons training camp, understandably Hermione hadn't followed her partner's lead. She had been around the hotel, and she'd dealt with a few minor incidents with the squad, but on a whole she'd been busy with other things. The majority of Hermione's time had been finalizing the details of the magazine that the Daily Prophet had agreed to print. She'd also made sure that the uniforms had arrived before the interviews and photos with the magazine, as she wanted them in the pictures. Then she'd sat down with Harry and sorted the timetable for the second week of the training camp. The reporter from the Daily Prophet and their photographer would be around for 2 days, and in those 2 days they had to make sure everyone had their interview and pictures taken, as well as Harry and Hermione finding time to talk to the press. While on the training side, Harry wanted the second week to be group training with everyone working together as he started to sort who his best team would be for the start of the season. However, even though Hermione's attention had been elsewhere, it didn't mean she was oblivious to what was going on with the squad. She had dinner with the group every evening, and she even spent time with a few of the players after dinner. She also spoke to Harry every day, so she knew every single thing that was going on with the team. She knew about the problems Ginny was causing, and how Harry was trying to deal with them. Harry had confided in Hermione that he'd tried to speak to Ginny about seeing if she would be any good at playing Seeker, but his girlfriend had point-blank refused to even consider the switch. Hermione knew the result had been that Harry and Ginny had ended up having a massive argument, and that she'd even accused Draco of being the one with the problem. In the end Harry had warned Ginny that she needed to improve her attitude or there would be problems. Since then, Ginny had been keeping a low profile, but Hermione suspected they hadn't heard the last of Ginny's troublesome behavior. Even so, the first week had passed fairly smoothly, and after ending training early on the Saturday, Harry had given the squad the entire Sunday off. Hermione knew that Harry had taken Ginny out of the hotel for the day, while she knew a few of the others had opted to explore the surrounding area. And for those who'd stayed at the hotel, there was plenty for them to do as the hotel had top-class facilities. Hermione had hoped to find Ron and try to sort the tension that was still present between them, but after a morning scouring the hotel with no joy she gave up. In the end, she'd had a light lunch in her room, sitting out on the balcony which offered stunning views of the Scottish countryside. After lunch, Hermione headed down to one of the bars with her book, with the intention of sitting out in the sun and reading. After ordering herself a large glass of rose wine, Hermione headed out onto the veranda attached to the bar, only to find she wasn't alone. Sitting at one of the tables, a glass of clear liquid on the table in front of him, was Draco. Since alcohol was banned for the duration of the trip, Hermione hadn't seen many of the players in the bars, so the last things she'd been expecting was to find one of them. "Hey," Draco greeted as Hermione exited the hotel. "Do you want to join me?" "Sure," Hermione replied as she placed her wine and book on the table and settled down in the comfortable chair next to Draco. Suddenly, talking to Draco and getting to know the handsome blonde a bit better seemed far more appealing than reading her new book. "Are you all alone?" "I am," Draco replied. "I'm relishing the peace. I hope I'm not intruding," Hermione said. "Definitely not," Draco answered with a smile. "So why are you sitting out here alone?" Hermione asked. "I thought you would be with Blaise and Theo." "They went exploring," Draco replied. "And you're not the exploring type?" Hermione questioned. "Not today," Draco answered with a shrug. "I thought I'd enjoy a drink in the sun while the place was relatively quiet." "A non-alcoholic drink, I hope," Hermione teased. "It's mineral water," Draco replied with a laugh. "Do you want to check?" he offered, holding his glass out for Hermione. "I trust you," Hermione said as she shook her head. "You shouldn't. Has no one ever told you that as Slytherins are trouble?" Draco said, shooting Hermione a sinful smirk. "I had heard," Hermione murmured, taken aback by the wave of desire that had washed through her when Draco had smiled at her. Even though he'd been subtly flirting with her since the very first dinner when he'd agreed to sign for the Cannons, Hermione had never really given it much thought. However, now she was very aware of their flirting, and she found herself wondering where it would lead. Or should it even lead anywhere? Wasn't it a bad idea to be flirting with someone who was basically her employee? "What are you doing out here on your own?" Draco asked, bringing Hermione out of her thoughts. "I thought you would have had plenty of people to spend the day with." "I had offers," Hermione replied with a shrug. Alicia and Angelina had invited her to join them and a few of the other girls on the squad as they were going for a picnic in the nearby countryside. "But I prefer my own company. Give me a good book and I'm happy." "Some things never change," Draco chuckled. "You're still a bookworm. I'm not sure you've got room to call me a bookworm. In school, you were in the library almost as much as me. And you can't say it was all homework, as you were often in the fiction section," Hermione said with a teasing smile. "Interesting," Draco grinned. "Just how much attention were you paying to me in school, Hermione?" "Don't flatter yourself, Draco. I only noticed you because the library wasn't the place many students hung out," Hermione replied. "Whatever you say," Draco said, grinning at Hermione. Hermione shook her head at the teasing blonde as she picked up her glass and had a small drink of her refreshing wine. "So how are you enjoying training camp? Harry says you've been working really hard." "It is a lot of work training for two positions," Draco admitted. "But I'm loving it. Can I ask why you never switched positions before?" "At the Tornadoes, I asked but I was told that they didn't need another chaser. I either played Seeker, or played for someone else. And you never considered switching clubs earlier?" "I did, but without ever having played Chaser before, no one was interested in taking a chance on me. They either wanted me as Seeker, or not at all." "What about in school?" Hermione asked, genuinely interested in why Draco hadn't pursued the opportunity to change position. "You were Slytherin captain for the last few years. You could have switched yourself." "I could have," Draco agreed with a nod. "But I could never find another Seeker that I had confidence in. I could have easily made the switch, and let someone else play Seeker, but I knew if I'd done that then we never would have been in the running for the Quidditch Cup. I stayed on as Seeker to give us our best chance. And it worked. You won the cup in 7th year," Hermione said. "Now that was one of my proudest moments," Draco said with a grin as he fondly remembered the day he'd beaten Harry to the snitch and won the Quidditch Cup for his team in his very last match in Slytherin colors. "Even better than winning the league with the Tornadoes?" Hermione questioned. "Yeah," Draco answered with a nod of his head. "As Harry pointed out, the Tornadoes would have won the league with or without me, whereas Slytherin wouldn't have won the House Cup in my final year without me. To be honest, the chance to recreate that feeling here with the Cannons helped me take the plunge and move." And you're not regretting it? Hermione checked. Not today, Draco replied as he took a swig of his water. Not today, Hermione repeated with a frown. But there's been other days you've regretted the move. Not days, just moments, Draco answered. Mainly moments this past week. Ginny, Hermione declared, understanding dawning on her. Let's just say she hasn't made my switch to Chaser very easy, Draco said diplomatically. Truth be told, he could say a lot worse about the scheming little boy. But he was aware that not only was Hermione his boss, but she was also Ginny's friend. From what I hear, she's being a right nasty little cow, Hermione said, causing Draco to raise an eyebrow at her in surprise. There's no need to hold back on my account, she told the blonde. You can say whatever you want about her. I don't think that's wise, Draco demurred. She is your friend, and the girlfriend of your partner. I wouldn't really call her a friend, at least not a close one, Hermione admitted. We're friendly because of Harry and Ron, without that connection we would never be friends. In fact, I don't even think she likes me. She doesn't like you. Why? Draco asked. Jealously, Hermione answered with a shrug. She's worried I'm going to steal Harry from her. Are you? Draco questioned, unsettled by how annoyed the thought of Hermione getting together with Harry made him. No. Harry's like a brother to me, Hermione answered with a laugh. Ginny's always been jealous. I think it stems from when she was younger and Harry never noticed her. Now she's got him, she's terrified of losing him. She sounds a bit obsessive to me, Draco remarked. She was in the early years, but these days I do think she genuinely loves Harry, Hermione said. She just needs to be careful, or she'll lose him because of her own actions, not because someone steals him away from her. Harry's pretty disgusted with her after the way she's been treating you these last few days. I can't say I'm too impressed myself, Draco grumbled. I've never wanted to hex anyone as much as I've wanted to hex her these last few days. She's good at eliciting that sort of reaction from people. When she's playing up, it's a real struggle not to hex her into next week. How have you managed to avoid doing just that? Draco asked with a teasing grin. I've got a lot of self-control, Hermione replied. And just what does it take to break your self-control? Draco asked flirtatiously. It depends what I'm controlling myself from, Hermione answered, shuffling slightly in her seat at the intensity which Draco was looking at her. She knew the conversation had well and truly turned away from Ginny and was potentially heading into a dangerous area. How about a very wizard flirting with you? Draco asked teasingly. I can't say I've had any recent experience with that, Hermione returned, equally as teasingly. I'll let you know how I handle the temptation if it ever happens. If you want my advice, don't handle the temptation, give in to it, Draco offered. Even if it's very wrong? Hermione asked, subconsciously leaning closer to Draco. Especially if it's very wrong, Draco replied in a low voice. The temperature at the table suddenly seemed to skyrocket, and Hermione became aware that she was sitting so close to Draco that she could smell his musky aftershave and feel his warm breath on her cheek. She was also sitting so close that she realized for the first time that Draco's eyes weren't pure gray, they had specks of bright blue and dazzling silver in them. They really were stunning eyes, and she could feel them sweeping over her body, which was dressed in a short, white and lilac sundress. This is wrong, Hermione whispered. Very, Draco agreed, his tongue darting out of his mouth and licking his pale pink lips. But sometimes wrong is so very right. Hermione nodded her head ever so briefly, before she found her lips pressed against Draco's. As they keyed, tender and a bit timid, she had no idea which one of them had made the move to join their lips, but she was pleased that they had. Slowly the hesitation faded from the key, and once they both seemed sure the other one wasn't going to pull away, the intenseness crept higher. When Draco's tongue ran along Hermione's lip, she was more than happy to open her mouth and take the key further. As Draco's tongue darted into Hermione's mouth, his hand found its way into her hair and he gently stroked her curls as they shared a passionate and breathtaking key. Wow, Hermione breathed as the pair finally parted. Although, while their lips had parted, they remained with their foreheads almost touching and Draco still had his hand around the back of Hermione's head. I think that's an understatement, Draco replied with a small grin. What happens now? Hermione asked warily. Whatever you want, Draco answered. This is complicated, Draco, Hermione whispered. I'm the co-owner of the Quidditch team you play for. I'm well aware of that, Hermione, and I don't want any special treatment, Draco insisted. I'm not interested in you because of the cannons, I'm interested in you because you're beautiful and smart, and I want to get to know you better. I'd like to get to know you better as well, Hermione admitted. So how about we take things slowly and just see where we end up? Fine by me, Draco replied. But before we go down the slow route, you can at least give me another key. Chuckling lightly, Hermione reconnected her lips with Draco's. This time there was no hesitation in the key, instead it was fueled by their desire for one another, and yet again it left them breathless when they parted. How about a walk? Hermione suggested, knowing that if they stayed where they were she would be tempted to do something rash, like invite Draco back to her room. A walk sounds good, Draco agreed. And you can tell me just how you came to own half a Quidditch team. I have to admit, it's not something I ever would have pictured you doing with your life. Join the club, Hermione laughed as she got to her feet and picked up her book. Sliding her book into her bag, she followed Draco down the stone stairs and into the hotel gardens. Heading for the nearby trail, which circled the entire hotel grounds, the pair began their walk, and as they walked, Hermione told Draco all about her partnership with Harry and how it came about. They also spoke about their lives in general, and how different their lives had been, both before, during and after Hogwarts. Although even with the differences, they found they had a lot in common and they actually wanted the same things out of life. Basically they each wanted a job they loved, something they now both had, and someone to share their life with, something they were both still looking for. Although, how much longer they would be looking for someone to share their life with was another matter, as they very well could have found each other. The deal Hermione had struck with the Daily Prophet was that the Chudley Cannons would pay for half the publishing costs of the magazine. Initially the Prophet had wanted them to foot the entire bill, as publishing a free magazine in their paper wasn't something they usually did, but Hermione had persuaded them to go halves on the cost as more people would buy the paper just to get the magazine. Speculation around the cannons was rife in the wizarding world, and Hermione was betting that almost everyone would buy the Daily Prophet just to get an insight into the new-look team and what Harry and Hermione had done with it. However, despite her initial confidence, Hermione was a bag of nerves as she waited for the reporter and photographer to arrive. Both of them were staying in the hotel overnight, and as well as interviewing each player, along with Harry and Hermione and some of the coaching staff, they were also going to spend time with the team just to see what the overall feeling in the camp was like. Hermione was just hoping that none of the dramas with Ginny and Ron would flare up over the next 2 days. Apparently Ginny was still playing up in training and she and Harry had ended up having more words, while Ron was still BMO-ing the changes to the new uniform. As Hermione was mentally fretting over what could go wrong, 2 very familiar faces entered the hotel. One was a stunning Asian witch with long, gorgeous black hair and a friendly smile on her face. Behind her was a dirty-haired blonde wizard, with an expensive camera hanging around his neck and a mischievous grin on his face. Padma, Colin, Hermione gasped in surprise. Even though she'd known Padma Patil and Colin Creevey both worked for the Prophet, she'd never really expected either of them to be the ones to take charge of the magazine about the cannons. Padma wasn't a sports writer, and Hermione wasn't sure what her knowledge on Quidditch was like. "Hello, Hermione," Padma greeted, sharing a hug with her former classmate. "You're looking good." "You too, Padma," Hermione returned. "And you're also looking good, Colin," she added, turning to the photographer and giving him a hug as well. "Thanks," Colin beamed. "This place seems nice." "It is," Hermione replied. "Let me get you both checked in, then you can take some time to settle in and we can discuss how the next couple of days are going to go." "Let's guess, you've got it all sorted," Padma chuckled. "I have," Hermione admitted with a smile as the girl behind reception sorted the keys for Padma and Colin. "Harry's got the team working hard, so I've had to schedule you in around training." "That's fine," Padma replied with a nod. "Although, it would be nice to watch some training and get some candid shots of the team." "Don't worry, you'll see plenty of the team over the next few days," Hermione reassured the reporter. "I might have scheduled the one-on-one interviews, but the rest of the time is yours to do with as you want." "I have to admit, I'm looking forward to this," Colin said. "Everyone is dying to see what you and Harry are doing with the cannons." "Let's just hope it's all going to work out as we hope," Hermione replied as the pair from the Prophet grabbed their keys. Arranging to meet Padma and Colin in the bar in half an hour, Hermione hurried off to check everything was running on schedule. The new uniforms had arrived that morning, and after checking they fit everyone, Harry had taken the team off outside for a marathon fly. Although hopefully, the training session would soon be winding down for the morning and Harry would be available to help her keep Padma and Colin sweet. Fortunately, by the time Padma and Colin emerged from their rooms ready to get to work, Harry had handed the team over to Theo and he was sitting in the bar with Hermione. Once everyone had a drink, the foursome chose to sit outside, where the figures of the cannons in action could be seen in the distance. "If you don't mind, I'll be using a magical recording device for the next 2 days, Padma said, pointing to a flower brooch which was pinned to her jacket lapel. "It just helps me keep track of who said what so I don't misquote anyone. I can't abide those quick quotes quills, they just write a load of tosh." "Tell me about it," Harry muttered darkly. He could still remember the guff that came from the quick quotes quill Rita Skeeter had used when interviewing him back in his 4th year during the Triwizard Tournament. "Of course, if there's anything you want to say off the record, you'll have to let me know and I'll turn the recorder off," Padma said. "But as well as doing the interviews, I was hoping to write an editorial in the magazine about our days with the team and our overall impressions. We don't want the magazine to just come across as a fan magazine. After all, the profit can't be seen to support one particular team." "We understand that," Hermione said with a smile. "You just have to do what you think is best for the magazine, Padma. And as for saying anything off the record, I don't think we're going to be discussing anything we're not happy for the public to know. Since we're all here, why don't we start now?" Padma suggested. "Perhaps the two of you can explain how you bought the cannons, and what most people want to know, why. Why buy a failing team? Because no one was selling a successful one," Harry joked. Harry's answer caused everyone to laugh, but when the laughter stopped, Harry and Hermione turned serious and they spoke in length about what had driven them to buy the club, and what they hoped to achieve with the club. Harry spoke passionately about the team they were building, and the amazing players they had, while Hermione talked about the other aspects of the club. She talked about the new stadium they were building and the new look they had for the team. "A new mascot sounds interesting," Padma said when Hermione mentioned the changes they'd made to the cannon's look. "I do hope we can get some pictures of this new mascot and new strip. The players will all be modeling their new strips for you," Hermione supplied as she reached into her bag and pulled out one of the new cannon's stuffed phoenixes. "And this is our mascot," she announced as she placed the toy on the table. "We're having a bunch of new merchandise made up, and our Phoenix mascot will be available to buy at every game. It's adorable," Padma gushed as Colin snapped a few pictures of the stuffed toy. He even took a few pictures of both Harry and Hermione with their new mascot. "Is there a reason you've chosen a phoenix as your mascot?" "We think it represents what we're trying to do here," Harry answered. "Like a phoenix, we're rising from the ashes. We might be down, and we might look dead, but we're still fighting. We're not finished yet." For the next half hour, Padma asked more questions about what their hopes were for the future of the club. By the time the questions were drawing to a natural conclusion for the moment, it was time for lunch. Since the entire team would be there, Padma and Colin joined the cannons, where introductions were made. Throughout the meal, Colin snapped a few pictures while Padma turned off her recording device and she and Hermione spent the time catching up with how their lives were going and what they'd been up to since they'd last seen each other. After lunch, Hermione suggested that Padma and Colin might want to do their interviews and pictures in the gardens of the hotel. It really was too nice to be stuck indoors, plus the views would lend themselves to some stunning-looking pictures. "Can I stay for the interviews, or would you rather I left?" Hermione asked. Her intention had been to stick around as Padma and Colin did their thing, but she didn't want it to look like she was monitoring what her team said. "You can stay for me," Padma said as she settled down on a bench beside some rose bushes. "Although, if I feel as though the players aren't talking freely with you around, I might ask you to leave." "Okay," Hermione replied. "I'll try and stay out of your hair. I just want to be on hand in case anyone needs me." Fortunately, they didn't need to worry about the players not talking freely where Hermione was. The first couple of players to be interviewed were Angelina and Alicia, and they had no problems with Hermione sitting nearby listening to what was going on. They also had no problems with making it clear that the reason they switched clubs was all down to Harry and Hermione personally. They wanted the chance to play for people they liked and trusted, and they made it obvious that any success the team had would entirely be down to the new owners and the effort they'd put into turning a failing club around. Even the players Hermione hadn't had a personal friendship with had no problems with her being present, and several of them brought Hermione into the conversation and laughed and joked with her. Over the course of the last week, Hermione had found that the team Harry had built was made up of genuinely nice witches and wizards, and already there was a genuine sense of camaraderie around the team and the management. It wasn't until the last interview of the day, which was Ginny's, that Hermione felt as though she wasn't really welcome. Even though Ginny didn't say anything to her, and what she said to Padma was all positive and glowing, Hermione just got a sense that the younger witch wasn't impressed to have her hovering around. Then again, Hermione was pleased she was around, as she wasn't sure what Ginny might have said if she'd been alone with Padma. "So we've done about half the squad, is that right?" Padma checked with Hermione while Colin was taking a few pictures of Ginny in her new Cannons uniform. "That's right, and we should get the other half done in the morning," Hermione replied. "Then in the afternoon you can watch training and we can have a group photo shoot." "Sounds good to me," Padma replied with a smile. "And some gossip tonight would be good. I'm looking forward to spending a bit more free time with your team." "They're a fun group," Hermione returned. Hopefully Padma and Colin would have a great time, and the pieces Padma was going to add to the magazine would turn out to be positive articles. Much to Hermione's relief, the evening was a huge success, and the team made Padma and Colin very welcome. Breakfast the next morning was no different, and when they settled back outside to carry on with the individual interviews, Padma was in a great mood. Hermione was also in a great mood, until the first of the players turned up, and she was faced with her scowling best friend. Hermione's hopes that Ron would be professional like his sister seemed unfounded as he sat down next to Padma, pulling at the neck of his new Quidditch jersey uncomfortably. "Relax, Ron, it's just a quick chat," Padma chuckled. "I just want to ask you about the Cannons, and what it's like now your two best friends are in charge." "Very different," Ron said diplomatically. "In a good way or a bad way?" Padma asked, leaning forward as she sensed some friction with Ron. So far there seemed to be a good energy around the squad, but Ron was the first person that she got the feeling was far from happy with the new regime. "Just different," Ron replied with a shrug. "We never had training camps before. A lot of people seem to be enjoying it," Padma said. "Does it not help with the bonding of a new team?" "I guess so," Ron answered moodily. "But you don't need to be friends with someone to play alongside them." "But surely it helps if you get along?" Padma questioned. Even though she wasn't a Quidditch reporter, she'd often heard it said that the best teams had a genuine bond between their players. "Maybe," Ron shrugged in an uncommitted way. "How are you finding it working for your best friends? Is it tricky?" Padma asked. "No, Harry and Hermione are great," Ron replied, looking up and giving Hermione a small smile. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the interview was going to turn around, but sadly Padma mentioned the new uniforms and Ron's face set itself into an even deeper scowl. Even though he refused to say he disliked the new uniforms and logos, he did admit to being a long-term supporter of the team and finding it hard to cope with the changes. By the time Ron left, after getting a few pictures taken, Hermione felt as though her entire plans for a positive magazine to introduce the fans to the new look Cannons were sunk. Thankfully, the next person to appear for their interview was Blaise, and he spent nearly half an hour flirting outrageously with Padma, gushing about Hermione, Harry and the Cannons in general and posing for pictures with a beaming smile. By the end of his interview, Hermione couldn't help but have a smile on her face. Ron's bad attitude may have been obvious for Padma, but just as equally, Blaise's joy and enthusiasm had been on display, and after talking to him, it was impossible not to feel happy. After Blaise, the rest of the morning flew by with everyone being positive, until finally it was time for the last interview of the morning, which had fallen to Draco. When Draco arrived, Hermione was careful not to react any differently towards him, as she didn't want Padma to get a whiff of their burgeoning romance. Not that 2KS could be counted as romance just yet, but Hermione was sure there was more on the horizon for the couple. But right now, the Cannons and making a good impression with Padma came first. Luckily Draco was on the same page as Hermione, and aside from a quick smile aimed in her direction, he settled down to talk to Padma while Colin grabbed some candid shots. "Why come to a team at the bottom of the league when you were with the champions?" Padma asked. Surely it meant a drop in pay and prestige. Money isn't an issue for me, Draco answered with a slightly embarrassed shrug. When he was younger he wasn't above bragging about his wealth, but these days he could see how crass it was and he rarely mentioned the fact he was the wealthiest wizard under 25 in the country. And I'm not interested in the prestige either. I'm here for the challenge. I want to help build the team into something great. I want to be part of Quidditch history. And do you think the Cannons will make history? I do, Draco answered with a firm nod of his head. I think Harry and Hermione are very driven, and they've put a lot of faith in the team they've chosen. We all want to repay that faith and prove to them that the trust they put in us hasn't been wasted. And what about this unique contract you've got? Padma questioned. Can you really play Chaser and Seeker? Not in the same game, Draco joked. But seriously, I'm delighted by the chance Harry and Hermione have given me by allowing me to fulfill my desire to play Chaser. Of course, I'll still be playing Seeker in some matches and I'm looking forward to the Twin Challenge. What is it like playing Chaser? Padma asked. As a Seeker you're on your own, but as Chaser you've got to play with two other people in the same role. Is it hard to make the adjustment? Not at all, I'm enjoying the experience, Draco answered. We've got some brilliant Chasers with the Cannons, and I'm really enjoying having the opportunity to play with them and learn from them. A few questions later, Draco's interview was finished and Colin took a few more pictures of the blonde. As he left, Hermione shot him a grateful smile, and as she accompanied Padma and Colin back into the hotel, she decided the interviews had gone well on the whole. She was still annoyed with Ron, and just had to hope he didn't let his attitude spill over any more while Padma and Colin were still in residence. Fortunately, Ron didn't get much of a chance to throw any more spanners in the works as over lunch, Padma was sitting across the room from him and all afternoon he was too busy with practice to cause any trouble. As for Padma and Colin, they spent the afternoon with the team as they practiced, with Colin getting some action shots of the new-look cannons. The team then gathered for their first official team picture, which Padma promised Hermione would be the front cover of the magazine. Before they left, Padma promised Hermione an advanced copy of the magazine, and as she and Colin headed back to London, Hermione was left to hope that the Cannons had provided a positive outlook for Padma to write about. After all, it would be a total shot in the foot if after all the hard work Hermione had done to seal a magazine deal, it ended up being a flop and the Cannons were once again the laughing stock of the Quidditch League. Following Padma and Colin's visit, the training camp for the Cannons got back to the business of Quidditch. Harry worked the squad as hard as he could, and with a couple of days of the camp to go, he split the squad into 4 teams with the intention of having a couple of matches, and then a final. Despite having kept away from the training sessions as much as possible, Hermione was present for the end-of-camp matches. In fact, Harry had arranged for everyone involved with the Cannons who was at the training camp to watch the matches. The players who weren't playing in the first game settled down to watch the first match, and then the players from the first match would watch the second match. The matches were the first opportunity for Hermione to really see the new-look Cannons in action, and despite not being a Quidditch fan, she totally got into the matches. Ron was playing in the first match, and even though things were still tense between them, Hermione was willing her best friend to do well. She was hoping that if Ron got his game together, tension between them would ease and he would finally fully accept that the Chudley Cannons were now Harry and Hermione's team and they could do what they wanted with the club. Luckily, Ron had a pretty good game and Hermione hoped it was the start of a new future for her best friend. Sadly, Ron's performance wasn't enough for the team he was on to win as the opposition Seeker caught the snitch and ended the game. Tough luck, Ron, Hermione offered to her friend as the teams changed places and the players who had been playing settled down to watch their colleagues who had been watching them. You played really well. And still lost, Ron mumbled bitterly as he slouched down to watch the action from the second match. It wasn't your fault, Hermione said gently. I know that, Ron snapped. I was stuck playing with all the losers. Shaking her head at Ron's attitude, Hermione wandered off to watch the action of the second game from elsewhere. It looked like Ron's attitude still wasn't going to be improving anytime soon. It also looked like he still felt as though he was entitled to special treatment because of his friendship with Harry and Hermione, or at the very least he felt he could say things that he wouldn't say if anyone else was in charge. After all, would he have been bitching about his teammates to the previous owner of the Cannons? Somehow, Hermione doubted it. Is everything okay? Harry asked Hermione as she settled down next to him. Just Ron and his attitude, Hermione answered quietly. We'll talk about it later. For now let's focus on this match. The second match featured the team Harry had earmarked to play in the first game of the season, not that any of the squad knew how Harry had sorted the team. On the team Harry was currently thinking about playing for the first game of the season were Angelina, Alicia, Blaise and Draco. Despite doing dual training for the last couple of weeks, Draco was still playing Seeker, but Harry had told Hermione that he wanted to wait a few games before playing Draco in his new position. Like the first match, Hermione got right into the second game and she was thrilled when Draco caught the snitch and won the game for his team. After a short break, the two winning teams went head-to-head in the final match of the training camp. The third match was longer and more fiercely fought than the previous two games, but finally as the afternoon was turning into early evening, Draco once again caught the snitch and his team were crowned champions. Well done everyone, Harry called. I think we've had a great training camp, and I think we're in good shape for the coming season. But now, I think you all deserve a treat. Please say you've laid on dancing girls, Blaise called with a smirk. Sorry Blaise, no dancing girls, Harry chuckled. But we are going to have a bit of a party in the main ballroom at 7. And the alcohol ban has been lifted, Theo added. But just remember not to go mad. Just because you can drink, doesn't mean you have to get steaming drunk. Fortunately, the squad didn't take the allowance of alcohol as an opportunity to go wild. The end of training camp party was a huge success, and even Ron's mood brightened and he seemed to enjoy himself. As for Hermione, she had a good evening and she even managed a sneaky key with Draco before they said goodnight and headed back to their respective rooms for their final night at the hotel. The end of training camp meant it was back to business for Harry and Hermione. While the squad had been given a week off before training started, Harry and Hermione were back in the office. While Hermione was catching up on things in the office that she hadn't been able to deal with while she was at the training camp, Harry held a debriefing with Theo and the other coaches in the changing rooms. They started with discussing every player and their abilities, before thinking about teams as a whole. By the time they were finished their debriefing, and knew where they would be taking training sessions, Harry realized he was close to running late for dinner. Despite it being the first day back, he was expected to dine with the Weasleys and Ginny had already poked her head into the training ground to remind him. As he got ready to leave, Harry noticed the light still on in the office and when he headed into the office, he found Hermione still beavering away at her desk. Don't you have a home to go to? Harry asked with a chuckle. Don't you? Hermione retorted. I'm off to dinner at the Burrow, Harry answered. Do you want to come? No, I'll just grab something at home, Hermione replied. Besides, it's maybe not the wisest idea for me to be around Ron and Ginny. Ron's still being iffy with me, and given the way the pair of them have behaved over the last couple of days, I'm not sure I trust myself not to say something about their behavior. Tell me about it, Harry said, slumping down into his chair. I don't want to bring things up in front of the others, but it's going to be hard if they ask about the training camp. Why do they have to cause so much trouble? Hermione sighed. I mean, is it really that hard to get along with people and accept that the running of the club has nothing to do with them? Not for normal people, but we're talking about Ron and Ginny here, Harry pointed out. Don't get me wrong, I love them both, but they're both hard work at times. I think we might have made a mistake with signing Ginny and keeping Ron on the books. Maybe it would have been better to keep our business and personal lives separate. Yeah, maybe it's not good to mix business with pleasure, Hermione muttered thoughtfully, her mind turning to a certain platinum blonde and the complications that could await them. I'm just talking about Ron and Ginny, and how difficult they can be, Harry said, scrutinizing Hermione. But something tells me you're not talking about Ron and Ginny. Come on, spill it Hermione, what's on your mind? Draco. Draco. Harry repeated with a slight smirk. I wasn't aware you were mixing business and pleasure with Draco. We key-ed during the training camp, Hermione confided. Nice, Harry said with a low whistle. It was, Hermione replied. But what if it's a mistake? Given what's going on with Ron and Ginny, I have too. Wonder if it's the best thing to get involved with one of the players. Firstly, Draco isn't like Ron and Ginny, Harry said. I know, Hermione replied. But it's still a complicated situation. What will people say when they find out about us? I don't want people thinking he's only with me to get a place on the squad. As if he needs to bed the boss to get a place on the team, Harry snorted. And if he did have to sleep his way onto the team, you wouldn't be the one to sleep with. I get it, you're after him yourself, Hermione laughed. He's not really my type, Harry retorted with a grin. But, you don't think that's why he's with you, do you? Of course not, Hermione replied with a shake of her head. As you said, he doesn't need to sleep with me to get a place on the team. So then you ignore what ignorant people might say, and live your life, Harry told his partner. If you like Draco, go for it. You don't think it will be complicated? Hermione asked. It'll only be as complicated as you let it, Harry replied. But when you think about it, the fact you own half the club he plays for shouldn't really matter. You'll not have a lot to do with the day-to-day running of the club, so you could possibly go months without having to deal with each other in a professional capacity. You're right, Hermione said with another nod. Of course I am, Harry said as he got to his feet. You have fun with Draco. Now are you sure you don't want to come with me tonight? No, Hermione answered as she also got to her feet. I've got a date to organize. That's my girl, Harry said with a grin. Giving Hermione a quick hug, Harry left the office and headed home to get ready for dinner. Fortunately, dinner at the Burrow wasn't anything fancy, so all Harry had to do was quickly change his clothes and flow to the childhood home of his girlfriend. When Harry arrived at the Burrow, he found both Ron and Ginny had already arrived and they were settled at the kitchen table, chatting to Molly, who was finishing off making dinner. "Ah, Harry," Molly called, smiling over at the wizard who would hopefully one day become her son-in-law. "I bet you're glad to be back." "It is nice to be home," Harry admitted. "I'd imagine it is, especially with the couple of weeks you've just endured," Molly said sympathetically. "I don't understand," Harry frowned. "The training camp was a huge success." "Really?" Molly shot her son and daughter a perplexed look. "I was under the impression the entire thing was a disaster." "We didn't say disaster," Ginny said quickly. "Then what did you say?" Harry demanded. "We just pointed out there was a few teething problems," Ron said with a shrug. "Like the disaster with the new logos and uniforms." "What disaster?" Harry asked. "You have to admit, they're a bit garish," Molly said. Ron had brought his training shirts over to be washed, so she'd seen the new uniforms. "They're lovely compared to the horrid ones of previous years," Harry replied with a snort. "And aside from Ron, they went down well. Everyone loves the new uniform and logo." "That's what they say to your face," Ron snorted. "It's a different story when you're not around." "Really?" Harry raised a skeptical eyebrow at his friend, convinced that Ron was lying to him. "I guess I'll just have to ask around. I'm sure Angelina and Alicia will tell me what people really think of the new uniforms." "Let's not argue over a horrid uniform," Molly urged. "Yes, let's just move on and forget about the camp," Ginny agreed. "Of course we can, sweetheart," Molly said soothingly. "You don't want to be reminded of everything you've been through." "Again, I'm missing something," Harry said with a frown. "Just what has Ginny been through?" "All the fuss the Malfoy boy made about playing with her," Molly supplied. "I just think it's terrible of him trying to get Ginny in trouble." "And just how did Draco try and get you into trouble?" Harry sharply asked his girlfriend. "It doesn't matter," Ginny muttered, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. "Ginny," Harry pressed, eager to hear how his girlfriend had twisted events of the training camp. However, before he got an answer, the back door opened and the twins walked into the kitchen, with Alicia and Angelina. Ginny used the opportunity to mutter an excuse about needing the bathroom and hurry from the room. Harry watched her go with a shake of his head, before he turned to Alicia and Angelina. "How did you guys enjoy the training camp?" Harry asked. "We loved it," Angelina gushed. "Yeah, when's the next one?" Alicia asked. "You enjoyed it," Molly repeated with a puzzled frown. "It wasn't awful. Full of fighting and backstabbing." "Hell no, it was amazing," Angelina replied. "We all had a great time. And we've got a great squad of players," Alicia said, deciding not to mention the only person who wasn't fun to play with was Ginny herself. "And the Malfoy boy, what he was like?" Molly questioned. "Draco was great," Alicia answered. "He's a good chaser, and he's a good laugh." "Yeah, both him and Blaze are fun," Angelina added with a grin. Harry smirked slightly as Alicia and Angelina blew Ron and Ginny's complaints out of the water. Ron and Ginny may have come back from the training camp in a bad mood, but not everyone had. The majority of people had enjoyed the camp, and Harry was already considering it for something they could do on a regular basis. He rather liked the idea of having a training camp every year, and he made a mental note to talk about it with Hermione the following day. He definitely saw a future in yearly training camps, and if Ron and Ginny didn't like it, then it was tough. He was the boss and in his opinion it would only help strengthen the team and aid them in their attempts to become Quidditch champions. 3 weeks after the Cannons training camp, and a week before the free magazine was due to be published in the Daily Prophet, Hermione received a preview copy of the magazine. Eager to see what Padma and Colin had created, Hermione settled down at her desk to read the magazine from cover to cover. The cover of the magazine featured one of the group pictures Colin had taken of the squad, and Hermione was pleased with how the team looked. She thought the new uniforms helped distinguish that a new era was beginning at the Chudley Cannons. Opening the magazine, Hermione found Padma had wrote an article about the 2 days she'd spent at the training camp, as well as rehashing the club's history and Hermione and Harry's recent purchase of the club. Hermione found Padma's article was deeply honest as it set out just what an uphill task she and Harry had in front of them if they wanted to turn the Cannons around. However, it wasn't all doom and gloom and Padma was rather gushing about the hard work Hermione and Harry had already put into the team, and how there was a good atmosphere surrounding the Cannons. After Padma's editorial came the interview with Harry and Hermione. The interview was spread over 4 pages, and Hermione thought both her and Harry came across very well. Harry was obviously passionate about getting the team back on track, while Hermione felt as though she'd outlined her vision of the future very concisely. She was also pleased to find Padma had included the new logo and uniforms and mentioned how it was a step forward for the Cannons as they stepped out of the past and entered their new era. Then came the player profiles, which dominated the bulk of the magazine. Padma had clearly put a lot of thought into which players were going to be making waves for the Cannons, and given them more space. Each player got a picture and a stat box, outlining their career to date, as well as part of the interview they'd done with Padma, but they were all different-sized spreads. Some players, like Ron and Ginny, only got half a page, while others, like Angelina and Alicia, got a whole page each, and then there were the handful of players that got a double-page spread. Hermione wasn't surprised to find that Draco and Blaise both had double-page spreads as they were undoubtedly the stars of the new team. After reading through the player profiles, and predicting that Ron and Ginny would be unhappy with the amount of exposure they'd received, Hermione turned to the final few pages of the magazine. Padma had included a few pictures of the land where the stadium was going to be built, and she'd written a small article about the potential future of the club if everything went according to plan. She'd also included a bit about the new merchandising Hermione was launching in a few weeks' time, and to wrap things off a fixture list for the upcoming Quidditch season had been printed on the back of the magazine. Thrilled with the overall result of the magazine, Hermione was just finishing with it when Harry strolled into the office. "I thought you were at training," she said. "Theo's got everything under control," Harry replied. "What have you got there?" "The magazine," Hermione answered, passing it to her partner. "Is it any good?" Harry asked nervously as he examined the cover. "I think it's amazing," Hermione replied. "Padma hasn't sugar-coated the task we've got ahead of us, but she's also pretty positive about the future. And there's nothing negative from certain people." Harry checked. He knew just how frosty Ron's interview with Padma had been and he had to admit he'd been nervous about how it would transfer into the magazine. "No, Padma's done a great job with the editing," Hermione replied. "Ron's part is only small, but the few questions in the magazine make him come across as fairly supportive." "You're right about the small part," Harry said with a slight wince as she found the half-page dedicated to his best friend. "He won't like this." "No, I don't suppose he will," Hermione agreed. "But we haven't put the magazine together, that was all down to Padma." "Bloody hell, Ginny's only a half-page as well," Harry said as he carried flicking through the magazine. "Let's be honest, neither Ron nor Ginny are big stars, so they can't honestly have expected much more coverage than what they've got," Hermione said. "You know as well as I do that neither of them think like that," Harry said. "Especially when Draco and Blaise have double spreads," he added, coming across the profiles of his 2 biggest players. "As I said, we didn't put this together," Hermione replied with a shrug. "We had no control over the content. But if we did, you would have done something similar, wouldn't you? Harry questioned with a smile. I would, Hermione admitted with a nod. If we want to attract new fans, we have to push our star players. And whether Ginny or Ron like it or not, they are not our star players. Blaise and Draco are our star players, and we need to get them at the forefront of any media campaign we're going to wage. I completely agree, Harry said with a nod as he finished looking at the magazine and put it back on Hermione's desk. And I think the magazine is great. Me too, Hermione agreed with a smile. And speaking of stars, how are things going with you and Draco? Harry asked, perching on his partner's desk. Things are going good, Hermione replied with a smile as she leaned forward and pushed Harry off her neat desk. Since returning from the training camp, Hermione and Draco had been seeing each other on a fairly regular basis. Since things were still so new between them, and they knew their romance would hit the papers, they'd been keeping things low-key. Hermione had cooked for Draco at her flat a couple of times, she'd been to his penthouse a few times, and the couple of times they had ventured out, they'd made sure to either visit small out-of-the-way restaurants where no one knew them and where they wouldn't run into any press, or places where Draco had some influence and they could have some privacy. Still not ready to go public, though? Harry asked. Not yet, Hermione answered. Just don't let what we talked about last time affect any decision you make, Harry advised as he prepared to head back out to the training ground. As long as you two are happy, that's all that matters. Sod anyone else. Don't worry Harry, I wouldn't let anyone stand in the way of my happiness, Hermione reassured her friend. Good, but just make sure you don't totally wear my best player out, Harry said with a grin as he headed for the door. Just remember Theo's no say before a match rule, just because you're the boss doesn't mean you get to flout the rules. Get lost, Harry, Hermione chuckled, throwing a quill at her best friend as he darted back out of the office, laughing merrily. Before leaving her flat, Hermione double-checked her appearance. She was off round to Draco's for the evening and she wanted to look her best. Dressed in a flattering cream skirt and light purple scoop neck top, with just a small smattering of makeup and no jewelry, Hermione was satisfied with her appearance. Her long brunette hair had been pulled into a loose ponytail, and she'd left a few tendrils framing her face. The overall effect was casual without looking as though she couldn't be bothered. Slipping on a pair of gold ballet flats, Hermione picked up her bag and apparated to Draco's. After her first visit, he'd ensured that when she apparated to his penthouse that she always landed in the hallways outside instead of having to travel through the entire building. As such Hermione landed practically outside of the door, and when she knocked, Draco opened the door within seconds. Like Hermione, Draco had dressed casually for their date. He was in a pair of dark trousers and was wearing a light blue shirt. Since they weren't going out, he hadn't bothered with shoes and was barefoot. You look great, he greeted, giving his girlfriend a peck on the cheek. Thanks, Hermione replied. Entering the flat she dropped her bag in the hallway and slipped out of her shoes. In her bare feet she followed Draco down to the kitchen, which was located at the back of the penthouse. Even though the kitchen wasn't fitted out in the same plush carpet as the rest of the flat, it still wasn't cold on her feet as there was underground heating. You're cooking, Hermione exclaimed with surprise as no sooner had they entered the kitchen than Draco began to stir a pot of sauce. Did I not mention I could cook? Draco asked, looking back over his shoulder with a devilish grin. No, you failed to mention cooking was one of your talents, Hermione replied. Well, I do have a fair few, he replied, giving her a meaningful look. I can't wait to experience all your talents, Hermione responded flirtatiously. So far the couple hadn't slept together, but they had messed about a bit and they both knew it was only a matter of time before they took the next step. I can guarantee you won't be disappointed, Draco promised. Let's hope not, Hermione said as she stepped forward to watch Draco at work. So what are you cooking? Ravioli with cheese and bacon sauce, Draco replied. And before you ask, I made the ravioli and sauce from scratch. Impressive, Hermione remarked. She was a pretty competent cook herself, but she'd never made her own ravioli. And for dessert, I cheated and bought some fresh strawberries and I've got some cream in the fridge, Draco continued. Nice, Hermione said, leaning against the bench and watching as Draco kept the sauce from boiling over. There's some wine in the fridge if you want a glass, Draco said. Thanks, Hermione said as she headed over to grab herself a glass of wine. Do you want one? Yeah, you know where the glasses are, Draco replied, briefly leaving his sauce and checking on the ravioli. 5 minutes later the pair were sitting at the kitchen table, a gorgeous-looking plate of ravioli in a cheese and bacon sauce and garlic bread in front of them. Hermione was thrilled to find the food tasted as good as it looked. Why haven't you cooked for me before? This is delicious, Hermione said as she savored every mouthful of the pasta. I didn't want to impress you too early, I might never have got rid of you, Draco joked. You're right about that, if I'd know you could cook like this, I would have been here for dinner every night, Hermione laughed. After dinner, Draco poured them a second glass of wine and they took their strawberries and cream into the living room. Despite it not being cold enough to warrant a fire, Draco still lit one for the romantic effect and the pair settled down on the long-haired rug in front of the roaring fire. How's training? Hermione asked as she settled herself against Draco. Good, Draco answered. But doesn't Harry fill you in on things? Not unless there's any dramas or emergencies, Hermione replied. I leave the running of the team to him. I've got enough to deal with without having to worry about how the players are coping. You don't need to worry about me, I'm loving it, Draco reassured her. No regrets about joining us? Hermione asked as she picked up a strawberry and dipped it in the bowl of freshly whipped cream. Definitely not, Draco answered, swooping down and biting into the strawberry Hermione had in her hand. Hey, that was mine, Hermione protested with a pout. Laughing, Draco picked up a fresh strawberry and dipping it in cream, he fed it to Hermione. The act resulted in Hermione's tongue brushing against Draco's fingertips and the contact instantly sparked a change in the atmosphere. Suddenly the light bantering and flirting they'd been indulging in stopped, and the air was charged with sayul tension. Staring into each other's eyes the couple sat for what seemed like an eternity, before Draco leaned forward and pressed his lips against Hermione's. Hermione instantly responded to the key, and as well as each other they could both taste the wine and strawberries they'd been consuming. Pressing closer to Draco, Hermione wound her hands around his neck, letting her fingers run through the ends of Draco's soft hair. Draco's hands had also traveled up to Hermione's hair, and with a tug he pulled out her ponytail, letting her curls out. I think it's time for me to discover some of your other talents, Hermione whispered when they finally broke for air. Shall we go to the bedroom? Not yet, Draco replied, bringing his lips back to Hermione's. I want to make love to you right here. Hermione shivered at Draco's words, but she had no objections as they slowly undressed each other. Despite the passion they felt for each other, there was no frantic tearing of clothes. Each piece was removed with care as they explored every piece of flesh they uncovered. By the time they were both BPD, they were each desperate for each other, but still they took things slowly and relished every moment. There would be plenty of time to let their passions explode, but in front of the flickering fire on the fur rug, Hermione and Draco made love for the first time slow and steady, savoring every delicious moment together. Ron groggily opened his eyes, groaning slightly when he realized he wasn't alone. Lying flat out beside him was a BPD witch, a witch whose name Ron couldn't remember. The previous evening Ron had gone out for a few drinks with some of his teammates, but after a couple of drinks they'd left, despite the fact the Cannons had the entire weekend free. Ron hadn't been in the mood to just go home, so he'd carried on his partying and somewhere along the line he'd clearly picked up his companion. Ron just couldn't really remember how they'd hooked up, or what her name was. Nameless one-night stands weren't a new experience for Ron as he'd had more than his fair share of random says since leaving school. Back in school Ron had never been that successful with girls, his on and off romance with Lavender Brown in 6th and 7th year being his only notable achievement. However, he'd quickly learnt that as a professional Quidditch player, even a one who was stuck playing for the reserves, that a certain type of women were always more than eager to please. Quidditch groupies as they were known, hung around pubs and clubs where they knew the Quidditch players tended to socialize, and they made it their business to go home with one of the players. Ron had enjoyed many a fun night with the Quidditch groupies, and even though he couldn't quite remember the previous night, he expected it had been good. As Ron was lying, trying to remember the previous night and what the witch in his bed was called, his companion began to stir. Before Ron even had a chance of getting out of bed to avoid her, she turned her head to him and greeted him with a wide smile. Hey, she purred, stretching and causing her bare beaks to pop out over the top of the bed covers. Hey, Ron replied, his eyes glued to her beaks. Do you have plans for the day? The witch asked with a small smile. I do actually, Ron answered regretfully. I'm due at my parents' house for lunch. Never mind, we'll just have to make the most of our morning, the witch answered with a grin as she suddenly vanished under the covers. Glancing over at the clock, Ron realized he was already running late if he wanted to make it to the burrow before his family sat down to eat. However, any protests died on his lips as his nameless lover wrapped her mouth around his rapidly forming beak. Sod lunch, he growled, pushing the covers back to watch the witch at work. An hour later, after some amazing say, Ron said goodbye to his lover, whose name he'd learnt was Sophie, and hopped in the shower. He now knew the only way he would make it to the burrow in time for lunch was to dress and leave immediately, but he knew his mother would not appreciate him turning up smelling like alcohol and say. One shower later, Ron got dressed, and since he was already late, he decided to grab a drink and check out the morning papers. He knew Molly would have saved him some lunch and it was easily warmed up so he could eat when he got to the burrow. Settling down at the kitchen table with the paper, Ron spotted an advert in the corner advertising the free Cannons magazine. Deciding to leave the paper and check out the magazine, Ron pulled the glossy magazine from the center of the paper. The front cover featured one of the group pictures Colin had taken of the Cannons squad in their new look uniform. Ron winced at the picture, thinking how unlike the Chudley Cannons they looked. Hermione might have been trying to start a fresh with the team, but in Ron's opinion all she'd done was alienate them from their old fans. She might as well have just changed the club's name, although maybe she would have if she thought she would get away with it. Not expecting much, Ron flicked open the magazine. Scanning Padma's opening editorial, he quickly realized the magazine was a fluff piece. Even though Padma had pointed out the Cannons' troubles and had tried to make it sound as though Harry and Hermione had a tough road ahead of them, the entire tone of the article was way too gushing for Ron's liking. Anyone reading it would easily be able to see that Hermione had merely paid for the free publicity. Further proof that the magazine was just a glowing advert for the team came when Ron spotted the part about the new uniforms and logos. Instead of calling Hermione out on changing them, Padma had praised her for reinventing the Cannons' look. According to Padma, the changes marked a fresh start in the Cannons' history, but to Ron the changes stunk of Hermione just trying to erase the past. It was as though she was embarrassed of the club she'd bought, and was doing everything in her power to change everything about the club. Ron couldn't imagine that the long-term supports would be happy with the changes, and he suspected Hermione was going to get a rude awakening once the new season started. Flicking past the interview with Harry and Hermione, even though they were his best friends, he had no desire to read about them bragging about their plans for the club. Ron reached the player profiles. The first couple of profiles took up a page each and Ron had to admit the setup of the page was good. Along with a couple of photos, there was a fact box introducing the player and touching on their record as a player, before the rest of the page was taken up with highlights of the interview Padma had conducted with them. Eager to find his own page, Ron flicked onwards and came to an abrupt halt when he found that he only had half a page dedicated to him. When he scanned the questions, he found Padma had made it sound as though he was enthused to be part of the new Cannons. Ron knew he hadn't said anything negative. He hadn't wanted to when Hermione had been sitting nearby, but he did know that his attitude was anything but positive. However, to read the interview, it sounded as though he was totally on board with Harry and Hermione's plans to revamp the Cannons. Disgusted by the lack of space he'd been given in the magazine, Ron continued to flick through it and he was equally appalled to find Ginny was also just half a page. Ron thought it was an awful way for Harry and Hermione to treat him and Ginny, and he vowed there and then that he would have it out with them. Although as he continued to flick through the magazine his temper got even worse when he found both Blaise and Draco had a double-page spread. Bastards, Ron spat, hurling the magazine across the room. Jumping to his feet, Ron picked the magazine back up, strode into the front room and grabbing some flow powder he headed to his childhood home. When he arrived, he found dinner was just ending and Molly was gathering up the dessert bowls. Aside from his parents, Harry and Ginny were at lunch along with the twins and their respective girlfriends. "There you are," Molly gushed with a smile. "I've saved you some lunch and some dessert." "Thanks, Mum," Ron replied, before turning his attention to Harry and flinging the magazine at him. "What the hell is this?" "You know what it is, Ron," Harry said evenly as he placed the magazine on the table. He'd already had words with Ginny about the magazine, and he suspected that Ron's problems were the same as his sister's, namely he wasn't featured prominently enough. "How could you do this to us, Harry?" Ron demanded. "I'm your best friend and Ginny is your girlfriend, yet you sold us down the river." "No one was sold down the river," Harry argued. "Half a measly page," Ron yelled. "We get half a page and Malfoy and Zabini get double spreads. How is that fair?" "I'm sorry you're upset, Ron, but it has nothing to do with us," Harry insisted. "Hermione brokered the deal with the Prophet, but they wouldn't give us copyright approval. They edited and put together the magazine as they saw fit." "Bullshit," Ron spat. "Ronald," Molly scolded, unimpressed with the language of her youngest son. "You can't expect us to believe that you gave away all rights to what the magazine would look like," Ron continued after quickly apologizing to his mother. "You're not that stupid, or should I say Hermione isn't. You might not have had anything to do with this, but she did." "Hermione didn't see the magazine until it was finished," Harry said as he got to his feet and approached Ron. "Of course Hermione knew," Ginny interjected from behind her boyfriend. "Ron's right, she wouldn't give up control of something so vital. She wouldn't have taken the risk that the magazine wasn't a hatchet job." "Precisely," Ron agreed, nodding in his sister's direction. "Thanks, Gin. The pair of you need to get over it," Harry said sharply. "The magazine was put together by the Prophet, and we had no control of how that was done. So what if you only got half a page? Buckle down and get yourselves into the first team, and then if something like this happens again, you're in a position to warrant more coverage." "So basically you're saying it's our fault for being crap?" Ron questioned challengingly. "No, I'm just pointing out that the Prophet merely highlighted our star players," Harry argued. "Like it or not, Ron, your name or Ginny's name is not going to draw the crowds, not yet anyway. Right now Blaise and Draco are our big stars, and we'd be mad not to use that to help relaunch the cannons. Either you get behind that, or we're going to have some problems." "Is that a threat?" Ron asked, taking a step away from Harry. "No, it's a promise," Harry returned, before he thanked Molly for lunch and beat a hasty retreat, leaving Ginny behind. Ron opened his mouth to continue arguing after Harry had left, but his mother distracted him by offering to warm his lunch up for him. As Ron sat down to eat, the twins and their girlfriends left the kitchen table and headed outside. As he ate, Ron watched his family through the window, but it couldn't take away the anger he felt. By the time he finished dessert, he was ready to confront Hermione, and claiming he was going home for a quiet afternoon, he left the burrow and headed to Hermione's flat. It was time to speak to his best friend and find out what she was playing at with the magazine. The sound of someone knocking on Hermione's front door filtered through to the bedroom and disturbed Hermione, who was in the throes of passion with Draco. The previous day the pair had ventured into the Muggle world and Hermione had taken Draco to her favorite museum, before they'd returned to her flat and spent the time since talking and making love. Hermione wasn't exactly inexperienced and she'd had other good lovers, and some good say in her time, but she'd never before been with someone she felt as though she couldn't get enough of. However, with Draco she felt as though she would never tire of him, whether it was the hot say they were indulging in or just the hours they could spend talking about everything and nothing. "Bugger," Hermione swore as the knocking continued. "Ignore it," Draco panted, his focus on Hermione's bare beeps. Hermione nodded, planning on doing just that as she pulled Draco's head back up to hers and connected their lips. Even though the knocking continued, Hermione resolutely drowned it out as Draco proceeded to whisper naughty things in her ear as their bodies moved together in perfect sync. Feeling the pleasure build, Hermione forgot all about whoever was as the door as she lost herself in Draco and the pair fell over the edge together. "I don't think I'll ever get enough of that," Draco panted as they collapsed back onto the bed in a tangle of hot, sweaty limbs. Hermione murmured in agreement, nuzzling into Draco's neck as her fingers absent-mindedly ran down his back. Hermione's contentment was short-lived as with another loud banging, whoever was knocking at the door started again. "I thought they'd gone," Draco groaned, rolling off Hermione. "It doesn't sound like they're going anywhere," Hermione sighed as she got off the bed. Reaching for her silk dressing gown, Hermione wrapped it around herself and stalked out of the bedroom. Unless it was urgent, whoever was at the door was going to get a piece of her mind. It was Sunday, and she couldn't think of any reason barring an emergency why someone would practically knock her door down. Muttering to herself about being disturbed, Hermione opened the door and was nearly knocked over by Ron barreling into the flat. About sodding time, Ron grumbled as he headed directly into the front room. What the hell are you doing, Ron? Hermione demanded, pulling her robe tighter as she was suddenly aware that she was BPD underneath the thin material. I should be the one asking you that, Ron spat. Where do you get off screwing Ginny and I over like that? Excuse me. Hermione frowned, her say-addled brain not understanding what Ron was getting at. That sodding magazine, Ron yelled. Half a page we get, half a poxy page. You've barged into my flat to talk about the magazine in the Prophet. Hermione asked in bewilderment. Are you serious? This is serious, Hermione, Ron protested. No, it's childish, Hermione corrected in a steely voice. I'm actually busy, so will you please leave? Busy? Ron queried, taking in Hermione's appearance and blushing slightly when it became obvious she'd just gotten out of bed. Oh, that sort of busy. Yes, that sort of busy, Hermione answered through gritted teeth. I'm sorry if you're upset, Ron, but now is not the time. I'm sorry I disturbed you, but now is the time, Ron argued. All I want is an answer. Why did you do it, Hermione? Why did you shaft me and give those blasted Slytherins all the headlines? I had nothing to do with the layout of the magazine, Hermione said. I agreed the deal, but I just had to rely on Padma to send out the right message. She set out the magazine, not me. I don't believe you, Ron said. I don't believe you would give someone else that much power. A magazine like that could have destroyed the cannons. It was a calculated risk, Hermione shrugged. Now, I've asked you to leave. Please don't make me ask again, Ron. You haven't heard the last of this, Ron vowed as he stalked towards the front door. Hermione followed Ron, eager to get rid of him, when suddenly her best friend froze in the hallway. Following Ron's gaze, Hermione spotted she'd left the bedroom door open and totally oblivious to his audience. Draco was wandering around the bedroom stark BPD. Malfoy, Ron screeched, drawing the blonde's attention. You're shagging Malfoy. My love life is my business, Hermione said as Draco yanked on his boxers and moved to join her in the hallway. Is everything okay? He asked. Everything is just fine, Ron spat. At least now I know why Malfoy had a double spread in the magazine. Tell me, Hermione, did Zabini give you one as well to get his double spread? How dare you, Hermione exploded, raising her hand to slap Ron. However, before Hermione could hit her friend, Draco lunged forward and landed a solid fist right to Ron's nose. Ron immediately staggered backwards and blood flew from his likely broken nose. Speak to Hermione like that again, and it won't be your nose I break, Draco warned in a low voice. You'll pay for this, Ron muttered, glaring at the blonde. Just go, Ron, before you say anything else you're going to regret, Hermione said, pushing her friend out of the flat and slamming the door in his face. Sorry, Draco said, flexing his hand. Don't be, Hermione said with a sigh. It had to come out eventually. I just didn't expect Ron to be such a jerk about it all. Keeping his temper under control was never Weasley's strong suit, Draco remarked. But for the record, I'm not sorry I hit him, I'm sorry he saw me here. What's done is done, Hermione shrugged. We'll deal with it together. But for now, let's get your hand iced before it bruises. Taking hold of Draco's good hand, Hermione took him into the kitchen where she iced his knuckles. The couple then got dressed and, refusing to let Ron ruin their weekend, they headed off to a quiet pub in a village near to where Draco grew up and had a late Sunday lunch. They then returned to Hermione's flat, where they curled up for the rest of the weekend, before they had to face the world on Monday morning. When Harry entered the office to prepare for the morning's training session, he thought he was early, but Hermione had still beaten him to work and she was already sitting at her desk. If it hadn't been for the fact it was Monday, and they'd had the weekend off, he would have wondered if Hermione had even been home, but he figured she was just early. He did wonder if she was so early so she could deal with the press attention that would surely follow their magazine that had appeared in the previous day's Prophet, but he quickly realized Hermione wasn't doing any work, she was just sitting staring into space. Earth to Hermione, Harry called, waving his hand in front of her face. Sorry. Looking up, Hermione smiled at Harry, but he could see it didn't reach her eyes, which were troubled. Morning, Harry. What's wrong? Harry questioned, perching on his friend's desk. I guess I should tell you, Hermione began. There was an incident with Ron yesterday. You saw Ron yesterday? Harry questioned, his face contorting into anger at the thought of Ron bothering Hermione. Let's guess, he turned up to have a go at you about the magazine. How did you know? He tried it on with me at the burrow. He came storming in, saying we'd only given him and Ginny half a page deliberately. I'd already had the same conversation with Ginny, but Ron seemed more fired up. I told him it was the paper that put the magazine together, but he didn't believe me. No, he thought that was my doing. I'm sorry, Hermione, Harry said to his partner. If I'd known he was going to turn on you, I wouldn't have left. I would have stayed and kept him under control. It's not your fault, Harry, Hermione said with a reassuring smile. I hope you told him where to get off, Harry said. I think we need to have a serious talk to him about his conduct. He can't go around acting like this. You're right, we need to do something, Hermione agreed. But it gets worse. Worse than him coming to have a go at you. Hermione nodded. When Ron turned up, Draco was there. Ron saw him when he was leaving, so now he knows about us. He didn't take it well, I presume, Harry said. What do you think? Hermione asked with a bitter laugh. In fact, he got rather nasty and implied that Draco got his double spread in the magazine because he was sleeping with me. He also implied that was how Blaise got his as well. He didn't, Harry gasped, genuinely appalled by Ron's suggestion. He'd always known his red-headed friend had a temper and often said things without thinking, but to accuse Hermione of something so horrible was just unforgivable. He did, Hermione confirmed. I was ready to give him a good slap, but Draco beat him to it and punched him. Good for Draco, Harry said with a satisfied nod. Ron deserved it, but you know him and this won't be the end of it, Hermione said. If he goes to the papers, we could have a media storm on our hands before the season even begins. At the very least he's going to spill the beans about my relationship with Draco. Firstly, anyone who thinks like Ron is a moron and doesn't deserve the time of day, Harry began. Secondly, it was going to come out anyway unless you aren't serious about each other. It's too early to be planning the wedding or anything, but I certainly see a future for us, Hermione said. Then embrace the fact it's now going to be public knowledge, Harry advised. And leave Ronald to me. What are you going to do? Hermione asked warily. I'm going to remind him just who the bosses are at this club, Harry replied. Friend or no friend, he can't go around behaving as he did yesterday. Don't do anything you'll regret, Hermione warned. I'm not the one who's going to be regretting anything, that will be Ron, Harry vowed as he got off Hermione's desk and stalked towards the door. Leaving the small office block they'd had built, Harry headed into the next building, which were the changing rooms. By now the squad had all arrived, and he found the changing rooms deserted as everyone had already changed and were out on the training ground. Passing through the changing rooms, Harry emerged onto the training ground to find Theo and the other coaches were putting the squad through their warm-ups. Morning, Harry, Theo greeted solemnly. Problem? Harry asked. I'm assuming you know Draco's been seeing Hermione. Theo asked. I knew, Harry confirmed with a nod. I take it you did. Yeah, Blaise and I knew, Theo replied. But it's now common knowledge with the rest of the squad. Weasley started the rumors, and I have to tell you, they're not flattering to Hermione. Blaise literally had to stop Draco from laying into him this morning. I've got them at separate ends of the pitch, but something needs to be done. The atmosphere between the pair of toxic. What's the rest of the squad had to say? Harry asked. They don't share Ron's views, do they? Of course not, Theo replied with a small smile. No one cares, Harry. They all know who Draco is dating won't affect his place on the team. Unless they're hiding it well, everyone seems to wish him and Hermione well. The only one who I haven't heard comment is your girlfriend. I don't know what she thinks, but at least she's had the sense not to say anything negative. I'm sure I'll find out about Ginny's views soon enough, Harry remarked. But for now, it's time I dealt with Ron. Spotting his friend over the far side of the pitch, Harry walked around the pitch until he was close enough to grab Ron's attention. When Ron flew down towards him, Harry spotted bruising around his nose and under his eyes. Ron's nose itself looked fine, and if it had been broken, it had been fixed, but he'd likely just left the bruising for effect or to try and get some sympathy. We need to talk, Harry said, not bothering with greetings. If this is about yesterday, then I'm sorry for having a go at you, Harry, Ron said, actually sounding genuinely apologetic. This is about yesterday, but it's not about what you said to me. Harry said, I want you in the office in 5 minutes. But what about training? Ron asked, frowning at Harry's dismissive attitude. Training can wait, Harry replied. My office, 5 minutes and don't be late. Turning on his heel, Harry walked back around the pitch and after telling Theo to just get on with training, he headed back to the office. The only reason he'd given Ron 5 minutes to follow him was because he wanted to warn Hermione in case she wanted to leave the office. I do have a few things I need to do, Hermione said. She felt bad for running away, but she knew she wasn't ready to deal with Ron just yet, and in all likelihood if she saw him anytime soon she would end up giving him a well-deserved slap. I don't think this will take long, Harry said as Hermione gathered a few bits and pieces and slid them into her bag. It's okay, I'll probably be out all morning now, Hermione replied. Maybe we can have some lunch together. I'd like that, Harry replied with a smile. How about the new cafe in Diagon Alley at 12? It's a date, Hermione said with a smile as she hurried out of the office before Ron arrived. With perfect timing, Ron knocked on the main door just seconds after Hermione had exited via the back door. Settling down at his desk, Harry called for his friend to enter, and when Ron did, he gestured to the chair that was sitting in front of his desk. This all seems very formal, Ron said, clearly trying to lighten the mood. That's because it is, Harry replied. How could you, Ron? Hermione is your best friend, do you really think so little of her? It's nice to know whose side you're on, Harry, Ron snapped. Has it ever occurred to you to get my side of the story? I'll have you know, I was assaulted yesterday. From what I hear, you got exactly what you deserve, Harry shot back. Or is Hermione lying, and after you accused her of deliberately sabotaging your piece in the magazine, you didn't imply she made sure Draco and Blaise got more coverage through sleeping with her? It wasn't quite like that, Ron muttered. Although, I take it from your lack of surprise that you knew she was shagging Malfoy. Yes, Hermione confided in me she was seeing Draco, Harry answered. Maybe if you weren't such a judgmental arsehole, she would have told you too. This isn't about me, Harry, this is about Hermione, Ron protested. She's the one carrying on with one of the team. You do know her reputation is ruined now. Everyone knows Malfoy is just shagging her to ensure his place on the team. No Ron, no one but you believes such tosh, Harry replied, working hard to keep his temper under control. Draco never had to sleep with anyone at the Tornadoes to get a place on the team, and he certainly doesn't have to do it here. He's a genuinely good player, and he'd walk into any team in the league. No one with any brains would ever suggest his relationship with Hermione was to aid his career. Firstly, he doesn't need to do it, secondly, Hermione isn't the sort of person to indulge in such things, and thirdly, as it's been said many a time, Hermione has no say over the team, that is my call. Sleeping with Hermione won't get anyone on the team. If anything, it's your sister that could face calls of nepotism since she's the one sleeping with the one man who chooses the team. Don't bring Ginny into this, Ron warned in a low voice. I'm just saying, she's the one who could potentially benefit from shagging the boss, Harry said with a shrug. Not that she will, and she knows it. I'm not picking this team on friendships, romantic relationships or anything else of a personal nature. I will pick the best team for each game, and I will pick the best players. I've made that clear, and if you don't believe me then that's your problem. Do what you want, Harry, Ron spat. Now, can I go? I've got training to get back to. Actually, you haven't, Harry said. I can't just let this drop, Ron. You went round to Hermione's home and insulted her, and she's your boss. I can't let you get away with such blatant disregard for authority. Like it or not, this is our club, not yours, and we can run it as we see fit. So I'm suspending you for a week without pay. But the season starts in 11 days, Ron protested. We play our first match next Friday evening. If I miss a week's training, I won't stand a chance of making the first team. And whose fault is that? Harry returned, unmoved by Ron's pleas. This will be going on your record, Ron, and if you carry on like this we'll be left with no choice but to terminate your contract. You're going to sack me? Ron asked in a hollow voice, hardly able to believe what Harry was saying. If you continue to show such disrespect to your bosses, Harry confirmed with a nod. And what about Malfoy? Is he going to be punished for hitting me? Ron demanded. Or does that not count because he's Hermione's shag buddy? Draco will be dealt with, Harry said. As much as he agreed with what Draco had done, He did know he needed to reprimand the blonde wizard as they couldn't have anyone bringing the team into disrepute. And just a final warning, Ron. If you even think about going to the papers and spreading stories about Draco, or Hermione and Draco's relationship, you're finished with the Cannons. You're my best friend, Ron, and I don't want to lose you, but I can't let you ruin my club. You've made your position crystal clear, Ron snarled as he got to his feet. Since I'm suspended, I'm going to go and get changed and go home. Thanks for nothing, Harry. You only have yourself to blame, Ron, Harry said sadly as his friend stalked out of the office. Once Ron had left the premises, Harry went back down to the training ground and grabbed Draco for a quick chat. The first thing he did was thank the blonde for defending Hermione's honor, but then he had to issue him with a warning and made it clear that violence wouldn't be tolerated at the Cannons. You won't get any trouble from me, Draco vowed. But you need to get Weasley to wind his neck in. You can't expect me to stand back and listen to him spread nasty rumors about Hermione. I've dealt with Ron, and he won't be spreading any more malicious gossip, Harry assured the blonde. Just do me a favor, and when he comes back to training next week, just ignore him. I know Ron, and once he realizes he's not getting to you, he'll back off. He better, Draco said. I don't want to ruin this chance you've given me, Harry, but I care about Hermione and I won't let her name be dragged through the mud. Don't worry, I wouldn't let that happen, Harry promised. You just focus on your Quidditch and keeping Hermione happy and leave Ron for me to deal with. After sorting things with Draco, Harry headed off to meet Hermione for lunch, where he filled her in on how things had gone with Ron. Hermione was rather shocked that Harry had suspended Ron for a week, but she was hoping it would be the wake-up call he needed. Maybe it would finally help him accept that her and Harry were the bosses, and being their best friend afforded him no privileges. And if not, it looked as though this would be the beginning of the end for Ron and the Chudley Cannons. After Ron outed them as a couple to the rest of the Cannons, Hermione and Draco decided to go public with their romance. A few days after Ron was suspended from the Cannons, Hermione and Draco went out to dinner, only instead of sticking to a quiet out-of-the-way restaurant, they decided to dine at one of the well-known wizarding restaurants which had a reputation for preparing the most amazing food. Of course, their date attracted the attention of the press and their romance was splashed all over the Daily Prophet in the following days. Despite trying not to care about what people thought, Hermione had been worried about how the papers would portray her romance with Draco. However, all the coverage was very positive. Draco was well enough established in the Quidditch world that there wasn't any implication that he was with Hermione to advance his career. The fact that she co-owned the Quidditch club he played for seemed pretty insignificant to the press, and instead they'd focused on what a good-looking couple they made and how happy they seemed together. It wasn't until after their romance had broken in the press that Draco remembered that he hadn't informed his parents of who he was dating. Not that Lucius and Narcissa had a problem with who he was dating, they'd just been a bit miffed not to hear about it from their son. The end result was that Draco's parents had insisted on Draco inviting Hermione for dinner at the manor so they could get to know her, which was how Hermione found herself dressing for an evening at the manor. Since leaving school, Hermione had established a style of her own and she never worried about how she looked, but it was different matter when she was meeting her boyfriend's parents. Ironically, the fact she knew Lucius professionally as the Cannons sponsor made the prospect of dining with him worse, as she was also worried that he would disapprove of her getting involved with one of the players, and a disapproving sponsor could prove disastrous for the Cannons. Finally, Hermione settled on an elegant deep plum dress with black piping, which she paired with a pair of high black heels and a small black clutch bag. She completed her look with a small pair of silver star earrings and a long-line crystal heart necklace. She also kept her makeup minimal and tied her hair up in a sleek ponytail. Satisfied she looked presentable, Hermione headed into the front room where Draco was waiting for her. "You look amazing," Draco said with a grin. Even though they were only going to dinner with his parents, he'd also made the effort and was wearing a smart emerald green shirt and black dress trousers. "Are you sure?" Hermione asked nervously. "I could go for something more formal if you think it would be better." "Hermione, it's dinner with my parents, it's nothing special," Draco said, smiling at his girlfriend. "I really don't think they'll care what you wear. I still want to make a good impression," Hermione insisted. "Look on the positives, you've already won my father over," Draco said. "You got him to sponsor the club, and I know he was very impressed with you." That was different, that was business, Hermione argued. He might be happy to sponsor my club, but he might not be happy that I'm dating his son. Hermione, my parents will love you, Draco reassured his girlfriend. Just be yourself and everything will be great tonight. Hoping that Draco was right, Hermione allowed her boyfriend to apparate them to his childhood home. Malfoy Manor was every bit as spectacular as she'd expected, and she was overwhelmed by the sheer luxury and obvious wealth of the house as Draco led her to the main living room. The living room was twice the size of Hermione's flat, and like the rest of the house she'd seen, it was a picture of sophistication and elegance. When the couple entered the living room, Lucius and Narcissa rose to their feet to greet them, and Hermione was quickly distracted from the opulence of her surroundings. After her meetings with Lucius, Hermione knew what to expect from Draco's father, and she wasn't surprised to find the attractive older wizard wearing a set of smart black dress robes. Hermione had never really met Narcissa, although she'd seen her around plenty of times, and she was expecting an elegant woman, and she wasn't disappointed. Like her husband, Narcissa was in smart dress robes, but she was wearing an ice blue set that matched her eyes so perfectly Hermione wondered if they'd been dyed especially. It's very nice to meet you, Hermione, Narcissa said with a warm smile that helped to settle Hermione's nerves. You too, Mrs. Malfoy, Hermione returned. Please call me Narcissa, Narcissa said. Hermione nodded and smiled at Narcissa, before turning to Lucius and greeting him. Lucius greeted her like an old friend, which again helped put Hermione's nerves at ease. It seemed she wasn't in for an evening of interrogation as she'd feared. Either that or Lucius and Narcissa were putting her at ease before the inquisition began. Fortunately for Hermione, Draco's parents had no intention of grilling their son's girlfriend, and as they all enjoyed a pre-dinner drink, the conversation was all very amicable as the older couple got to know Hermione a bit better. By the time the two couples moved into the family dining room for dinner, conversation was flowing freely and Hermione was beginning to enjoy herself. How are the preparations for the new season going? Lucius asked as the starters arrived at the table. Team-wise, I have no idea, Hermione replied. But outside of the actual Quidditch, I'm happy with how things are going. The magazine last week was spectacular, Narcissa said. It was such great coverage for you. It was, Hermione agreed with a nod. I have to admit, I'm pleased it came out so well. It was a bit of a gamble, but I think we put ourselves over very well at the training camp when the journalist was there. It certainly would have converted me to support the Cannons, Lucius remarked. What do you mean, it would have? Draco asked with a frown. You better be supporting us. Of course I am, Lucius answered with a laugh. I am the sponsor after all, and my son is one of the star players. I was just saying that if I didn't have a personal interest in the club, I might consider supporting the team. I'm hoping we can attract some new supporters, Hermione said. Tickets for the first few games have been steady, but nothing special. We're going to need to improve that next season if we want to pack out the new stadium. It's too early to start worrying about next season, Lucius said. I predict that as long as the club doesn't finish bottom of the league again, you'll get some new supporters. As long as you show some progress this season, everything will be fine. Let's hope Harry works some magic with the bunch of players we've got, Hermione said. Is it a good group? Narcissa asked. I have to admit, reading the magazine last week, I didn't know too many of the players. Harry thinks it's a good group, Hermione answered. In his words, we have 2 stars, a group of solid, experienced players and a small batch of future stars. And does everyone fit in those 3 categories? Lucius questioned with a knowing look. He knew more about Quidditch than his wife, and while he thought the Cannons had a good base of players, there was a couple of players he personally wouldn't have signed to the team. Almost everyone, Hermione admitted. We do have a tiny problematic element. Jealous people tend to be like that, Lucius said wisely. Jealous? Narcissa asked. Who's jealous? My guess is Ronald Weasley, possibly even his sister, Lucius answered his wife, getting a confirmative nod from his son as he replied. Weasley's career has never taken off. And it's hard for some people to see others their age achieve more. Let's not dwell on the Cannons, Draco said, sensing Hermione wasn't entirely comfortable with talking about the Weasleys with his parents. Isn't this evening all about getting to know Hermione? Indeed it is, Narcissa replied with a smile as she turned back to her son's girlfriend. So tell me, Hermione, what sort of things do you do when you're not running a Quidditch team? With talk of the Cannons well and truly exhausted for the evening took a more personal turn as Hermione became the focus of attention once again. Fortunately, by this time Hermione was completely at ease with Draco's parents, and the rest of the evening was a pleasant experience as she got to know the older couple. By the end of the evening, she was confident that she'd won the approval of both Lucius and Narcissa and that they wouldn't prove to be a problem to her growing romance with Draco. Hermione and Draco's relationship was still hot news when the first match of the season rolled around, just over a week after their public date. However, Hermione's focus was not on her love life at all as she arrived at the semi-permanent stadium the Cannons' opposition, the Ballycastle Bats, owned. Her entire focus was on the match she was about to watch as she hoped that the Cannons could get off to a winning start. The Bats Stadium was a semi-permanent beep on a piece of land the club owned. It wasn't a proper stadium, like the big clubs had and the Cannons were building, but it was better than the stadiums that were erected on a game-by-game basis, which was what the Cannons would be using that year for their home matches. The stadiums that were erected on a match-by-match basis were pretty much basic wooden stands surrounding a Quidditch pitch, whereas the Bats' semi-permanent ground had slightly more secure wooden stands around their pitch which stayed up nearly all year. Hermione guessed that if the Bats then wanted a proper stadium, it would be fairly easy to use the base they had to get the build done quickly, unlike the Cannons who'd had to start from scratch. Hermione quickly forgot about the Bats Stadium as she took her seat in a stand split into two, one half for the Bats officials and the other half for their opposition's counterparts. As co-owner of the Cannons, Hermione had one of the prime seats and she had a perfect view of the pitch. Also in the stand were guests of the Cannons, including representatives from their sponsors and family of the players. Hermione had briefly spoken to the twins, who were supporting Angelina and Alicia, both of whom would be making the starting seven. "Can we join you?" a familiar feminine voice asked, and Hermione turned round to find Lucius and Narcissa standing beside her. Of course, Hermione replied with a smile as Draco's parents sat down in the seats beside her. "And are you here as Draco's parents, or our sponsors?" "A little bit of both," Lucius replied with a slight smirk. "Do you think we're going to win?" Narcissa asked. "I hope so," Hermione replied. "Where's Draco playing today?" Lucius questioned. "Seeker," Hermione replied. "I know he was keen to play Chaser, but Harry wants a few wins under our belts and he thinks Draco is better suited as Seeker in this game." "Did he take it okay?" Narcissa checked. She knew how keen her son was to explore the possibility to play Chaser, but she also knew he was team player and she was hoping he wasn't too disappointed in Harry's choice of position for him. "Of course he did," Hermione replied, thinking of the laid-back way Draco had just accepted Harry's decision the previous day. "He understands it's what's best for the team." "Speaking of teams, here they come," Lucius said, glancing over towards the pitch. "Ooh, doesn't the uniform look good?" Narcissa cooed as the Cannons flew onto the pitch. "It's a nice change, Hermione." "I can't take all the credit, I worked with a very good designer," Hermione replied. "Yes, Dean Thomas, I read that in your magazine," Narcissa said with a nod. "You were very complimentary about him." "I couldn't have done this without him," Hermione said. "I just hope it leads to something more for him." "I'm sure it will," Lucius replied thoughtfully. "In fact, some of our older companies could use rebranding. I might give him a call and see if he can do anything for us." Smiling at the thought of Dean getting some new business, Hermione turned her attention to the match. Despite never being a fan of Quidditch, Hermione quickly lost herself in the match and she was cheering every goal their team scored. Thankfully, it was solid performance from the Cannons and Hermione could see the potential in the team. Everything wasn't as smooth as she suspected Harry would have liked, but they were not only matching the Bats for goals, but thanks to some brilliant saves by Blaise and some scorching goals, after an hour they began to edge ahead. Once they had the lead the Cannons never looked back, and the goals kept soaring in until Draco got his eye on the snitch and in a display of just how good he was, he snatched the little gold ball from right under the opposition seeker's nose. The second Draco caught the snitch and the game ended, Hermione was up on her feet cheering loudly as the Cannons recorded their first win of the season. Now all they had to do was keep on winning and it would be the perfect start to the new season. Opening her eyes, Ginny rolled over in bed, reaching for Harry before she remembered she was at her own flat and her boyfriend was away for a few days on business. Ginny wasn't quite sure what Harry was doing, All she knew was that he and Hermione had gone away for a few days and left the Cannons in the capable hands of their staff. Harry's absence meant that Theo was in charge of training sessions, and Ginny wasn't exactly looking forward to the former Slytherin being in charge. While Theo was a good physio, Ginny still wasn't sure why he had so much say in the training, especially as the team also had 4 specialist coaches to call on. However, he'd been left in charge and like it or not Ginny had to put up with him. Reluctantly rolling out of bed, Ginny checked the time and found she was already pushing it to get to training on time. Shrugging her shoulders, not really bothered if she was late, Ginny headed into the bathroom to begin getting ready for the day ahead. Despite her lack of time, Ginny had a long, steaming hot shower before she dressed and had some breakfast. By now she was almost guaranteed to be late to training, but it didn't bother the red-headed witch. The season was at the halfway mark and Ginny was decidedly disillusioned with life at the Cannons. Even though Harry had made it clear that being his girlfriend wouldn't help her in any way, Ginny had still thought it would give her some perks, but it didn't. She'd played one first-team game all season, and she wasn't even getting regular reserve matches. To be honest, Ginny was beginning to feel like a spare part at the Cannons and she knew Ron felt the same. Her brother hadn't even played in the first team once this season, not even when Blaise missed a match due to a slight shoulder strain. As for the team itself, they were currently sitting mid-table. The results of the team had been mixed, and while they'd celebrated huge wins they'd also suffered crushing losses. It was obvious to everyone that they wouldn't be winning the championship this year, but it was equally clear that providing they didn't get on a massive losing streak, they wouldn't be finishing last either. Ginny knew Harry was fairly happy with the team's progress, and he hoped that once the team had fully gelled in a few seasons that they could challenge for the title. Ginny also knew his thoughts were shared by the general public and the media, and even after just half a season the Cannons were being touted as a team to watch in the future. While Ginny was pleased to be involved with an up-and-coming team, she was frustrated by her own lack of play. Every time she didn't make the team, she would look at her former team, the Holyhead Harpies, and wonder if she would have made their team. It didn't help that the Harpies were the team currently above the Cannons and they were their next opponents. So for the last few days all Ginny could think about was how her career might have been going if she hadn't left the Harpies. Maybe if she'd stayed with them, she would have been in the first team and preparing for a match, but here she was stuck with the Cannons and knowing her chances of playing in the next match were slim to none. Dragging herself out of her thoughts, Ginny finished her breakfast and leaving the dishes until she returned home that evening, she grabbed her training bag and headed off to work. When she arrived at the training ground, she headed into the changing rooms to find them empty. Realizing she was later than she thought, she quickly changed into her training outfit, grabbed her broom for the broom cupboard and ran out to join training. Ginny could see the players were working in their groups, so she hurried over to where the chasers were working. As she neared the chasers, she grimaced when she spotted Theo standing with the chasing coach, Becky. "Sorry I'm late," Ginny said breezily, smiling at Becky and ignoring Theo. "Where do you want me?" "Nowhere," Theo answered. "You know the rules, Ginny, if you're late for training, you don't train." "But if I don't train, I don't stand a chance of being selected for the next match," Ginny argued. She knew it was a rule that latecomers didn't train, just like it was ruled that anyone who missed training would miss out on selection chances for the upcoming games. "Maybe you should have remembered that before you were late," Theo replied with a shrug. "I couldn't help being late," Ginny protested, racking her brains for a reason she could say she was late. "Really?" Theo raised a skeptical eyebrow at the redhead. "So why are you late?" "I was talking to Harry," Ginny answered, feeling smug at the lie she'd thought of. There was no way Theo could punish her for talking with the boss. "This morning," Theo checked. "This morning," Ginny answered with a nod. "We were talking via the flow and the time got away from us." "Funny, because I spent the morning talking with Harry, and we only ended our conversation 5 minutes before training was due to start," Theo said. "By that time you should have been here, getting ready for training, so you weren't talking to Harry." Ginny glared hatefully at Theo, annoyed that he'd blown her excuse apart. "Fine, I wasn't talking to Harry, but I could have been. He is my boyfriend, you know." "I'm well aware of your relationship with him," Theo replied. "But as he's pointed out numerous times, it doesn't mean anything when it comes to the running of this club. Girlfriend of the boss or not, you have to follow the same rules as everyone else." "You're late," therefore you're not training today, Ginny. You can't do this to me, Ginny seethed. Harry won't stand for it. We both know that if Harry was here, he would do the exact same thing, Theo argued. Or maybe if Harry was here, you wouldn't have tried pulling such a stunt. Ginny flushed as she silently acknowledged that Theo was right, and if Harry had been around she wouldn't have been late for training. But with Harry gone, she'd let her dissatisfaction get the better of her and she'd messed up. However, she wasn't going to admit as much to Theo, so she fixed him with another glare. Just you wait, I'm going to make you pay for this, she hissed. I'm telling Harry about this. Tell him, Theo answered with an unconcerned shrug. I'm sure it'll come up when I talk to him anyway. If he takes your side and says I punished you unfairly, so be it. But I think we both know where Harry is going to stand on this one. Now if you don't mind, I've got training to get back to. Goodbye Ginny, and try not to be late tomorrow. Ginny snorted in frustration as Theo turned his back on her and headed off to check on the beaters who were working nearby. Knowing that there was no point hanging around when she'd been dismissed, Ginny headed back to the changing rooms. As she went, she felt some of the others watching her, but she didn't look back. She just marched into the changing rooms, got changed back into her normal clothes and exited the training facilities without even having gotten on her broomstick. Returning home, she collapsed onto the sofa, convinced that she'd just blown her career with the Cannons. She knew Harry wouldn't be happy with her behavior, and quite honestly she couldn't really blame him. She'd been terrible this last year, and turning up late for training was the final straw. Now she just had to decide if she should cut her losses and walk away from Harry and the Cannons, or stay and fight her corner. Harry sat alone in his flat, nursing a glass of fire whiskey and mulling over a few problems. His main problem came in the form of his girlfriend. He'd been shocked and disappointed when he'd returned from a brief business trip with Hermione to find Ginny had turned up late to training and Theo had sent her away. Harry didn't have a problem with the stance Theo had taken, as it was one he would have taken as well. He was just disappointed with Ginny. He couldn't believe that she still thought she could flout the rules because of their personal relationship. After the training camp, where he'd clashed with Ginny several times over her attitude, he'd had no serious problems with his girlfriend. While Ron had caused a fuss at the beginning of the season, and there was still lingering bad feeling between them, Ginny hadn't been too problematic. She didn't even have much to say when she'd found out about Hermione and Draco. If she did share Ron's views, she'd been smart enough not to let Harry know about it. Or it could be that she was pleased that Hermione was dating someone, as it meant she was no longer a threat in Ginny's mind. Despite Ginny not making the first team more than once, Harry had been under the impression she was knuckling down and trying to improve her game. There hadn't even been as many issues with Draco when he was playing Chaser. Harry had seen enough to know Ginny still wasn't comfortable playing with Draco, but she was no longer blatantly ignoring him when they played together. He knew Ginny still needed more work to be seriously considered for the first team on a regular basis, but he'd thought things were going in the right direction. At least until she'd pulled yet another stunt, acting as though she deserved special treatment because of their relationship. Harry had already been seriously thinking about Ron's place with the Cannons, but now he also had to think about Ginny's. He was pleased with the progress the club had made. In fact, it had blown him away that they were mid-table and had pulled off some big wins, but he knew how fragile things with the Cannons still were. One wrong move and the club could end up back at square one, and Harry suspected troublesome squad members could provide that wrong move. As much as Harry wanted the Cannons to succeed, he also had to think about the effect on his personal life. Ron and Ginny had been in his life for a long time, and no matter what happened, he didn't want to lose either of them. He wanted the Cannons to be successful, and he wanted to keep his best friend and girlfriend. But something told Harry that he might just be clutching at straws and that it would be nigh on impossible to keep Ron and Ginny on side as well as making a success of the Cannons. Wishing he knew what to do, Harry finished his fire whiskey and poured himself a second glass. Before he had a chance to sit back down with his drink, there was a knock on the door. When he answered, he found Ginny standing on the doorstep, looking sheepish. Normally his girlfriend arrived by flow, so the very fact she'd used the front door told Harry that she hadn't been sure she would be welcome. "Hey," Ginny said quietly. "Ginny," Harry replied, stepping back and letting his girlfriend into the flat. "I guess you heard what happened at training, Ginny said as Harry shut the door behind her and strode into the front room. I did, Harry answered shortly as he sat down. What were you playing at, Ginny? You know our relationship doesn't give you license to flout the rules. I know, Ginny admitted with a sigh as she sat down next to Harry. After a lot of soul-searching she decided she needed to throw herself on Harry's mercy and hope it wasn't too late to make amends for recent events. And I'm so sorry, but I'm just so frustrated. Frustrated? Harry asked, not sure if she was talking personally or professionally. I gave up a good career with the Harpies to join the Cannons, Ginny explained. I could have made their first team by now, but I'm nowhere near the Cannons' first team. No one forced you to switch teams, Gin, Harry said softly. You wanted to come to the Cannons. I wanted to work with you, Ginny pointed out. I thought we could build something great together. Me, you, Ron and Hermione. But it hasn't worked out that way, it's all you and Hermione and me and Ron are forgotten about. This has never been a four-way venture, Ginny, Harry argued. This has always been mine and Hermione's club. You and Ron just play for us, and I made it clear from the start that our personal relationships would have no bearing on the team itself. I know you did, but I just thought it would be different when things got going, Ginny confessed in a small voice. You thought I'd change my mind and pick you and Ron because of who you are, Harry stated. Something like that, Ginny replied with a sheepish shrug. I'm sorry, Ginny, but I've never given you false hope, Harry said gently. It was always going to be this way, and it's not my fault if you didn't want to admit it before now. The question is, can you live with how things are? I don't know, Ginny replied honestly. I'm not happy, Harry. I'm sorry, Harry whispered, taking hold of Ginny's hand. I wish I could help and give you what you wanted, but I can't. What happens next is down to you. What do you mean? Ginny asked with a frown. You need to have a think, Ginny, Harry said. Do you want to stay with the Cannons? If you're not happy, or can't cope with the reality of how things are, I can release you from your contract. I don't think I want to leave, Ginny whispered. And I don't want to lose you. I have to admit, Gin, you're coming close to losing me, Harry said, deciding to be totally honest with his girlfriend. I love you so much, but I don't think I'd take this childish behavior much longer. You have to grow up, Ginny, and you have to stop this attitude with Hermione. She's not a threat to us. No one but you, and your behavior, will split us up. I know, Ginny whispered. Give me a second chance, Harry. I can prove you were right to give me a chance in the first place. Then you're going to have to accept the way things are, Harry said. You're going to have to drop this attitude that you're special because you're my girlfriend. You need to forget about our relationship while you're working, and just focus on being the best chaser you can be. You've got potential, Ginny, you just need to focus on that potential. Start working with your fellow chasers and prove to everyone that you deserve a place in the starting lineup. It won't come this season, will it? Ginny questioned sadly. I don't know, Gin, that's all down to you, Harry replied with a shrug. We all agree you're good, but you need to focus. I think you could be a real star for the Cannons, but you need to change your attitude. One more incident like this weeks and I'll have to seriously reconsider your position with the club. Do you want me to leave? Ginny asked in a small voice. No, Ginny, I don't, Harry answered honestly. All he wanted was for her to fulfill her potential and gain some maturity, and maybe then their relationship could become the satisfying one he'd always wanted it to be. But the decision has to be yours. Shape up or ship out, it's your choice. I'm going to change, Harry, Ginny vowed. She knew it wouldn't be easy to change her attitude, but it was clear that Harry would cut her loose without a second thought if she carried on the way she had been, and Ginny did not want to lose Harry. I hope you do, Ginny, Harry said, feeling hopeful that he'd finally gotten through to his girlfriend. If only he could do the same with Ron, and then everything would be perfect. As the end of the season approached, Hermione found herself caught up with plans for the following season. While Harry focused on events on the pitch, ensuring the Cannons ended the season in their highest position in years, Hermione's focus was elsewhere. The first thing Hermione had to deal with was the new stadium. Aside from some minor issues, the stadium was ready and it was every bit as stunning as Hermione had imagined. Of course, the pitch was the star of the stadium, but Hermione thought the rest of the stadium had plenty to offer. The entire ground floor was separated into retail units, where Hermione planned to base a club shop selling merchandise and some food and drink concessions. On the higher levels, were some rooms for corporate entertaining, all with boxes overlooking the pitch. Then there were the offices, which were so much better than the temporary ones they'd been using for the last year. Since the stadium had been nearing its completion, Hermione had been there almost every day overseeing the decorating and final touches. By the time there was just one game to go in the season, Hermione had the stadium exactly as she wanted, and the second the season was over, she planned for her and Harry to move bases into the stadium. As well as sorting the stadium, Hermione also had to decide how much merchandise to commission for the new season. She'd been thrilled by how the limited merchandise they'd had over the first season had flown off the shelves. The most popular seller was the stuffed phoenix, which was their new mascot, but the replica shirts were also hot sellers, both the match shirts and the training shirts they did. Hoping that having a permanent base to sell their merchandise would lead to them selling more, Hermione made the decision to order more merchandise to be made up. Knowing that it was best to get outside catering to provide the best experience for the supporters, Hermione had decided to rent the refreshment units out to an outside business. After getting a few offers, she'd sorted through them and handed contracts to those she felt would best fit in with the Cannons. Now the stadium would have several places to eat and drink on match days, as well as a well-stocked club shop. With the details of the stadium sorted, Hermione had turned her attention to selling season tickets. With no secure stadium, it had meant the Cannons' season tickets had been cut price before, but now with the stadium it meant they could charge more and offer season ticket holders a permanent seat. Hermione was just hoping that enough people would buy season tickets, and tickets on a match-by-match basis, otherwise the stadium was going to be a big flop. Thankfully, the Cannons' resurgence had captured the attention of a lot of Wizarding Britain and initial sales had been good. Now all they had to do was see if the tickets kept selling before the next season started. By the eve of the final game of the season, Hermione was exhausted and she welcomed a quiet night in with Draco. Their relationship was going from strength to strength, and although they both had their own flats, it was rare they spent a night apart. The only real problems were the evenings before matches, when Theo's say band came into play. Normally the couple tried to avoid getting too close on evenings like these, but the night before the final match they'd gotten carried away and ended up entangled on Draco's sofa, indulging in a heated keying session. "This is so hard," Draco muttered, his face buried in Hermione's neck as he tried to control himself. "Yes, it is," Hermione replied as she teasingly ran her hand over the large bulge in Draco's trousers. "Tease," Draco snarled, grabbing Hermione's hand before she tormented him further, while he lifted his head to glare at his girlfriend. "Sorry," Hermione replied with a smile that indicated she was anything but. "You're wicked, Granger," Draco growled, pressing his lips against his girlfriend's. Hermione eagerly keyed Draco back, her body arching up against him as his hands ghosted over her body. When his hands slipped under her shirt and his fingers danced up towards her beeps, she let out a contented sigh. "Perhaps we should stop," Hermione muttered reluctantly as Draco's beak pressed against her thigh. "I'm the one on the say band, not you," Draco replied, looking at Hermione with lust-filled eyes. "You can still have some fun. But then you'll be left frustrated," Hermione pointed out as she pulled Draco's hand out from under her top and pressed a key to his knuckles. "I can wait and we can make up for it tomorrow night. We can celebrate a successful first season with the Cannons. I've never called finishing mid-table a successful season before," Draco said with a chuckle as he sat up. "You've never finished mid-table before," Hermione pointed out as she snuggled up next to Draco. "You walked into a championship-winning team straight from school." "I did," Draco conceded. "But in a funny way, I feel as though this season has been my most successful and fulfilling." Harry was right, there was no challenge at the Tornadoes. He was also right about them not needing us to win. "But I feel as though I'm a big part of the Cannons' good season." "You are," Hermione assured her boyfriend. "And I know Harry has high hopes for the team next year." "I think we can get better," Draco said with a thoughtful nod. "Harry also says that Ginny's had a bit of a turnaround since mid-season," Hermione said. Hermione knew all about the tantrum Ginny had thrown while she and Harry had been away, but she knew that since then she'd been like a changed person. In fact, Ginny had even spoken privately to Hermione and apologized for anything untoward she might have said or done. She'd also suggested that Hermione and Draco join her and Harry for dinner one evening, but Hermione and Harry had been too busy with the end of season to even think about socializing. She's like a different person, Draco admitted. I still think there's a part of her that resents me playing the dual role, but at least we're working better together in training. I have to say without her attitude, she's got potential. Harry's always thought so, Hermione replied. I just hope she proves him right in the long run and makes a go of things with the Cannons. If she carries on this way, she will, Draco said. But enough about Ginny, I think we should focus on us. How do you fancy getting away for a while once the season is over? You want to go on holiday? Hermione asked with a smile. I do, Draco replied with a nod of his head. What do you say? Fancy a few weeks of sun and say. Sounds good to me, Hermione laughed. I should be able to spare a week or two. Even bosses need a break, Draco said wisely, pressing a key to the top of Hermione's head. I know the Cannons are important to you, but you do have a life outside of the club. It hasn't felt like it these last few weeks, Hermione replied with a sigh. It's been non-stop. It'll be easier once the stadium is open and things settle down, Draco said. Every season is not going to be this hectic. Promise. Hermione looked up at Draco, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. I promise, Draco whispered, leaning down and connecting their lips in a soft key. Given all the changes Harry and Hermione were implicating at the Cannons, it was only natural that their first couple of seasons would be the most hectic. But hopefully things would calm down in coming seasons, and it would give Hermione more time to concentrate on her growing romance with Draco. The final game of the season ended with a storming win for the Cannons. The win secured them their highest-placed finish for several years and there was a genuine feeling of accomplishment within the team. Harry and Hermione were thrilled with their first season with the Cannons, and as a reward for the squad's efforts, they'd arranged for a big party to celebrate. The party took place the night after the final match at a hotel just outside of London. Harry and Hermione had both booked rooms to stay overnight, and they knew a few of the squad had done the same. Hermione had also spoken to Harry about taking a few weeks off to go on holiday with Draco, and he'd urged her to take the time and he would hold the fort. In exchange, Hermione had promised to do the same once she returned so that Harry could have a break with Ginny. With it being the end of the season, and the team having a few weeks of freedom stretching in front of them, the food and drink was flowing at the party and everyone was having a good time. Even Ron, who had barely spoken to Hermione since finding out about her romance with Draco, was in a good mood and he greeted her warmly when she ran into him. Having a good time? Hermione asked warily, not sure what version of her best friend she was going to get. For the last few months all she'd gotten off him was the cold shoulder, but she would prefer that to the angry Ron who had confronted her at her flat. Yeah, it's a good party, Ron replied. He was swaying slightly on his feet and Hermione realized he was already halfway to being completely and utterly legless. Enjoy yourself, Ron, Hermione said with a smile, before she grabbed a glass of champagne and disappeared into the crowds to find Draco. Hermione found Draco with Blaise and Theo, and the trio were chatting with Alicia, Angelina and the twins. Hermione was happy to see the twins laughing and joking with the Slytherin trio. Unlike Ron, no one else seemed to have a problem with Draco, Blaise and Theo being part of the Cannons setup, and Hermione was pleased to see the twins were being their usual friendly and welcoming selves. Ron wasn't giving you a hard time, was he? Fred asked as Hermione joined the group. He was fine, Hermione replied. Although I do think he's going to end up drunk. As long as he doesn't do anything to embarrass the family, George said. The only one Ron will embarrass is himself, Fred predicted. Sure enough, an hour later Fred's prediction came right when Harry got up to make a speech. While the rest of the Cannons and their partners cheered and clapped as Harry paid tribute to everyone who'd helped the Cannons turn a corner, Ron just continued to drink and just before Harry was due to finish speaking he stumbled up to his friend. Let's all hear it for the Cannons, Ron spat. Not that all of us have had a chance to shine, have we, Harry? You're happy for the likes of Malfoy and Zabini to play for you, but not your best friend and girlfriend. What did we do wrong, Harry? Where's your loyalty? This isn't the time, Ron, Harry hissed at his friend. You're drunk, so I suggest you go home and sleep it off. I'm not going anywhere until I get answers, Ron yelled. What have we done wrong, Harry? Tell me why you won't play me. Ron, don't, Harry said warningly. Tell me, Ron screamed. Because you're not good enough, Harry replied more sharply than he'd intended. Sorry, He apologized with a wince when he realized everyone was listening and everyone had heard what he thought of Ron's capabilities. "Don't stop, Harry, say what you really think," Ron sneered. "Tell everyone how Ginny and I aren't good enough for you." "I never mentioned Ginny," Harry said, annoyed that Ron was making an unnecessary scene. "Ginny is working her hardest and first-team Quidditch is in her future." "But not mine," Ron questioned belligerently. "Why do you want to kill my career?" "You're doing that all by yourself, Ron," Harry replied. "Maybe if you focused on your Quidditch instead of Ching, you could reach your potential. Stop blaming other people for your own failings and admit you haven't worked at all this year. You've just coasted along, thinking you're going to get on the team because Hermione and I own it." "Boy was I wrong," Ron spat. "It turns out my best friends prefer Slytherins to me." "No, Ron, we just want the best players for our team and right now, you don't meet the grade." "More like I'm not shagging the boss." Ron's latest insult caused ripples of shock around the room, and several people, including Draco, the twins, Blaise and Theo, moved forward. Holding out his hand, Harry stopped the advancing people and turned to Ron with a serious expression on his face. "Leave," he ordered. "We'll talk about this when you've sobered up, but this is your last warning, Ron. One more wrong move and you're gone." "Like I care," Ron sneered as he turned around and staggered out of the room. "Sorry about the interruption," Harry said with a tight smile. "Let's just move on and have a great night as we celebrate the Cannons and their success. Here's to winning the league next season." As the party got back underway, Harry walked over to where Hermione was standing with Draco. The couple were still standing with Draco's friends, the twins and their girlfriends, and Ginny had also joined them. Even Ginny looked appalled at Ron's outburst, and Harry arrived at the group just as Ginny told Hermione that not everyone thought like Ron and that he was just drunk. "I don't want to talk about Ron," Hermione insisted. "Let's celebrate the Cannons' success." For the rest of the evening the subject of Ron didn't come up again as everyone enjoyed celebrating the end of the season and the good job Harry and Hermione were making of turning the team around. In the end it was a good night and everyone enjoyed the party, despite Ron's outburst. As for Ron, he was full of remorse the next morning when he woke with a pounding headache and a stinking hangover. Once he'd recovered, he apologized to Harry and Hermione and they both agreed to give him a final chance. Although they both made it clear that unless Ron bucked up his ideas and changed his attitude like his sister, his days at the Cannons were numbered, and next time he did anything wrong they would sever his contract in a heartbeat. Wearing a tiny gold bikini, Hermione stood on a balcony, sipping a cocktail and looking out over the shimmering blue Caribbean Sea. She and Draco had spent 10 days in a top-class hotel on an exclusive island in the Caribbean, and their holiday was nearing its end. Hermione had thoroughly enjoyed the holiday and it had brought her and Draco even closer. For 10 days it had just been the two of them, and she'd loved every minute. Their hotel was the most luxurious place Hermione had ever stayed in, and they'd spent a few days just exploring the hotel and what it had to offer. They'd also explored the island, which had included a luxury boat trip and even a scuba diving trip. They'd also spent time relaxing and just enjoying each other's company. "Nice view," Draco suddenly remarked from behind her. "It is," Hermione agreed as she continued to gaze out across the Caribbean. "I wasn't talking about the scenery outside," Draco whispered as he wrapped his arms around Hermione's waist and slid his hands over her smooth stomach. "That's so corny," Hermione laughed, turning her head to grin at her boyfriend. "Maybe, but it was true," Draco replied. "The view from behind was very nice. Although this view is quite appealing as well," he added, casting his eyes downwards to where Hermione's beeps were barely covered by the top of her skimpy bikini. "You're insatiable, do you know that?" Hermione questioned with an affectionate chuckle. To be honest, it surprised her just how desirable Draco found her. Hermione knew she wasn't bad looking, but she also knew she wasn't the prettiest witch around. As an attractive, famous Quidditch player, not to mention being a Malfoy, Draco could have anyone he desired, yet he was happy with her. He clearly found her incredibly attractive, and his attentions left Hermione feeling genuinely beautiful. "You don't normally complain about me being insatiable," Draco said in a low voice as his hands trailed lower and he dipped his right hand into her tiny bikini bottoms. "In fact, I can remember you begging for more on several occasions." "I can never remember begging," Hermione replied with a slight gasp as Draco's dexterous fingers teased her. "I bet I can get you to beg," Draco replied with confidence as he suddenly removed his hand from her bikini bottoms. Hey, Hermione protested, turning around and pouting at her boyfriend as she placed her nearly empty cocktail on the nearby table. Told you I'd have you begging, Draco said with a cocky smile. That was not begging, it was protesting, Hermione argued. I don't beg. You will, Draco answered. Giving Hermione a devastating grin, he swept down and connected their lips. Unable to help herself responding, Hermione wrapped her arms around Draco's neck as she hungrily keyed him back. Keeping their lips connected, Draco edged Hermione back to the table that stood on the balcony. When her hips hit the table, the cocktail glass she'd placed there toppled over, but it didn't stop either of them as they continued to key. In fact, they didn't stop until Draco lifted Hermione up and sat her on the edge of the table. Oh no, Hermione said with a shake of her head. Not here. No one can see, Draco argued, his hands already tugging at the string ties that kept Hermione's bikini closed. All the balconies in the hotel were equipped with privacy charms, so no one could see onto someone else's balcony, and they were also included in the rooms, silencing charms, so no one could hear either. Even so, Hermione had still refused to do anything out on the balcony, despite Draco's protests that they had complete privacy. That's not the point, Draco, Hermione protested, although by this time Draco had already removed her bikini bottoms and was well on his way to removing her top. I thought that was exactly the point, Draco said. No one can see or hear, and that's your objection, isn't it? You don't want to be caught. You're a bad influence, Draco, Hermione muttered, giving in to her desire and allowing Draco to divest her of her bikini. I try, Draco replied with a wolfish smile. Now anytime you want to beg, feel free. I've told you, I don't beg, Hermione said. We'll see, Draco shot back, running his hands down her thighs and spreading her legs. Despite being out in the open, Hermione's nerves disappeared the second Draco placed a light key on her inner thigh. Giving herself up to the experience, she shut her eyes and luxuriated in Draco's light caresses. However, Draco hadn't been joking about making her beg, and it soon became clear to Hermione that he wasn't going to give her any sort of satisfaction. You're terrible, Hermione hissed as her boyfriend once again pulled back just as his lips were about to reach the part of her that was crying out for his attention. You know what to do if you want more, Draco said, his breath ghosting over Hermione's core and causing her to shiver in delight. I could take care of myself, Hermione muttered, moving her hand to dip in between her thighs. No, you don't, Draco called, grabbing her hand before it got in his way. Just ask me and I'll make you scream. Sod it, you win, Hermione hissed. I'm begging you, Draco, stop teasing me. Anything you want, Hermione, Draco said with a smug grin. Hermione shook her head at her boyfriend, but her annoyance was soon forgotten when he did as he promised and stopped the teasing. He also delivered on making her scream, before the couple retired to the bedroom where they spent the rest of the afternoon making the most of their last day of holiday. Soon they would be back to reality, but for now they had one more day under the Caribbean sun to enjoy. Harry looked around his office, pleased with how things were coming along. With Hermione being on holiday, Harry had taken charge of moving the office supplies into the stadium offices. He'd left Hermione's office for her to sort, but he'd taken care of everything else. He'd also taken care of some club business, and he was just waiting for Hermione to turn up so they could catch up and go over what still needed to be doing. As if thinking about Hermione summoned her up, there was a knock on the door and his business partner poked her head into the room. Harry beamed widely at the sight of his best friend. Hermione was looking tanned and relaxed, and even without asking he could just tell she'd had an amazing time. Things are looking good here, Hermione remarked, looking around the office after they'd exchanged greetings. You won't say that once you've seen your office, Harry chuckled. I've left all that for you to sort. How nice you are, Harry, Hermione laughed as the pair sat down on a sofa. Harry had placed in the corner of his office. So how are things? Business or pleasure? Harry asked. Both, Hermione replied. The club's doing fine, Harry answered. I've booked another week's training camp. I tried to get us into the same place as last year, but they're fully booked, so I've booked a hotel in Ireland. It's exactly what we want, and it'll be a good way of bringing the team back together. Sounds good, although I think I'll give it a miss this time, Hermione said. It had always been the plan for Harry to hold an annual training camp, but she didn't think her presence was required anymore. "Can you cope with a week away from Draco?" Harry teased. "I think I can just about manage," Hermione replied with a smile. Although she had to admit, it would be tough to go that long without seeing or speaking to Draco as things were getting increasingly serious between them. "It sounds like things are going great between you," Harry said with a smile. He was pleased that Hermione was happy, and no one could deny there'd been an extra spark about her since she'd started dating Draco. "They are," Hermione confirmed with a nod. "How are things with you and Ginny?" There had been a time when Hermione had thought that Harry and Ginny were doomed to failure, but over the last few months she'd seen a marked improvement in their relationship. They still didn't live together, but Harry seemed much more content with Ginny, and when he spoke about her, he did so with a smile on his face. "Better than ever," Harry replied, his face breaking out into the wide smile Hermione had gotten used to seeing on him when he spoke about his girlfriend. "In fact, we're talking about moving in together." "That's great news," Hermione said, genuinely happy for Harry. Ginny wasn't her favorite person, and likely never would be, but she was pleased that things were working out for her and Harry. "I'm pleased for you, Harry. And how are things with Ron?" Even though Ron had apologized to Hermione following the end of season party, they hadn't seen each other since, and Hermione wasn't sure if their friendship was salvageable. Over the last year, Ron had shown what he truly thought of her, and it was plain for Hermione to see that his opinion of her was as low as it could be. Surprisingly, the thought of losing Ron as her friend didn't affect her half as much as Hermione had thought it would, and it was now getting to the point where Hermione wondered if she would be better off with Ron out of her life completely. "He's trying," Harry answered. "But to be honest, I'm not sure he's ever going to be able to cope at the Cannons. Yes, he's allowing his old hatred of Draco and all things Slytherin to cloud his judgment, but I think it basically comes down to the fact he feels left out." "Left out of what?" "This," Harry replied, gesturing around the office. "I don't think he can cope with the fact we're in business together and he doesn't figure in the picture. Deep down he has to know that he couldn't have contributed to the partnership, but he doesn't want to admit that. He just feels pushed out, and I think he's just going to continue to rebel against us." "Then maybe it's time we cut our losses and set him free," Hermione suggested kindly. "If we go on like this, our friendships are going to be ruined. Maybe if we ended his contract with the Cannons we can still save our friendship. Or that could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back," Harry argued. "He might never forgive us for letting him go without just cause." "I think we both know we've got cause," Hermione pointed out. "Let's be honest, he's still only got a contract because we're his best friends. Anyone else would have dropped him long ago. But he never would have lashed out at anyone else in the same way," Harry retorted. "Just give me a little bit longer to work on him. As I said, he is trying. If I can get through to him, things might not be so bad this season. I need to give him a second chance." "Let's hope you're right," Hermione said. "Speaking of this season, I think we need to do something to launch the new stadium. We need to make a fuss and let everyone know we're in the big time now." "Funny, I was thinking exactly the same thing," Harry said with a smile. "In fact, I was speaking to Lucius the other day and he's willing to give us an extra injection of cash to stage a really special launch." "You were speaking to Lucius?" Hermione looked at Harry in surprise at the revelation, for as far as she knew Harry had only ever spoken to Lucius as their sponsor when she was with him. "We ran into each other at dinner the other evening," Harry said. "I took Ginny to this new hotel in the countryside and Lucius was there with Narcissa. He is our sponsor, so I couldn't ignore him. I said hello, and we got chatting and the subject of the stadium came up." "And did the two of you come up with any ideas about the launch?" Hermione asked. "We didn't," Harry admitted sheepishly. "But you're the one with the bright ideas. I'm sure you can come up with something brilliant." "I'll try my best," Hermione vowed as she got to her feet. "Unless there's anything else, I'll go and make a start on sorting my office." "There's nothing else," Harry replied. "But Hermione," he called, stopping her as she reached his office door. "Yes. It's good to have you back, I've missed you." "It's good to be back," Hermione replied, giving Harry a smile before leaving his office and heading towards her own, her mind already filled with thoughts about what sort of launch they could do to ensure that the new Cannons Stadium arrived with a bang. The Rising Phoenix Stadium launched 3 weeks before the start of the new season. While Harry had been busy with the players, including overseeing a week's training camp, Hermione had been working on putting together the perfect launch for the stadium. The evening she'd put together was a sophisticated casino night, with half the profits going to a charity she and Harry had decided that the club was going to endorse. Lucius had helped Hermione with the arrangements, and thanks to his contacts the corporate boxes had been transformed into a luxury casino. There were the traditional casino games, like roulette and blackjack, with a magical twist of course, as well as several magical games Hermione had never heard of. 2 bars had been set up at either end of the stadium, with an added waiter service to help things along. The catering had been done by a professional firm, and as with the drinks there was a waiter service to go with the tables of food which anyone could help themselves to. Considering the type of evening she'd put together, the dress code was formal, but Hermione was pleased to find that it hadn't put anyone off attending. If anything, the demand for tickets for the evening was higher than she expected. Aside from a few freebies, all tickets had been paid for by the guests. Hermione had given everyone associated with the club a chance to buy a ticket, or a pair if they wanted to bring a date, and she was thrilled that every single player had bought at least 1 ticket. As for the other tickets, they'd been snapped up by a wide range of people in the wizarding community. Within an hour of the party starting, Hermione had spotted the Minister for Magic, several Quidditch players that didn't play for the Cannons, a few old friends from Hogwarts, and a selection of other people she knew from using various shops and business in the wizarding world. As she sipped on a glass of champagne, standing on one of the balconies that overlooked the floodlit Quidditch pitch, Hermione looked around at the party and felt a sense of achievement. The buzz was noticeable and she hadn't heard one negative thing about the evening or the stadium. It did help that aside from the changing rooms and the offices, the entire stadium was open and free for people to explore. Hermione was also pleased that her choice of entertainment had gone down well. It had taken her a while before she settled on a casino evening, but so far it seemed to be the right choice. Upon arrival, everyone had received a small bag of chips to start the evening with, just a nominal amount, but it was enough to generate a fair bit of goodwill. However, there were a couple of booths where people could buy more chips, or cash in the ones they'd won. At each booth there was also donation box so that people could donate any of their winnings to the children's charity Hermione and Harry had chosen to sponsor. Hermione wasn't sure if anyone was actually donating to the charity, but even if they didn't, she was still confident the night itself would raise enough so that they could make a large first contribution to the charity. "What are you doing out here?" Draco questioned as he strolled out of the stadium and joined Hermione in the fresh air. "Just checking out the evening from a distance," Hermione replied, smiling at her boyfriend. In his black tuxedo he looked incredibly, and from the second they'd arrived at the stadium, Hermione had been filled with the temptation to drag him off to her office and have her wicked way with him. "It's much more fun if you join in," Draco whispered in her ear, before he pressed a light key to her neck and took hold of her hand. "Come and have some fun." With a smile, Hermione allowed Draco to lead her back inside. By this point the party was in full swing and everywhere she looked she was confronted by people having a good time. Since casinos weren't really her thing, Hermione gave herself up to Draco as he took her from table to table explaining the games to her. Some of the games were easy to understand, and Hermione quickly got the grasp of them, however some were more complicated and she decided they weren't for her. "Roulette is easy," Draco said as he led Hermione to the roulette table. "You place your chips on whatever you want to bet on and wait and see if it comes up." "So I could place everything on red?" Hermione asked as she slid her last 2 chips onto the red space on the table. "If that's what you want," Draco replied as he spread 5 of his remaining chips around the board. With the first spin, Hermione won her bet and within a few minutes she was well into the game. It would seem beginner's luck was also on her side as while Draco lost his chips in a matter of a few spins, Hermione was just accumulating more and more. After nearly 15 minutes she had a considerable number of chips, and after a bit of debate she placed the entire lot on number 1. "Why 1?" Draco asked as the ball spun around the roulette wheel. "Because that's where we're going to end up this season, number 1, Hermione replied with confidence. "Let's hope you're right," Draco replied, holding his breath as the ball slowed down and prepared to land. After a tortuous couple of seconds, where the ball just flipped from number to number, it finally settled in the number 1 slot. Hermione whooped with glee as the croupier slid the winning chips her way. Gathering them up, she decided not to push her luck and cash out. "Nice win," Draco said as they headed over to the counter to exchange the chips for money. "I take it this means dinner is on you at the weekend." "Not with this," Hermione replied. "These winnings are going straight in the charity pot." True to her word, Hermione deposited her winnings into the charity pot, before she and Draco wandered back into the crowds. As they mingled with the guests, and just generally had a good time, Hermione lost track of time. She'd been having so much fun, she didn't realize the evening was reaching its conclusion until Harry approached her and told her it was time for them to get the fireworks ready. Thanks to Fred and George, they had a magnificent display planned and it was the perfect way to end the evening. "Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention?" Harry called, using magic to amplify his voice while Hermione went to check everything was in hand. "First, I want to thank you all for coming. I hope you've all had a good time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. If you'd all like to step outside, we have a little show in store for you." 5 minutes later, the guests were all gathered in the stands of the stadium, ready to see what Harry and Hermione had in store for them. Returning to the balcony where Draco was standing with Harry and Ginny, Hermione took her place next to her boyfriend just as the first of the fireworks lit up the sky. What followed was 15 minutes of the most amazing fireworks anyone could imagine. Fred and George had really outdone themselves with the color and Quidditch theme, and the fireworks came to an explosive end with the words, "Go Cannons," blazed all over the night sky. "Impressive," Ginny whistled in awe. "The twins certainly came up trumps," Harry agreed. The fireworks should have triggered the end of the evening, but before anyone had a chance to leave, Hermione and Harry became aware of raised voices from the next balcony over. Unfortunately, they weren't the only ones to notice the altercation, and by the time they managed to get close enough to find out what was going on, the party had come to a standstill as they watched the unscripted entertainment. Unsurprisingly, Ron was at the center of the drama and both Harry and Hermione were disgusted to find him throwing insults at Lucius. To his credit, Lucius wasn't responding to Ron's insults, he was merely waiting for a clearly drunk Ron to finish his ranting. However, Harry and Hermione were not happy to just let Ron rant, and they intervened in order to try and bring an end to the drama. "What are you playing at?" Harry hissed to Ron while Hermione apologized to Lucius. "I was just giving your sponsor a piece of my mind," Ron spat, glaring at Lucius. "Although, why is someone like him your sponsor? I had no idea I was playing for a team sponsored by a Death Eater." "Seriously?" Harry asked. "You didn't know Lucius owned Silver Ink Publishers?" "Not until I've just heard him bragging to his mates about how he has control of the cannons," Ron replied. "I never said that," Lucius said, speaking up for the first time. "I was just talking about how proud I was to be the sponsor of an up-and-coming team like the Cannons. I've never claimed to have control of the club." "I know you wouldn't," Hermione reassured their sponsor. "I'm sure Ron just got the wrong end of the stick, and I'm also sure he's sorry." As if, Ron snorted, unmoved by the fierce glare Hermione sent his way. "I'm not sorry about anything. Just the fact I've been playing for a Death Eater club is enough to turn my stomach." "That is enough, Ron," Harry barked. "Apologize now." "Hell no," Ron spat. "Malfoys are scum and I want nothing to do with them." "Have it your way," Hermione said sharply. "Ron, I would like you to leave the premises." "You're kicking me out?" Ron questioned in shock. "We are," Harry said, stepping up to stand with his partner. "And we're terminating your contract. As of tonight, you no longer play for the Cannons." "You can't do this," Ron hissed angrily. "We can and we are," Harry replied. "Just leave, Ron, before we have to force you." "You'll regret this," Ron declared angrily as he backed off. "You and your Death Eater supporters." Hermione shook her head as Ron turned around and staggered out of the stadium. Turning to Lucius, she offered another apology, totally mortified that Ron had made such a scene. From the looks of Ginny, she was equally as embarrassed by her brother, and Harry looked angrier than Hermione had ever seen him. "There's no need for you to apologize," Lucius reassured Hermione. "You've done nothing wrong. I just hope this won't affect our working relationship," Hermione said. "We would hate to lose you as our sponsor." "That won't happen," Lucius said. "I'm dedicated to the Cannons and it'll take more than one mouthy player to change that." "Make that ex-player," Harry muttered. "You're seriously ending his contract?" Ginny asked her boyfriend. "I'm sorry, Ginny, but this is the last straw," Harry said, glancing around at the partygoers that Draco and his friends were busy persuading to call an end to the evening. He's made a hugely embarrassing scene, and we all know this will be all over the papers in the next couple of days. I've had enough, Ginny, it's time we cut our losses and went our separate ways. It's nothing personal, and I hope we can still be friends with Ron, but I can't allow him to get away with this. I understand, Ginny said sadly. You have to do what's right for the club. I do, and cutting Ron loose is what's for the best, Harry replied. Silently agreeing with her partner, Hermione turned her attention to the remaining guests. Hermione played the gracious hostess until the final guest left. However, the second the last guest left, she turned to Draco and allowed her boyfriend to wrap him in his embrace. I can't believe Ron ruined tonight, Hermione muttered. He didn't ruin the night, he merely showed himself to be an immature child, Draco replied. Everyone will remember what a great night it was. Everyone will remember Ron and his outburst, Hermione countered. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Thank God your father was reasonable and didn't want to sever all connections with the club. I'm sure father's heard worse over the years, Draco replied. He knew Lucius was used to dealing with his past and the fact he'd been a Death Eater all those years ago. Even so, I wish Ron hadn't blown up like that, Hermione said. Like it or not, he's made us headline news for all the wrong reasons. We'll just have to change the headlines when the new season starts and we begin our fight for the title, Draco said. Don't worry, Hermione, all this with Ron will blow over. Let's hope so, Hermione muttered. Something told her they hadn't heard the last of Ron, and she doubted her best friend was going to leave the Cannons without a fuss. She just hoped things didn't get too bad and that Ron wouldn't ruin the entire club and its reputation. For the first time in a week, Ron woke up completely and utterly sober. The only problem with waking up sober was that his faculties were fully functioning, and he couldn't block out events of the last week. Sadly for Ron, that meant facing up to his recent behavior and coming to the alarming conclusion that he'd been totally out of order. It had all been going so well recently as well, with Ron putting every effort in to try and change and accept that things weren't exactly as he would have hoped at the Cannons. He'd attended Harry's training camp without a fuss, even though he'd loathed every minute of it and came away more certain than ever that a place on the first team was going to elude him for yet another season. Still, he'd been determined to put his head down and work hard, and maybe show Harry and the rest of the Cannons coaching staff that he wasn't quite the loser they had him pegged as. Then came the grand opening of the stadium, where Ron had totally lost it and blown not only his career, but possibly his friendship with Harry and Hermione. A week later, Ron still didn't know what had come over him, and he bitterly regretted the way he'd lashed out at Lucius Malfoy. He still thought it was unwise for Harry and Hermione to get involved with the former Death Eater, but he could see that it really wasn't his place to say anything. Unfortunately, Ron hadn't kept his mouth shut, and quite honestly he couldn't blame Harry for losing his temper and terminating his contract. Ron had tried to apologize to his friends, but while Harry and Hermione had accepted his apology, they hadn't changed their minds on ending his contract with the Cannons. So Ron had found himself without a club, and with little chance of another club hiring him after the scene he'd made was splashed over all the papers. Remembering the headlines, which had all painted him as the villain, Ron grimaced painfully, not wanting to dwell on how he'd been crucified in the press. Shit, Ron suddenly gasped, bolting up in bed as thoughts of the papers brought a memory back into his head. After having his contract ended by the Cannons, Ron had ended up drinking steadily, and in his drunken stupor he'd done something very stupid. He'd granted an interview to Rita Skeeter, and even though the details were blurry, he was fairly sure that he'd let his mouth run away from him and said far more than he should have. Jumping from the bed, Ron raced into the kitchen to grab the morning's papers. He let out a sigh of relief when there was nothing on the front page about his interview, and praying that it wasn't too late to stop it, he began to check the rest of the paper. Unfortunately for Ron, his hopes of burying the story were shot when in the middle of the paper he found a double spread of his interview. "My Cannons Hell," blared the headline, accompanied by a large picture of Ron taken before the previous season. With a sense of dread, Ron began to read the interview, and found it was worse than he'd feared. His anger and disappointment came oozing through in each word that had been printed, and he'd laid into anyone and everyone. Harry and Hermione bore the brunt of his anger, but there was harsh words for Ginny, Alicia, Angelina and the other players and coaches. He'd also laid into Lucius and his involvement of the team, not to mention the harsh words he'd had to say about Draco and his relationship with Hermione. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, wondering how he was ever going to make it right. With the start of the season just around the corner, the interview really couldn't have come at a worse time for the Chudley Cannons and Ron himself. He now knew without a shadow of a doubt that his Quidditch career was over. If it had been hard to find a club before, it was downright impossible now. No one was going to hire him after he'd not only stabbed his former club in the back, but he'd taken his best friends down as well. The interview was beeped, and while Harry and Hermione would probably emerge just fine if they remained dignified, Ron knew his reputation was in tatters. The more salacious reporters might use the content of the interview as a way to bash Harry, Hermione and the Cannons, but Ron knew to most people it would just come across as a bitter rant on his behalf. And it is, he muttered to himself in disgust as he threw the paper onto the floor and buried his head in his hands. Ron sat at the kitchen table for nearly half an hour, trying to work out how to fix things, and by the time he dragged himself into the bathroom for a shower, he was no nearer to knowing what he was going to do. He doubted anything could make up for what he'd said in the interview, and quite frankly he wouldn't blame Harry and Hermione if they never spoke to him again. He was their best friend, and he'd just trashed them in the papers, all because he was jealous and couldn't handle the fact they'd been involved in something that he hadn't been. Once he was dressed, Ron plucked up the courage to head to the burrow, hoping some of the family might be present. When he arrived, some of the family were present, but it wasn't Ginny and Harry. Aside from Molly and Arthur, it was the twins and their girlfriends who were around, and when he walked into the kitchen he was faced with 6 hostile faces. Even Molly, who'd always backed him no matter what, was looking at him with such disappointment in her face. "I don't know what to say," Ron said quietly. "I rather think you said it all to Rita Skeeter," Fred snorted. "At least we all know how you feel." "I really don't feel like that," Ron protested. "You don't think our girlfriends are traitors?" George asked. "Because that's what we read over breakfast this morning." "I really don't," Ron said, turning to Alicia and Angelina. "I'm sorry for dragging you into things. You're entitled to play for whatever club you want, and the Cannons are lucky to have you." "I don't really think it's us you need to be apologizing to," Angelina said stiffly. "Yes, what you said about us hurt, but you were really beat to Hermione and Harry, and they just don't deserve it." "I know," Ron confessed in a quiet mutter. "Do you?" George asked. "Or are you just worried about what a tosser you look like?" "I am sorry," Ron insisted. "I was drunk, and I never should have spoken to that dreadful woman." "Somehow, I don't think saying you were drunk will make things right with Harry and Hermione," Fred said. "After all the hard work they've done to drag the Cannons from the bottom of the league, and you've gone and thrown them to the wolves. You should be grateful that they saved your club, but instead you've shown what a petty, jealous little worm you truly are." "I really am sorry," Ron whispered, feeling stung by Fred's beat character assassination. "Save it for someone who cares," George snorted in distaste. Looking around the room, and realizing he would have to try and make amends before he got any support, he apologized once again and hurried out of the burrow. Instead of going home, he headed to Harry's flat, but it wasn't his best friend who answered the door. It was his sister, and Ginny looked as though she could happily strangle him. "I can't believe you have the nerve to show up here," Ginny hissed. "I need to apologize," Ron said sheepishly. "You need to do more than apologize," Ginny retorted sharply. "Saying sorry is not going to make things better, Ron. Just what were you thinking when you spoke to Skeeter?" "I wasn't thinking, I was drunk," Ron replied matter-of-factly, knowing it was pointless trying to defend himself. "Can I please just come in and we can talk?" "Please yourself." Turning on her heel, Ginny stalked back into the flat, leaving Ron to follow her into the front room. "Where's Harry?" Ron asked, half thinking his best friend would suddenly appear in a fit of rage. "He's gone to talk to Hermione," Ginny answered. "The pair are holding an emergency meeting to try and decide how best to respond to your attack." "It wasn't an attack," Ron said quietly as he sunk down in a chair. "It certainly read like one," Ginny retorted, glaring angrily at her brother. "You totally laid into Harry and Hermione. Despite the fact they're supposed to be your best friends. Not to mention the digs at me." "Sorry about that," Ron said with a wince, remembering how he'd called Ginny out for not sticking with him in her protest of how things were going at the Cannons. "Sorry doesn't make it better," Ginny snapped angrily. Anyone reading that interview is going to know I had a problem with things when I first started with the Cannons. Look, I get that you're frustrated with how things have been going. Hell, that was almost me, blowing my entire future. What changed? Ron asked, remembering the new leaf his sister had turned over towards the back end of the previous season. I got cocky and I put Harry in an impossible position, Ginny answered. It really hit me that I couldn't carry on the way things were. Harry offered me a choice, I either shaped up, or I shipped out. I decided to turn my attitude around, and I wish you'd done the same. Harry gave you more than one chance, just like he did me. You should have taken one of them, Ron. I know, Ron admitted quietly. But now it's too late and I don't know how to make things right. If you want my opinion, I would leave Harry and Hermione for a few days, Ginny advised her brother. Maybe issue a statement apologizing for the interview, and then keep your head down. Wait for this to blow over, and then try apologizing to Harry and Hermione. Because I'm telling you now, the mood Harry was in this morning, he's not ready to forgive you. He's not ever close. Just stay out of trouble, Ron, and maybe once things have quietened down you can make amends. Can you put in a good word for me? Ron asked hopefully. I can try and make Harry listen to you, but that's as far as I can go, Ginny said. Start proving to them that you can be trusted, and maybe then they will forgive you. I hope so, Ron said wearily as he got to his feet. Thanking Ginny, he headed home to dwell in his misery. As much as he wanted to make things right with Harry and Hermione, he knew that his sister was right and he needed to give them both some time to cool down. Hermione was feisty at the best of times, and Harry also had a temper, and given what had happened the previous week, he doubted either of them would take kindly to seeing him right now. So as hard as it was, he would do as Ginny suggested and keep a low profile, and hopefully in a few weeks the time would be right to try and build bridges with his two best friends. At the end of the day he didn't want to lose Harry and Hermione, and right now, he knew he was on the verge of doing exactly that. The furore with Ron dominated the Cannons' build-up for the new season, and the endless headlines frustrated Hermione to no end. As if it wasn't bad enough that they'd had to contend with the press reports following the opening of the stadium, Ron had then gone and given a crushing interview to Rita Skeeter. Hermione had been devastated by the interview, and the fact Ron would betray her and Harry in such a way, but in public she'd put on a brave face. Only Harry and Draco knew how upset she'd been at what Ron had done. Thankfully, Ron hadn't been stupid enough to try and approach her to apologize. She knew from Ginny that he'd tried to talk to Harry the day the interview came out, but she'd convinced him to give them some time. Hermione hoped that in time she could forgive Ron, but she knew it wasn't likely to happen anytime soon. Although, looking on the bright side, things hadn't quite gotten as bad as she'd worried with the press. Sure, the stories were still running, but since she and Harry had maintained a dignified silence and the club refused to comment, they weren't being portrayed in a negative light. Hermione was just hoping that the start of the new season would get the Cannons off the front pages and onto the back ones. Hopefully the first match of the season would get the talk back to actual Quidditch, rather than behind-the-scenes dramas. Hermione was also hoping the team would get off to a winning start. The first match was at the new stadium and she was hoping for good things in the coming season. On the afternoon of the first match, Hermione was thrilled to find the first match was a sellout. Just wandering around the stadium as people began to arrive, Hermione got a sense of how excited people were. The club shop was packed and Hermione was thrilled to see their merchandise flying off the shelves. When she went into the stands to watch the match, she was pleased to find that the Cannons' flags and banners outweighed those of the Bats, their first opposition of the season. As with the previous season, Hermione found herself getting into the match when it began. For someone who wasn't the biggest fan of Quidditch, Hermione had found herself being swept up in the emotion of the game since becoming co-owner of the Cannons. And the first game of the new season was no exception, as she cheered and celebrated every goal the Cannons scored. When the game ended with Draco catching the snitch, Hermione was cheering along with the rest of the fans. It had certainly been a good start to the season after all the preseason drama. Now all they had to do was carry on their winning ways and maybe as the season neared its end the Cannons would be right up there in contention for the title. Hermione still wasn't sure if they would win the league this season, but she was hoping they would progress each year until they finally lifted the trophy. In an attempt to start the new season on a positive note, Harry had arranged a private dinner for the players and coaching staff at a fancy restaurant on the day of the first game of the season. The fact the Cannons had won their first match of the season only added to the festive atmosphere, and Harry watched the laughing and joking with a smile on his face. The atmosphere around the team was great, and thankfully the recent press activity hadn't had any negative effect. In fact, the team were more united and upbeat than they'd been at all during the previous season. Harry could now clearly see the negative effect Ron and Ginny had placed on the team the previous season. Even though they were only two people, recent events proved what a negative effect they'd been subconsciously having on the team. But now with Ron out of the picture and Ginny's fresh attitude, it was as though all the negativity had left the Cannons camp. Despite now being in charge for slightly over a year, Harry was really just beginning to feel as though his journey with the Cannons was starting in earnest. The first year had been a bumpy ride, but hopefully with their problems behind them, the club could look to the future. As rosy as the club's future looked, Harry couldn't help but dwell on private matters. He'd been devastated by the interview Ron had given to Rita Skeeter, and he was still struggling to accept his best friend had betrayed him in such a way. Of course he knew from Ginny and a few of the other Weasleys that Ron seemed genuinely sorry, but he hadn't yet spoken to his red-headed best friend. Harry wanted to speak to Ron, as he was hoping to fix things between them, but he was also scared of how things might end up. He knew that unless Ron was really going to change, all the apologies in the world wouldn't make a difference. He'd apologized before for the times he's messed up, only to make the same mistakes again and again. Harry knew an apology wasn't going to cut it this time. If he was going to remain friends with Ron, his friend needed to change. "You seem deep in thought," Ginny remarked, nudging Harry gently in the side. "I am," Harry confessed, turning to his girlfriend. Since Ginny's change of attitude, things were going from strength to strength between the couple, and Harry hoped that Ron was able to follow his sister's lead and change his attitude before they fell out for good. "What about?" Ginny asked, even though she had a sneaking suspicion it involved her brother. Ginny wanted nothing more than to fix things between Ron and his two best friends, but she knew it wasn't wise to push things and that it was up to Harry and Hermione to decide if they could give Ron another chance. "Ron," Harry answered with a sigh. "I miss him. And he misses you," Ginny said, lacing her fingers through Harry's and squeezing slightly. "I know he was a fool, and you know I was as mad as anyone when I read that awful interview he gave, but he is genuinely sorry. I know it probably doesn't help with the sense of betrayal, but I really think the interview was the wake-up call he needed. Ron knows your friendship is on the line, which is why he's waiting for you to make the first move. It's not easy though," Harry admitted. "I'm not sure I'm over the betrayal yet, and I know Hermione isn't. Even if I can forgive Ron and we can fix things, I don't know if Hermione can just yet. I don't want to be torn between the pair of them, Ginny." "You need to talk to Hermione," Ginny advised. "Given what's happened, I think it's understandable that she's finding it harder to forgive Ron. But she's a good person. Even if she's not ready to speak to Ron, I don't think she'll object to you doing so. So you think I should be honest with her, and tell her I want to try and fix things with Ron," Harry said, flicking his gaze down the long table to where Hermione was sitting. His best friend was sitting chatting to Alicia and Angelina, but she was sitting next to Draco and, Harry could see the blonde had his arm draped over the back of her chair, despite the fact he was talking to Theo. "Honesty is the best policy," Ginny said with a nod. "Hermione's your partner, Harry, you don't want to alienate her." "No, I don't," Harry agreed. "But I do want to fix things with Ron. He's been my best friend since I was 11, and it kills me to think we might not be friends anymore." "You don't regret buying the club, do you?" Ginny asked, surprised by the depth of her boyfriend's suffering in regards to her brother. "Despite everything that's happened over the last year, I don't," Harry answered, not even having to think about it. "I regret the way things have gone with Ron, but I don't regret buying the club. I wouldn't change owning the Cannons for anything. I'm just hoping that ultimately it doesn't cost me my best friend." "It won't," Ginny replied confidently. "Ron's just waiting for you to approach him. I don't think you're going to regret giving him another chance." "I hope not," Harry replied quietly, letting his gaze once again fall back to Hermione, who had now turned around and was whispering quietly with Draco. For the next half hour, Harry mentally plucked up the courage to go and speak to Hermione about Ron. As much as he wanted to sort things with Ron, he didn't want to jeopardize his friendship with Hermione. He knew Hermione had been deeply wounded by Ron's interview, not to mention the other remarks he'd made about her private life, and he didn't want her to think that he was condoning Ron's behavior in any way. However, things couldn't carry on the way they were, and he wanted to try and put his life back to normal, and that meant fixing things with his oldest friend. When Harry spotted Draco getting up to visit the bathroom, he took the opportunity to move down the table and slide into the seat next to Hermione. He doubted Draco would mind as the meal was nearly over and people had been switching seats all evening. Besides, he just wanted a quick word with Hermione before she undoubtedly headed home with Draco to celebrate him catching the snitch in the first game of the new season. "This was a great idea, Harry," Hermione said with a smile. "I think everyone's having a great time." "That was the idea," Harry replied with a grin. "So I take it, you're having a good time." "I am," Hermione confirmed with a nod of her head. "Are you? You seem a little quiet tonight." "I've just got something on my mind," Harry admitted. "It's something I would like to talk to you about actually." "Do we need to go somewhere private?" Hermione questioned with a frown, wondering if Harry had a problem that he needed to discuss with her. "Here should be fine, unless you were rather we were alone," Harry replied. "We'll just stay here then," Hermione said. "So come on Harry, what's on your mind?" "Ron." Hermione's face lit up in understanding as she gave her partner a small smile. "You miss him." "I do," Harry confessed in a small voice. "I don't forgive him for what he did, but I want to. I want to move on and be friends again." "And what? You're worried that I'm going to object?" Hermione asked. "Not object exactly," Harry replied. "More like, I don't want you to feel I'm choosing him over you. I just want him back in my life, providing he's going to change his attitude." "I understand, Harry," Hermione said with a sigh. "In fact, I feel the same. I want to sort things with him, I'm just not ready. I can't forgive him yet." "Maybe what you need is proof he's really changed," Harry suggested. "Maybe it'll be easier to forgive him, once I've made amends with him." "Maybe," Hermione agreed with a thoughtful nod. "I never wanted things to get this bad with Ron, and while I don't know if things can ever get back to how they were, I would like to have him in my life. But I need to be sure I can trust him, Harry. And more importantly, he needs to accept my choices and stop insulting my boyfriend. I'll make all that clear to him," Harry vowed. "And when you're ready, I can maybe help mend things between you." "I'd like that," Hermione said, smiling at Harry as she gave him a quick hug. Feeling relieved that everything was fine with Hermione, Harry finally relaxed and enjoyed the rest of his evening. He felt much better knowing he was going to try and fix things with Ron. All he could do now was hope that Ginny was right, and that her brother had truly seen the error of his ways and wanted to start afresh. Ron had seriously thought about attending the Cannons' first match of the season, but in the end he decided that it wouldn't have been a wise move. Instead he listened to the match on the radio, and he actually surprised himself when he didn't feel any jealousy when his former team won. Even though he'd accepted his time with the Cannons was over, all due to his own mistakes, he'd still expected to feel resentful towards his former club when it came to them winning and doing well without him. However, it had been a pleasant surprise when they'd won that Ron's overwhelming feeling was happiness for Harry and Hermione. He genuinely did want his friends to be successful, and recent events had helped him grow up and realize just how badly he'd behaved over the last year. However, despite his happiness for Harry and Hermione that their season had gotten off to a winning start, Ron still couldn't help but dwell on the fact neither of them had been in touch since his disastrous interview had been published. He'd followed Ginny's advice and released a statement apologizing for the interview, and then he'd kept a low profile. He'd refused to talk to any more journalists, and even though he was desperate to talk to Harry and Hermione, he refrained from bothering them. He knew that if he wanted to make amends, he was going to have to be patient and prove to Harry and Hermione that he was genuinely sorry this time. The day after the Cannons' first game, Ron's patience was rewarded when Harry unexpectedly turned up at his flat. Ron was so stunned to see Harry when he opened his door that he stood in stunned silence for a couple of minutes before he gathered his thoughts and invited Harry inside. Leaving Harry in the front room, Ron hurried off to make some tea as he tried to calm down and get his thoughts in order. The only time Ron could ever recall any real tension between himself and Harry was in fourth year, when he'd reacted like a petulant child when Harry was entered into the Triwizard Tournament. Ron had been insanely jealous of the attention Harry had received, and in his jealousy he'd refused to believe that Harry hadn't found a way to dupe the Goblet of Fire. It had led to a falling out between the boys, and it had taken them months to fix the rift that had developed between them. Thankfully they'd done so, and it hadn't harmed their friendship in any way, and Ron was hoping that they could do the same again and move on with their friendship. "Here we are, freshly brewed tea," Ron announced nervously as he returned to the front room and placed a tea tray down on his battered coffee table. "Thanks," Harry replied with a short nod of his head, although he made no move to grab a cup of tea. "Harry, I'm so sorry," Ron began as he perched on the seat opposite his friend. "I know I don't deserve to be forgiven, but all I can do is throw myself on your mercy." "Ron, stop," Harry interrupted, holding up a hand to stop Ron before the redhead got carried away. "I'm not here for an apology. To be honest, an apology won't just magically fix things. You've apologized before, and then messed up again. What you need to do now is prove that you're sorry." "I can do that," Ron said eagerly, latching onto the hope that Harry wasn't visiting to end their friendship completely. "Because I am sorry. I just wish I hadn't spent the last year acting like such an arsehole." "I agree with you there," Harry said with a wry smile. "I wish this last year had been different, but it wasn't. I would rather just move on and forget about recent events. You're my best friend, Ron, and I don't want to lose your friendship." "I don't want to lose yours either," Ron replied sincerely. "I know after everything I've done, I'm lucky you're still talking to me. And I just have to accept that I've lost Hermione." "Not just yet, you haven't," Harry said. "I'm not going to lie, Ron. You've totally destroyed her with some of the things you've said and done. She's nowhere near ready to forgive you, but she does hope to save your friendship." "I'll do anything," Ron swore. "Then just be patient," Harry advised. "If you want Hermione back in your life, you're going to have to show her you've changed. And you're going to have to accept Draco. Can you do that?" "I can't pretend to like him, because I don't," Ron said. "But I can learn to tolerate him. It's Hermione life, and if she's happy, then I can accept him. I will never say or do anything that will hurt Hermione again." "And that's all we ask," Harry said, hoping that Ron meant it and could stick to his word. "This is your final chance, Ron. Not just with Hermione, but with me as well. Recent events have hit Hermione harder, but I've still been affected. You still stabbed me in the back as well." "I know, and I can't express how sorry I am," Ron said sheepishly. "All I can do is prove to you that I can be a good friend again. I've been a complete git for the last year, and it's time I started to make amends. I will earn your trust back, and I will prove to Hermione that I'm sorry and can be trusted again. I won't let you down again, Harry." Harry nodded as he reached forward and picked up his tea. He hoped Ron was right, for all their sakes, but it was a chance he had to take. He couldn't walk away without giving his best friend one more chance to make amends. Although, hopefully Ron would grab the chance with both hands and make sure he didn't do anything to mess things up again, or else he would lose Harry and Hermione's friendship for good. Hermione let out a contented sigh as she placed her empty wineglass on the floor beside the fire in Draco's penthouse. The couple were currently snuggled up beside a roaring fire, following a romantic dinner. It was just over a week until Christmas, and the day before the Cannons' last match before the short winter break the Quidditch League took. So far the Cannons' season was going great guns, and with over half the season to go they were lying in third position, 1 point behind the team in second and only 4 points behind the Tornadoes, who were top of the league as usual. Over the course of their dinner, Draco and Hermione had discussed Christmas, and the fact they liked the idea of spending it together. They had been a couple the previous Christmas, and had seen each other on Christmas Eve, but it had still been early days in their relationship. However, they'd now been together for over a year and they were becoming increasingly serious with each passing month. Details still needed to be sorted with their Christmas plans, but they had decided that they would be spending the majority of the festive season together. "So what do you actually want for Christmas?" Hermione asked, turning her head so she could see Draco. The previous year she'd just bought him some aftershave and some expensive chocolates, but this year she wanted to get him something more meaningful. "How about you get Theo to drop this ridiculous say **** ban," Draco joked, letting his hand slip under Hermione's jumper and stroking her soft skin. "Yet again, I'm stuck spending an evening with my girlfriend, and not being able to do all the naughty things I want to do with her. Sorry, I'm not interfering in the running of the team, Hermione returned with a smile. Not even if it means we can have mind-blowing say **** whenever we want. Draco asked with a sinful smirk. Not even then, Hermione insisted with a stubborn shake of her head. Besides, the odd night of no say **** won't kill you. You hope, Draco countered with a dramatic sigh. A man could die from say ****ual frustration, you know. I could always leave and take away the temptation, Hermione suggested, although she had no intention of going anywhere. Hermione knew that despite the conversation they were having, it was all just a joke. Neither of them genuinely struggled with the say **** ban, and they'd never felt the need to avoid each other the night before a match so they wouldn't be tempted to break the rules. Their say **** life was smoking hot, and incredibly enjoyable, but it was just one element of their relationship. Even if you took say **** out of the equation completely, Hermione knew she would still want to be with Draco, and he would still want to be with her. They both loved spending time together, and say **** or no say ****, there wasn't anywhere else either one of them would rather be. You're not going anywhere, Draco said, his hold on Hermione tightening just in case she tried to move. I never intended to, Hermione replied contently. But you still haven't answered my question. What do you want for Christmas? That's easy, I want you, Draco answered. Me? Hermione frowned. You've got me, I'm already here. Not all the time though, Draco replied seriously. I want you here all the time. What I want for Christmas is for you to move in with me. Seriously. Sitting up properly, Hermione turned so she was sitting facing her boyfriend, rather than lounging in his arms. Seriously, Draco confirmed with a nod. We spend almost every night together anyway, so why not make it official? You would really want to live with me? Hermione checked, not quite sure she was believing what she was hearing. I would, Draco replied. But do you want to live with me? Hermione nodded eagerly as a grin broke out over her face. Of course, I would, she declared happily as she threw her arms around Draco's neck. There's nothing I would like more. Draco pressed his lips against Hermione's in a tender key ****, but all too soon things escalated and their innocent key **** turned into a full-on heated snog. In the midst of the key ****, Draco had pulled Hermione closer to him and the pair had ended up falling back on the floor in a tangled heap. By the time they broke for air, Hermione was lying on top of Draco and she could feel the hard ridge of his tion pressing into her thigh. Sorry, she whispered, wishing there was something she could do to help Draco with his problem. Of course they could break the rule and no one would ever know, but that wasn't something they would do. The rules had been put into place for a reason, and Harry and Theo trusted the players to adhere to the rules. As a dedicated player, Draco had no intention of breaking the rules, and Hermione didn't want to flout the rules just because she happened to be the boss. As you said, I won't die from lack of say ****, Draco replied as Hermione moved off him and he adjusted his position on the floor. We more than make up for it on nights when the ban isn't in place, Hermione agreed with a smile. We do, but it's not helping me to think about the say **** we do have, Draco pointed out. Sorry, Hermione apologized again. Why don't we discuss moving in together? When do you want to do it? As soon as possible, Draco replied, forgetting about his arousal as he looked at Hermione's beaming face. She was practically bouncing with excitement at the thought of them living together. After tomorrow's match we've got 3 weeks break. I'm not due back in training until the middle of January. I'm sure we can make the move in that time. I think we can manage that, Hermione agreed with a nod. Not that I have 3 weeks off though. After tomorrow they might not be matches until the end of January, but there's still plenty of club business to attend to. I can sort the move while you're working, Draco offered. All we have to decide is how to do this. Are you moving in here, or would you rather I came to you? In time we could get our own place, but for now I think it makes sense to use one of the places we've already got. Draco, stop rambling, Hermione said with a laugh, reaching up and putting her finger over Draco's lips as he drew breath to continue. Sorry, Draco muttered, flushing slightly with embarrassment. He wasn't normally the sort of person to ramble, but he was rather excited to be moving in with Hermione, and he'd been unable to stop himself from rambling. Don't be sorry, I think it's cute, Hermione said with a teasing smile. Cute. Draco's face contorted into a look of pure horror as he glared at his girlfriend. Puppies are cute. Little children are cute. Malfoys are never cute. Malfoys are handsome but never cute. I bet you were cute as a child, Hermione said, continuing to tease her boyfriend. I can just picture you now, running around the manor all tiny and adorable. I bet you were such a little angel. More like a nightmare, Draco laughed. Mother has dozens of stories about some of the things I used to get up to. In public I was an immaculately behaved child, but at home I was like any other little Slytherin, always getting into mischief. I can believe that actually, Hermione said, laughing along with Draco. Maybe I need to rethink moving in with you if you're such a troublemaker. It's too late now, you've agreed and I'm holding you to it, Draco said, gently pulling Hermione back into his arms. We are moving in together and nothing will stop it. I can't wait, Hermione said, giving Draco a brief key. And for the record, I think I should move in here with you. Your place is bigger than mine, and as you say, it's more like a stopgap until we're ready to find somewhere new together. That's settled then, Draco said with a grin. You're moving in here. Hermione grinned back at Draco, looking forward to moving in with her boyfriend. It was the perfect Christmas present, and Hermione couldn't wait until she and Draco were settled in and living together permanently. The day before Christmas Eve, Hermione was doing a bit of last-minute Christmas shopping. She and Draco had decided to celebrate Christmas first before she moved in before the new year. Hermione had been more than happy to focus on Christmas before the move, and the couple had decided to have a quiet Christmas celebration in Draco's penthouse, just the two of them. Of course they planned on seeing their friends and family over the holidays as well, but Christmas Day itself would be spent just the two of them. As she picked up her last-minute bits and pieces, Hermione spotted a sweet hamper that made her think of Ron. Over the last couple of months, Harry had been fixing his friendship with Ron, and her best friend had assured her numerous times that he'd finally changed and accepted that he'd behaved appallingly. Harry had even told her that he'd approached the twins about a job in their shop, while he decided what he wanted to do with his life now his Quidditch career was over. Hermione had thought about Ron a lot over the last few weeks, and she knew that she was ready to give him a second chance. Impulsively buying the hamper, she headed home where she wrapped it, and before she had time to change her mind, she headed to Ron's flat. Thankfully Ron was at home, and although he was clearly stunned to see Hermione, he still welcomed her in with a wide smile. "Can I get you a drink?" Ron asked, his nerves clear for Hermione to see. "No thank you, I can't stop long," Hermione replied. "Of course," Ron replied with a disappointed sigh. "Come on through." Hermione followed Ron through to the front room of his flat. A small Christmas tree stood in the corner, decorated in gold and red, and underneath it sat a handful of presents. "I'm so pleased you're here, Hermione," Ron said as the pair sat down. "I'm very sorry about everything I've said and done over the last year and a half. I'm so ashamed of myself. I was a terrible friend and quite honestly I don't blame you for staying away. In fact I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to be my friend again. I can't pretend that what you did doesn't matter, but I do want to put it behind us," Hermione said as she pulled Ron's present from her bag and passed it over to the redhead. "I want to start afresh. Merry Christmas, Ron." "Thank you," Ron whispered as he took hold of the unexpected present. Placing the present on the sofa beside him, he walked over to the tree and plucked out a neatly wrapped box, which he handed to Hermione. "Merry Christmas, Hermione. I didn't know if I would see you, but I was going to give it to Harry to pass on to you. I wanted you to know that I still care about you." "Thank you, Ron," Hermione said, tucking the present into her bag to open on Christmas morning. "I really hope that we can put this behind us and start afresh in the new year." "I'd like that," Ron said with a nod. "And I just want you to know that I accept your choice of boyfriend. I'm sorry about what I said about you and Malfoy." "I appreciate the apology," Hermione said with a small smile. "I don't expect you and Draco to become the best of friends. To be honest, I very much doubt you'll become friends at all. But I'd be happy if you could just tolerate each other." "I'm sure we can manage that," Ron replied. "He's not going anywhere, is he?" he asked. "No, he's part of my life now," Hermione answered. "A huge part in fact. We're moving in together." I'm happy for you, Ron said, giving Hermione a small smile that she thought was genuine. You really love him, don't you? You just look so happy when you talk about him. I am happy, Hermione replied. I'm happier than I've ever been before. Draco makes me happy. And love. Ron pressed, noticing that Hermione hadn't mentioned loving the former Slytherin. Do you love Malfoy? Yes, I do, Hermione confirmed. In fact, it had only been recently that that pair had admitted that they loved each other, but Hermione suspected that it had been a long time coming and that they'd actually loved each other for quite a while. I really am happy for you, Hermione, Ron said. Thank you, Hermione said as she got to her feet. And I hope you find happiness as well, Ron. Don't dwell on the past and what you've lost. Look to the future and I'm sure you can make a success of whatever you want to do next. I'll certainly try my best, Ron replied as the pair headed for the front door. After saying goodbye to Ron, and promising they could meet up soon, Hermione returned home. After quickly sorting out everything she would need for the next few days, she then headed off to Draco's to celebrate Christmas with her boyfriend. For Harry, Hermione and the Chudley Cannons, the new year signaled a fresh start, and hopefully a chance to put the bad times behind them. Fortunately, fate seemed to be smiling on Harry, Hermione and the Cannons, and the year got off to the perfect start. Privately, both Harry and Hermione were in a good place. Towards the latter end of the previous year, Harry and Ginny had gotten their relationship back on track and Ginny had slowly moved in with Harry. Now the couple were happier than ever and Harry had high hopes for the future. Hermione's romance with Draco was also going great guns and the couple were loving living together. Things with Ron were also still going well. Losing his career and being on the verge of losing his two best friends was the wake-up call Ron had so desperately needed, and his change of attitude was genuine and refreshing. Still, there was an air of fragility around his friendship with Harry and Hermione, especially with Hermione. The truth was, things would never be the same again, and while in time the trio were all hoping their friendship could become solid again, they all knew the trust had been shattered and it would never be as strong as it was before. Still, they weren't giving up and they were all determined not to lose the friendship they'd shared since their very first year of Hogwarts. The only slight annoyance in their private lives came in the form of Molly Weasley. While Molly had been distinctly unimpressed with Ron and the scathing interview he'd drunkenly given to Rita Skeeter, she'd been equally unimpressed that Hermione and Harry had terminated Ron's contract with the Cannons. Even though Ron had accepted things, Molly still brought the topic up and it was clear that she would never forgive Harry and Hermione for cutting her youngest son's Quidditch career short. Although it really didn't help that Ron hadn't yet forged a new career path for himself. Instead of jumping into something he wasn't ready for, he was content to work for the twins while he decided on his future. However, Molly took his hesitance to start a new career as a sign he was still heartbroken over losing his dream job as a Quidditch player. Although, Molly's mutterings were very much ignored by Harry and Hermione, as they were hoping that in time the older witch would calm down and realize that the only person to blame for his loss of career was Ron himself. Fortunately, things were going just as well professionally for Harry and Hermione. After the winter break, the Cannons came back in fine form and won 4 matches in a row, all in very impressive style. The consecutive wins catapulted them to the top of the league, and turned the season into a two-way competition between themselves and the Chudley Tornadoes. As the season drew to an end, it was neck and neck between the two teams, and they were both in the form of their lives. The Cannons had never played better, but the Tornadoes had responded like the champions they were and were playing some of their best Quidditch. Fittingly, the last match of the season was between the Cannons and the Tornadoes, and things were so tight between the teams it was winner-takes-all situation. Whoever won the final match of the season would win the Quidditch League. The week before the final match, Harry and Hermione were having a quick meeting before Harry was due to oversee training. In the last week, training sessions had been added to the schedule and some sessions increased as Harry and his team strived to get the best out of the squad. Everyone could sense they had a real chance of lifting the championship trophy in a week's time, and no one wanted to be the weak link that cost the Cannons their first title in over a century. "Will you sit down?" Hermione barked as Harry paced the floor in the office. They were supposed to be discussing business, and so far Harry hadn't sat down and looked at the paperwork once. "Sorry," Harry apologized, sinking onto the sofa next to Hermione. Rather than working at their desks, they were settled in the corner of the room, where the comfortable furniture was placed. "I'm just nervous. I didn't get this nervous when I was playing. I doubt it meant as much when you were playing," Hermione pointed out. "This is our business and what happens next week could really determine the future of the club." "You really think so much hangs on next week?" Harry asked nervously. He'd thought things were going well with the club, regardless of if they won the league or not. "I think a lot can ride on next week's match, and not just the result," Hermione replied. "We're the underdogs, we all know that. There's not many people out there who think we can win. But we don't have to win, we just have to put in a good performance. Even running the Tornadoes close can do wonders for us next season. We'll get people wanting to come and see us, because they'll believe we can challenge for the title. Even a bad performance next week won't affect our place in the league," Harry pointed out. "We're too far ahead for the Harpies to catch us up. Win or lose, we're guaranteed second place. But a bad performance could lose us some of our new fans," Hermione argued. "If we play badly next week, people will think we choked. Win or lose, we need to show that we believe we can win this league. It won't be good for us to get to this position, and blow it spectacularly." Harry nodded, seeing Hermione's point. He could see that they needed to show that they were up to competing with the top teams. It was no good to get to this stage in the season and let themselves down in the biggest game of their lives. They needed to show they could rival the top teams and that their success this year wasn't a fluke. Fortunately, the team were in top shape and Harry knew that every single player desperately wanted to win the league. "We won't disappoint, Hermione," Harry vowed. "Every player is at their best and they'll play their best next week. As long as they do, we'll be fine," Hermione said with a thoughtful nod. "This season has been great for the club, and the future is looking promising." "So we're turning over a profit?" Harry asked eagerly. The previous season they'd ran at a slight loss, but that was only to be expected. "Not yet," Hermione replied with a rueful smile. "It'll still be a few years before we can say we're making a profit. But we're keeping our heads above water and the future is looking very promising. Ticket sales have been strong this season, and getting stronger as the season has progressed, and more importantly we've sold over half our season tickets for next year already. And a good performance next week could help sell the rest," Harry finished. "Exactly," Hermione said. "And good ticket sales means we can plow some more money into merchandising. That's where we're going to start making our money. Our new stuff is flying off the shelves on match days, and we've had several inquiries about Quidditch shops around the country stocking some of our stuff." "Can we manage that?" Harry asked. "I'm still juggling some figures, but it's looking promising," Hermione replied. "Especially if I can get our sponsor to help out." "Well then isn't it lucky you're very close with our sponsor's son," Harry chuckled. "I'm sure Lucius will be happy to help the witch who's putting such a smile on his son's face." "I don't think Lucius works like that," Hermione said with a smile. "He's not a successful businessman for nothing, you know. If we need more money from him, I'm going to have to prove that it's a good investment." "Can you do that?" Harry asked. "I can certainly try," Hermione replied. "I think it's a good investment, so all I have to do is show that to Lucius." "I have perfect faith in you," Harry said as he checked his watch. "I need to be going soon. Is there anything else you want to discuss?" "Nothing that can't wait. You get yourself down to the training ground," Hermione said with a wry smile. She knew Harry was eager to get ready for the day's training, and she knew if she kept him much longer he wouldn't be able to focus. It was better to let him go and finish their meeting when he was more focused. "Thanks Hermione, you're the best partner a guy could ask for," Harry said, jumping to his feet. "Someone needs to focus on the business while you're focused on the Quidditch," Hermione replied. "And that's why we're the perfect partnership. You won't get any arguments from me," Harry said, flashing Hermione a quick grin before he darted off to prepare for training. As usual, the training staff arrived first, and Harry spent half an hour running over what he wanted the team to focus on. With the final match being so crucial, Harry also wanted to ensure that the team were in top shape, so he arranged for Theo to give everyone a once-over. He wasn't leaving anything to chance in his bid to win his first of what would hopefully be many titles. When the players arrived for training, Harry was already on the training ground. Barely bothering with greetings, he set his squad off training for the biggest match of their lives. Despite not being able to fly for long periods of time, Harry could still manage a broom, and he spent the first hour of training bobbing up and down, albeit resting every few minutes to make sure his knee didn't seize up. As practice was going on, Theo was taking each player to give them a check-up, before arriving on the ground to help with the training. "How's it going?" he asked Harry when he arrived. "Good," Harry answered. "Is everything okay with the team's fitness?" "All tip-top and in the best shape," Theo confirmed. "No niggles?" Harry checked. "Not with anyone expected to play next week," Theo replied. "There's a few niggles in some players, but no one in the top band of players." "That's good," Harry replied with a relieved sigh. "We've been playing well lately, so I was thinking of playing the same team as the last few matches." "What do you think?" "It's worked for the last handful of matches," Theo replied. The current team structure had Ginny playing as chaser alongside Alicia and Angelina, while Draco played seeker. Just after Christmas, Draco had been playing chaser, but a minor injury to their new seeking star, Sylvie Knox, had necessitated a change in tactics. Draco had reverted back to seeker and Ginny had gotten her chance of playing chaser. Ginny had grabbed her chance of first-team Quidditch, and so far she'd been a real asset to the team. "Even so, make sure Draco runs through his chasing duties," Harry said. "I want to be prepared for every eventuality." "Of course," Theo said, searching the skies for his blonde friend. "I'll make sure Draco is up to speed. He might be knackered by tonight, mind you. I'm sure Hermione can look after him," Harry replied with a laugh. "Just make sure he's up to speed with both aspects of his game." "Will do, boss," Theo called as Harry headed off to check on some of the others. 10 minutes later, Harry spotted Draco soaring into the skies with the other chasers for his chaser training. He briefly paused to admire the blonde for all the extra work he'd put into playing dual positions, but he was soon distracted by some of his other players. It looked like a couple of the keepers had been working on their game and they were starting to give Blaise a run for his money. However, Blaise wasn't one to be usurped without a fight, and Harry was impressed to see the former Slytherin putting in extra effort to ensure his game was in top shape. "This is great, Harry," Oliver said to Harry. "The younger players are coming up brilliantly, and they're really putting pressure on the established stars. People know they need to be at their best to keep their place." "That's the vision I had when I built the squad," Harry replied with a proud smile. "I want competition for places." "Well, you're getting it," Oliver said. "This is quickly becoming the best group of keepers I've ever had the privilege of coaching." Harry smiled at the remark, hoping his other training staff felt the same way. He really wanted to build a talented squad, and he felt as though he was on the right track. Feeling happy with how things were looking in the run-up to the big match, Harry decided to head back to the office. Heading back over to Theo, he handed over the reins to his second-in-command, before turning to leave the training ground. Harry had barely made it halfway across the ground when he heard an almighty thud, accompanied by a couple of screams. Whirling around, he watched in horror as two figures crashed to the ground. Whatever had happened had obviously taken the entire training staff by surprise, as no one had managed to stop the fall, and none of the other players looked to have been close enough to have intervened, and since they didn't carry their wands during matches and training, they couldn't have used magic to help. Harry didn't think twice before he sprinted back over to where the accident had occurred, where a group had started to gather. Pushing his way to the front of the group, he felt his stomach drop as he spotted the unmoving figures of Ginny and Draco, tangled together in an uncomfortable mass of limbs. Theo was already kneeling at their sides, checking them out, and when he looked up at Harry, his face was deadly serious. "We need help," he whispered. "Call for the Medi-Wizards." Hermione sat quietly in the hospital waiting room, awaiting news of her boyfriend and Ginny. Hermione had been naturally concerned when she'd been informed that there'd been an accident at training, but her concern had turned to serious worry when she found out who was involved with the accident. By the time Hermione had made it over to the training ground, Theo had taken charge of the situation and help was on the way. With Harry, Hermione and Theo obviously wanting to stay with Draco and Ginny as they were moved to St. Mungo's, Oliver had taken charge of the training and ensured the other players warmed down properly before they left. Since then, Blaise, Alicia and Angelina had all arrived at the hospital for news of the injured pair. Theo had ensured that Lucius and Narcissa were aware of what had happened, and they were also now at the hospital in the waiting room. Harry had been the ones to call the Weasleys, and Molly and Arthur had arrived almost the same time as the Malfoys. Fred and George had arrived shortly after Alicia and Angelina got to the hospital, and they'd been accompanied by Ron. When Molly had arrived, she'd been too worried to cause trouble, but Ron hadn't let his sister's accident stop him from making his mouth go. The second he'd discovered Draco was involved in the accident, he'd promptly set about blaming the blonde wizard. According to Ron, Draco had deliberately caused the accident because he was worried that Ginny had stolen his chaser place, and he would be left without a place on the team if Harry chose to return to the young seeker once she was fully fit. It didn't matter that Ron hadn't been there, or had no idea on team politics, he was adamant he was right and nothing and no one could change his mind. Worse of all, his attitude had riled Molly and she'd also spat a bit of venom at the Malfoys as she followed her son's lead and blamed Draco for the accident. Most of Hermione's attention had been focused on Draco, and waiting for news on her boyfriend, but she'd been aware of Ron's ranting. It had saddened her that all of the progress Ron had made was wiped out in the course of one rant. Despite his promises, it looked as though he was never going to change, and Hermione could now see that he would never be able to move on and give Draco a chance. She just couldn't see a way of having them both in her life, and given the way Ron was behaving, it was clear which one of them was going to end up being cut loose. "What's taking so long?" Lucius grumbled, jolting Hermione from her thoughts. Thankfully Ron had quietened down, so for the last 10 minutes the room had been silent as they all wondered how soon they would get some news. "Maybe we should find someone and ask for some progress," Narcissa suggested. "I'm sure the healers will be here as soon as they can," Theo said. "Their priority will be ensuring Draco and Ginny are okay. And let's just hope that's the case," Ron spat. "I swear, if my sister is badly hurt, I'll make that blonde snake regret it. We'll sue him for every canute he's got." "You can't take legal action against Draco," Angelina gasped. "It was an accident. You've played Quidditch, Ron, you know it's a dangerous sport at times." "It's especially dangerous when you've got sons of Death Eaters out to cause trouble," Ron sneered. "No one was trying to cause trouble," Alicia argued. "I saw the entire thing, and it was a pure accident. Draco didn't fly into Ginny deliberately, if anything he was the one taken by surprise." "You better not be trying to blame my daughter for this," Molly seethed, glaring at her son's girlfriend. "I'm not," Alicia replied. "The accident wasn't Ginny's fault, nor was it Draco's. They were both focused on their own game. It was a pure accident, and neither of them could have prevented it." "Let's wait and see when Ginny wakes up," Ron said snappishly. "She might tell an entirely different story." Alicia opened her mouth to reply, before shaking her head in dismay and twisting around in her seat so that she couldn't see Ron or Molly. Hermione could tell that Alicia didn't see the point of arguing as both Ron and Molly had made up their minds over what had happened. In their eyes Draco was the bad guy, and nothing anyone said was going to change their minds. Fortunately at that very moment the door to the relatives' waiting room opened and a tall, dark-haired healer entered the room. Hermione recognized him as Healer Ball, one of the healers who had taken charge of Draco and Ginny when they were admitted. No sooner had the healer entered the room than he was bombarded with questions from all corners, with everyone wanting answers about Draco and Ginny. "First things first," Healer Ball said, quietening everyone down and taking one of the spare seats. "Both Mr. Malfoy and Miss Weasley are stable, and they're in no immediate danger. They obviously collided with some force, and further injuries were sustained when they hit the ground. Unfortunately, Miss Weasley must have landed underneath Mr. Malfoy, so she had a few extra injuries." "I told you it was all his fault," Ron spat, glaring accusingly at Hermione and the Malfoys. "The injuries sustained in the fall were no one's fault," Healer Ball corrected. "I think there was a very good chance both Mr. Malfoy and Miss Weasley were unconscious before they hit the ground. From their injuries, I would say the top of Miss Weasley's head crashed into Mr. Malfoy's chin, rendering them both unconscious." "Are they still unconscious?" Harry asked. "They are," Healer Ball replied. "We are monitoring Miss Weasley for a head injury, but until she wakes up there's a few tests we can't complete." "When will she wake up?" Arthur demanded. "I can't say at this point," Healer Ball said. "It should be within the next 12 hours. "And if it isn't?" Harry asked in a quiet voice. "Then there's a problem we haven't found," Healer Ball replied. "But let's not worry about things that haven't happened. She's stable now, and I can allow visitors to her room, no more than 3 at a time." "And what about our son?" Lucius asked as the Weasleys started to sort out a schedule for everyone to visit Ginny. He's also still unconscious, but he's showing signs of coming round. He should be awake in a few hours, Healer Ball said. I can also allow him to have visitors, 3 at a time. You two go and visit him first, Lucius said to Blaise and Theo. Then Narcissa and I can sit with him and Hermione can join us. We'll let you know when he wakes up. I'll then get back to the club, Theo said to Hermione. You and Harry should both stay here. I can make sure things are okay and everything's locked up. Thanks, Theo, Hermione said with a small smile. While Blaise and Theo went to see their friend before going home, Hermione turned back to the Weasleys. Molly and Arthur had both disappeared with Ron, and Harry explained that Ginny's parents were staying with her and the others were visiting one at a time. I'm going last, so I can stay, Harry said. I'm going to stay with Draco, Hermione said. But once he's awake, I'll come and see Ginny. I will come and see Draco, but… Not yet, Harry said quietly. You don't blame him, do you? Hermione asked warily. Harry had been very quiet since their arrival, and he'd said nothing when Ron was making his mouth go. No, Harry replied. I believe it was a genuine accident. But you're still a bit mad at him, Hermione summarized. I wouldn't say mad, Harry said. But I can't help being frustrated. From the sounds of things, he's going to wake up soon, and they don't know when Ginny will do the same, or if she'll even wake up. You can't think like that, Harry, Hermione said softly, taking hold of Harry's hand in hers. Ginny will wake up, I know she will. But she's smaller than Draco, the fall was probably harder on her. Please don't hate Draco for not being as badly hurt. I don't hate him, Harry assured his friend. But I'm sure you can understand how I'm feeling. It's not about Draco himself, it's more about the situation. Wouldn't you be slightly put out if Ginny was about to wake up, and they still had no idea when Draco would do the same? Hermione considered what Harry was saying, before she nodded her head and agreed that her friend had a point. The accident was no one's fault, but for some reason, Draco had seemingly come out of it better. Just over an hour later, he was on the way to waking up, yet there was no sign of Ginny doing the same. If the positions had been reversed, Hermione could admit that she might be slightly annoyed with the fact Ginny was recovering better. I will come to see Draco when I'm ready, Harry promised as Blaise and Theo poked their heads into the room to say they were heading home. But you go and be with him. And Hermione, when he wakes up, don't let him blame himself. I'll try, Hermione replied, even though she didn't know how successful she would be. Even though his clash with Ginny was an accident, Hermione knew Draco well enough to know he would blame himself, especially when he discovered that Ginny was still unconscious. Leaving Harry to await his turn in visiting Ginny, Hermione followed Draco's parents to the room where he'd been placed. When Hermione entered the room, she gasped at the sight of her boyfriend. Draco's chin and the left side of his face was severely bruised, clearly from where Ginny had crashed into him. If he was suffering from any other injuries, she couldn't see as he'd been changed into a hospital gown and was tucked into bed. Hermione took the seat at the far side of Draco's bed, leaving the seats at the other side for his parents. Narcissa sank into one of the chairs, and took Draco's hand in hers, while Lucius plucked the healer's notes from the bottom of the bed and began to study them. How is he? Hermione asked. You can see the facial bruising, and the fact he's unconscious, Lucius said, his gray eyes darting over the medical notes belonging to his son. They don't think he's got a head injury, but they're a note here to run some tests once he's awake. He broke his right ankle in 2 places. He also cracked 3 ribs, fractured his collarbone and sustained heavy bruising, both external and internal. All the bones have been fixed, but he's going to be tender for a few weeks. Just as long as he'll be okay, Narcissa whispered. He'll be okay, Lucius assured his wife as he replaced Draco's medical notes and sat down next to his wife. Our son is strong, he'll get through this. And the Weasley girl? Narcissa questioned. If anything happens to her, Draco will never forgive himself. It may have been an accident, but he's going to blame himself, you just know he will. Then we're going to be here for him and reassure him that he wasn't to blame, Lucius replied firmly. No one blames Draco. Well, aside from Molly and the youngest Weasley, but they're both troublemakers. And I have every confidence the young girl will be fine, she seems like a tough little thing. She is, Hermione said. Ginny will be just fine. She'll wake up just like Draco, and everything will be fine. See, You just have to have faith, Lucius said, smiling at his wife. Praying that they were right, and everyone did wake up and emerge from the accident unscathed, focus returned to Draco as they waited for him to wake up. Thankfully it was a short wait and it wasn't long before he awoke. Once he was awake, Hermione and the Malfoys were shooed from the room while the healers finished assessing Draco. 20 minutes later, they were allowed back into the room and greeted with the news that Draco had no long-term damage. He would need to stay in hospital overnight for observation, then he could go home to recuperate. "How's Ginny?" Draco questioned as soon as the healers and Medi-Witches had left him alone with Hermione and his parents. "The last thing I remember is getting a face full of red hair. We must have crashed into each other." "You did," Hermione answered. "And Ginny's still unconscious. We'll know more when she's awake." "She is going to wake up, isn't she?" Draco asked, the worry evident on his battered and bruised face. "Of course she is," Hermione said reassuringly. "She's just not as robust as you. She's going to need a little bit longer to recover, but she's going to be fine." "You both are." "I hope so," Draco muttered. "So do I," Hermione whispered to herself, not wanting to even contemplate Ginny not recovering. Everything would be fine, it had to be. The alternative was just too horrible to imagine. Even though it was nearing midnight, sleep was a long way off for Harry as he kept a vigil at Ginny's bedside. Molly and Arthur were dozing in chairs over the other side of Ginny's bed, but Harry couldn't sleep. Instead his mind was running over events of the day and what had led to him sitting by his girlfriend's bedside, hoping and praying she woke up soon. Even though it had now been several hours since the accident, Harry could still feel the panic and concern bubbling inside him. Not that his anxiety had been helped any due to the antics of Ron at the hospital. Harry had genuinely thought that Ron had moved on and decided to accept Draco, but it was clear that no matter what sort of good intentions he'd had, he'd blown them rather spectacularly. He'd also managed to offend Fred, who once their parents were out of sight, pinned Ron to the wall and warned him if he ever spoke to Alicia in the disgusting way he had in the waiting room that there would be trouble. In the end, Ron had stalked off home, although he was still muttering and cursing under his breath, and Harry knew he was far from ready to let things drop and accept that the incident had been nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Once all the Weasleys had seen Ginny, Harry had taken a seat by her bedside and had only moved from his spot at his girlfriend's side once. Hermione had come to visit Ginny once Draco was awake, and Harry had walked back with her to the blonde's room. Even though part of him was frustrated by the situation, and the fact Ginny hadn't yet woken up, he'd known it wasn't Draco's fault, so he'd taken a moment to go and visit with his friend. In the end he was pleased he'd seen Draco, as it avoided any bad feeling brewing between the pair, and it gave him hope that if Draco could recover from the accident with just a few broken bones and a bit of bruising, so could Ginny. Unfortunately, a couple of hours later Ginny was still showing no signs of waking up. Praying that she would rejoin them before morning, Harry reached out and took hold of his girlfriend's hand. Pressing her hand to his lips, he froze when he felt Ginny's fingers flexing against his mouth. "Ginny," he whispered softly, cradling Ginny's hand in his and willing her to move it again. On cue Ginny's fingers twitched in his hand. "Ginny," he called a bit more loudly. Even though he hadn't raised his voice too much, it was enough to wake Molly and Arthur, who were only slumbering lightly. The couple were thrilled with the news that Ginny was finally responding, and while Arthur went to alert one of the Medi-Witches, Harry and Molly hovered over Ginny. By the time Arthur returned with a Medi-Witch and healer ball, who'd stayed on at St. Mungo's especially in case Ginny woke, it was clear that Ginny was starting to emerge from unconscious state she'd been in since her arrival. "Ginny," Harry cried excitedly when Ginny's eyes slowly fluttered open. "Harry," Ginny croaked weakly. "What happened?" "There was an accident in training," Harry replied. "Draco," Ginny whispered softly. "Is he okay? I saw him too late. I couldn't stop in time." "He's fine," Harry reassured his girlfriend. "Let's just worry about you. The healer wants to check you over." "Okay," Ginny replied in a weak voice as her eyes fluttered closed again. Even though he didn't want to leave her, Harry accompanied Molly and Arthur back to the relatives' room. What followed next was the most agonizing half hour of Harry's life, but finally Healer Ball appeared and informed them that he was happy with the progress Ginny was making. "Will she make a full recovery?" Arthur asked. "I see no reason why not," Healer Ball answered. "However, she won't just be out of hospital in a few days and back to normal." "Why? What's wrong with her?" Molly demanded. She suffered severe bruising and several broken bones in the fall, Healer Ball explained. In fact, the majority of the bones in her left leg were shattered. I thought magic could fix bones, Harry remarked, recalling a couple of incidents at Hogwarts where Madame Pomfrey had fixed broken bones as if they were nothing more than common colds. It can, and all of Ginny's bones have been mended, Healer Ball answered. However, a broken bone is still a major deal, and to have so many broken bones in one area of the body will take its toll. I would say that Ginny will need physio on her leg to help her regain her strength and mobility. Are you saying she won't be able to walk? Molly gasped, clutching at Arthur as the tears started to cloud her vision. Nothing that serious, Healer Ball said with a reassuring smile. I think that with a couple of months of physio, Ginny will be just fine. And that's it. Harry checked. Her leg is the only real problem. There is one more thing, Healer Ball said cautiously. Ginny is complaining of a severe headache, dizziness and blurred vision. All that is to be expected with the fall she endured, but it is something I want to keep an eye on. Tomorrow morning, I plan on sending her for every available scan. If there is a more serious problem, we will find it, and we will find a way to fix it. Why can't you do all that now? Arthur questioned. It's late and right now Ginny needs her rest, Healer Ball answered. I've established that she's in no danger at the moment. Who knows, by morning the headache and other symptoms might have subsided. Believe me, if I thought we were dealing with something major, I would be on it right away. For now, I believe the best thing for Ginny is to get a good night's rest. In fact, I'm sure it would do you all some good to grab some sleep. I'm not leaving her, Harry said stubbornly. I want to go back and see her. You can go back and sit with her, but I must stress the need for her to rest, Healer Ball said. We won't keep her up, we just want to be with her, Molly said. I'll be back in the morning and we can discuss what tests need to be run then, Healer Ball said as he wished the trio a good night and let them return to Ginny's room where they stayed for the remainder of the night with a sleeping Ginny. By morning the Weasleys had all arrived at the hospital, and the waiting room was full of concerned redheads and their partners. As promised, Healer Ball had whisked Ginny off for numerous tests and now they were just sitting waiting for some answers. What's taking them so long? Ron muttered as he paced the floor. He was still on edge and Harry could already tell that the slightest thing would set him off on another rant. They're just being thorough, Arthur said to his son. They should have done all this last night when she woke up, Ron grumbled. What if she's seriously ill and it's worse because they left her? Don't say things like that, Ron, Molly scolded. Your sister is going to be just fine. She better be, or else someone is going to suffer, Ron muttered darkly. Harry was just preparing himself for Ron to start ranting about Draco again when the door to the waiting room opened. The entire family looked up eagerly, hoping it was Healer Ball back with some news, but they found it was Hermione entering the room. Draco was behind her, and although he still looked battered and bruised and in some pain, he was up on his feet and ready to go home. We're going home, but we just wanted to check on Ginny, Hermione said. She'd already spoken to Harry that morning, so she knew what sort of tests the healers were carrying out on the redhead. We're still waiting for news, Harry replied. How are you feeling, Draco? Like I've been dropped from a very great height, Draco answered with a wince as he settled himself down beside Alicia and Angelina, both of whom were pleased to see their teammate up and about. You look it as well, Harry said, allowing himself a small smirk in Draco's direction. Nice boss you are, Potter, kicking a man while he's down, Draco replied in a joking manner. I don't believe you lot, Ron hissed angrily. How can you laugh and joke with him? He's the reason Ginny is undergoing tests for a brain injury. It was an accident, Angelina said firmly. It wasn't Draco's fault, and it wasn't Ginny's. So he says, Ron spat. So everyone says, including Ginny, Harry said firmly. Just drop it, Ron. Ginny is what matters here, not your stupid grudges that you claim to have dropped. Ron opened his mouth to argue, but seeing that no one, not even Molly, was going to back him up, he shut it again and slumped down on a seat as far away from the rest of the family as he could get. He then pointedly turned his back on the group when Hermione sat down beside Harry and the twins started quizzing Draco on his injuries. I take it this means you're going to miss the final game of the season, Alicia said with a sigh. It does, Draco replied with a regretful sigh. You're just going to have to beat the Tornadoes without me. And without Ginny, Angelina added. It's not going to be easy. I still have faith in you all, Draco said. Don't let me down now. Besides, it will be a nice get-well gift for Ginny and myself if the Cannons win the league. We'll try our best, Alicia vowed. Harry listened to the conversation, but he couldn't bring himself to care about the fate of the Cannons. All he was thinking about was Ginny, and right now, Quidditch was the last thing on his mind. Theo and the rest of the coaching staff would have to get the Cannons through their final game of the season, as all Harry's focus was going to be on Ginny, and helping her get better. Another hour passed before Healer Ball made an appearance in the waiting room. Taking a seat, he addressed the entire family, and Draco and Hermione who had stuck around to see what the verdict was going to be. We've done all the available tests and we've found Ginny has a slight swelling to her brain, Healer Ball explained. It's nothing too serious, but it is going to need treatment. There's a potion that will help with the swelling, and it takes a week to administer the full course. In that time, I want to keep Ginny at St. Mungo's. Will she make a full recovery? Harry asked. We have every faith she will, Healer Ball replied. But even if she doesn't, the condition isn't life-threatening. It will however mean she'll have regular headaches, dizzy spells and will more than likely have some problems with her coordination. In other words, it'll end her career, Draco whispered in a choked voice. And wouldn't that suit you just fine? Ron sneered from across the room. No, it wouldn't, Draco said as he unsteadily got to his feet. I don't know what your problem is, Weasley, but you need to get over it. I'm not the person you seem to think I am. What happened with Ginny was an accident, and I would give anything to trade places with her. She doesn't deserve to lose her career over a freak accident, not when she's worked so hard to get it back on track. I think we should go, Hermione said gently as she walked over to Draco. Harry, let us know what happens with Ginny. We'll try and get in to see her tomorrow. She'll like that, Harry replied with a smile. Take care, Draco, I want you fit for next season. Yes, boss, Draco said with a small smile before he departed the waiting room with Hermione. Will you start the treatment today? Molly asked Healer Ball once Draco and Hermione had left. Yes, we'll do the first dose after lunch, Healer Ball replied. Don't get too concerned, the potion works 90% of the time. It's very rare that Ginny's condition doesn't respond to treatment. She's a healthy young witch, so I have every confidence the treatment will work and she'll be raring to go in a few months. Hoping that the healer was right and that the injury wasn't going to be career-ending, Harry headed off to see his girlfriend. Thankfully Ginny was feeling more alert, and she shared the healer's optimism. She was determined to make a full recovery and return to play Quidditch for the Cannons, where she would hopefully help them become the best team in the league. Hermione sat in her quiet office going over the season ticket sales for the Cannons. The sales were fairly steady, and there was still a few months to go before the new season began, although there wasn't the big hike in sales Hermione had been hoping for before the final game of the season. A little over a month ago, she'd been sitting in the office discussing how their performance in the final game of the season could affect season ticket sales, and it seemed her predictions had come true. Thanks to the final game of the season, they did not get the boost in supporters Hermione had hoped for. Given the accident between Draco and Ginny a week before the final match, it had come as no big surprise to anyone that the Cannons that lost the match and the Tornadoes had won the league. However, the Cannons hadn't just been beaten, they'd been totally thrashed and had suffered their worst defeat since Harry and Hermione had taken charge of the team. Thanks to the way Harry had assembled the squad, the players who had taken Draco and Ginny's places had been good players, but they hadn't played much first-team Quidditch, and as a whole the team were still coming to terms with the horrific crash that had occurred in training. Of course it didn't help that at the time Ginny was still in hospital with the possibility that she would never play Quidditch again hanging over her head. All in all, it had not been a good day for the Cannons, and it very much took the gloss off what had up until then been a very good season for the club. A couple of years ago the Cannons finishing second in the league would have been cause for a huge celebration, but everyone associated with the club were left disappointed and deflated following the final game of the season. With the disappointing end to the season, further disappointment had then headed the Cannons' way with the lack of rise in season ticket sales. Hermione was hoping the sales would pick up over the off-season, and hopefully a new season would bring fresh hope and confidence to the public if the Cannons could get off to a winning start. However, she wasn't going to count on extra ticket sales, as it was clear that the shine had definitely began to fade for the Cannons and their new owners. Aside from the ticket sales figures, Hermione had several papers from the last month strewn over her desk. Every single paper was open at an article about the Cannons, and very few of them were complimentary. Several of the articles were match reports for the final game of the season, and they were all pretty in their assignation of the Cannons. Almost all of the match reports admitted that the Cannons had a strong squad, and a few world-class players, but they all questioned the team's ability to play without one of their star players, and their ability to handle the pressure of a big match situation. One report even went as far as to say that the Cannons had peaked, and they would never go further than they had that season. Although the match itself wasn't the only thing under scrutiny, and for the first time since they'd taken charge at the club, Harry and Hermione found their management of the club under fire. Several articles cited the problems they'd had with Ron, and put it down to bad management and the pair's inability to separate their personal life from their professional one. The fact that both she and Harry were dating players of the club was also mentioned, although interestingly enough the papers couldn't give any real examples of how that was a problem. However, even Hermione had to admit the papers were right about Ron. They never should have kept him on when they'd taken over the club, and all the trouble he'd caused for them could still come around and bite them in the backside. Although what hurt Hermione most of all were the articles questioning the club's rebranding and new stadium. It was suggested that the Cannons had overreached themselves with rebranding the team and building a new, expensive stadium. One article suggested that instead of making such wholesale changes, Harry and Hermione should have waited and settled in at the club before turning it on its head. One report even suggested that club was in more debt now than it had been before Harry and Hermione bought it. Of course Hermione knew that wasn't true, but the stadium and rebranding had been expensive, and it was still going to be a few years before both things really paid off and the club started turning a healthy profit. Hermione had tried to ignore the articles, but she couldn't help but wonder if they were at least partially right. Maybe she'd jumped into something she just didn't understand, and now it was all going to blow up in her face. Maybe she should have thought more seriously about Harry's proposition and what it would truly mean to own a Quidditch club. It was certainly tougher than Hermione had expected, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was out of her league. Needing some fresh air, Hermione left her office and headed down the corridor towards the executive boxes. Moving through one of the boxes, Hermione emerged out onto the balcony and took a seat overlooking the new stadium. There was no denying that the Rising Phoenix Stadium was a work of art, and sitting looking around, Hermione couldn't help but be proud that she'd played such a huge part in its existence. If it hadn't been for her and Harry's eagerness to relaunch the Cannons as a credible team, none of this would exist, and Hermione felt the Quidditch League would be a lot poorer for it. So maybe she hadn't made such a bad move in partnering up with Harry after all. Sitting looking out over the empty stadium, Hermione pushed all the negativity from her head and filled it with positive thoughts. For all the issues they had right now, she could honestly say she wouldn't want to walk away from the club. Owning the club wasn't anything like what she was expecting, nor was it as easy as she'd thought, but she loved the challenge. She loved the work involved, and even though the previous season had ended on a low note, there was still so much more to look forward to. Hermione still believed the Cannons could win the league, and she was going to do everything in her power to make sure it happened. Lost in her thoughts, Hermione didn't realize she wasn't alone until someone settled themselves in the seat next to her. Turning her head, she smiled widely when she found Harry had joined her. In the last month he hadn't been around much, but she'd always known he would be back, and like her he was determined to prove their critics and doubters wrong. Together they would keep the Cannons at the top of the league, and they would turn them into one of the most formidable and profitable teams in the country. "I hope you haven't been dwelling on what the press have to say," Harry said. "How do you know that's what I was thinking about?" Hermione questioned with a frown. As close as she and Harry were, he wasn't usually able to read her mind. "I was in your office and I saw the newspapers," Harry replied. "I threw them away, by the way." "What if I wanted to keep them for motivation?" Hermione asked. "What if I wanted to prove everyone wrong?" "We can prove people wrong without keeping proof of their doubts," Harry answered with a shrug. "Do you believe any of the things they're saying?" Hermione questioned. "I think there's a grain of truth in a few things they brought up," Harry admitted. "Like what?" "The team for a start," Harry answered. "I've built up a solid squad of players, yet not all of them get their chance. That last match, we had a perfectly adequate chaser and seeker, but neither of them really performed as they haven't had the opportunity to play alongside their teammates much. You can't give people first-team Quidditch just so they won't freeze when they do get an opportunity to play, Hermione argued. You want the best, and you can't not play the best players because it's the same people who end up playing. You're right, but I think we need to do more in training to help those not playing first-team Quidditch, Harry said. That's for you to sort out with your training staff, Hermione said. So is that it? Is that the only thing you think the papers were right about? I don't think they were right about the rebranding or the stadium, Harry said reassuringly. I think both have been vital to the team's re-emergence. I do however think they had a point about our professionalism when we first took over the team, or rather my professionalism. I let personal feelings cloud my judgment when I kept Ron on the squad and signed Ginny. You regret signing Ginny? Hermione gasped, surprised by the admission given how much Ginny had matured and how important she now was to the team. That's a hard one to answer, Harry conceded with a small grimace. As it stands now, I don't regret it. She's an asset to the team, and her game's improved tremendously. However, you know how different things could have been. At one point she was heading down the same destructive path as Ron. We could very well have had the two of them to deal with. But she came round and turned the corner. She did, but it was touch and go, Harry said. What I should have done was settle in before even thinking about signing Ginny. And as for Ron, I think we both know he should have been let loose long before he was. If only things had been that simple, Hermione said with a wistful sigh, wishing things could have been different with Ron. Have you seen much of him? Harry asked, noticing the wistfulness in Hermione's eyes. Once Ginny was out of hospital he came and apologized, Hermione answered. He even said sorry to Draco. But it was too little too late, Harry summarized. He didn't blame Hermione for not welcoming Ron back as though nothing had happened, as he knew he himself might not have been as forgiving if it wasn't for the fact Ron was Ginny's brother and his oldest friend. It was, Hermione confirmed. We didn't reject his apology, but I made it clear to him that we couldn't go back this time. I forgave him last time, but what happened just proved that when the chips are down, he's going to revert and blame everything on Draco. I think he accepts that things aren't going to be the same now I'm with Draco. Don't worry, we can still get along if we see each other, but the days of our close friendship have ended. I'm sorry, Harry said softly. He was genuinely sad that his two best friends had drifted away from each other, but he could understand Hermione's stance. Me too, Hermione replied with a sad smile. But I've always got my memories. Things weren't always this way, and I've got plenty of good memories of Ron. That's good, Harry said with a nod. And how's Draco? I hope he's ready to begin training in a few weeks. He's raring to go, Hermione chuckled. How's Ginny? Great, Harry answered with a smile. After a week in hospital, during which the daily potion treatment reduced the swelling on her brain, Ginny was discharged. She'd then had to rest for a couple of weeks, but the previous week the healers had given her the all clear and she was now ready to begin her rehabilitation. In fact, as I left, Theo was arriving to give her a physio session. Will she be ready for the start of the season? Hermione asked. I don't think so, Harry replied with a regretful shake of his head. Ginny, Theo and I have discussed her rehabilitation and we've agreed that taking it slow and steady is the way to go. We don't want to push her and have her suffer a relapse that will end her career this time. It's best to take things slowly, Hermione agreed. So are you going on holiday before the new season? Not this year, Harry answered. Ginny's got her physio, and I want to relook at the training program. I think we've both got plenty to do over the summer. How about you, are you and Draco getting away from it all? We were talking about having a quick break, Hermione replied. Do it, Harry urged. You deserve a break, Hermione. In fact, think of it as an order. You're not my boss, Harry, Hermione laughed. No, but I am Draco's, Harry retorted. You tell him to whisk you away and spoil you, or we're going to have words. I'll pass the message on, Hermione replied with another laugh as she rested her head on Harry's shoulder and the pair gazed out at their stadium, their minds full of plans for the future and hope that the upcoming season would end better than the one that had just finished. Hermione was lying on the golden sand, enjoying the view of the crystal blue Mediterranean Sea. She and Draco had been in Italy for the past week, enjoying a break before the start of the new Quidditch season. They were residing in a luxury villa and had spent most of their time exploring the beautiful country that was Italy. However, they were currently spending the day doing something more relaxing, and they were on a private alcove of beach, accessibly only via the villa they'd been renting for the week. Hermione was wearing a red bikini with white spots, and while she'd been reading earlier, she'd abandoned her book to enjoy the scenery. And she wasn't just enjoying the sights of the deserted beach, she was watching Draco, who was wandering around in just a pair of shorts. As she lay on her towel on the beach, Hermione watched as Draco emerged from the crystal blue water of the sea. As a professional Quidditch player, he was in excellent shape, and even his recent accident hadn't left any scars on his flawless frame. As he approached her, Hermione smiled in greeting, but the smile soon turned to a squeal as Draco shook his head vigorously and sent droplets of water raining down on her. "You did that deliberately," Hermione said with a pout as she sat up. "I did say I was going to get you wet today," Draco replied with a smirk. Hermione had refused to go swimming with him earlier, but he'd vowed to have her wet through before the afternoon was over. "Did you have a nice swim?" Hermione asked. "I did," Draco answered as he rolled his right shoulder. He was recovering nicely from his accident, and swimming helped with his physio, but even so he'd been left with some stiffness in his shoulder as a result of his broken collarbone. "Is your shoulder hurting?" Hermione asked in concern. She'd noticed Draco wincing a few times, but every time she'd asked about it he said he was fine. "It'll be fine," Draco replied, as he yanked down his wet shorts and stepped out of them. "What are you doing?" Hermione questioned, unable to stop herself from checking out her boyfriend's beefy body. The sight of Draco without clothes on still got her hot under the collar, and the fact he was stripping off outside was even nice for some reason. "Drying my shorts," Draco answered, laying his shorts out on the warm sand as he settled down on the towel beside Hermione. "Why? Were you hoping for some action?" "Not in public," Hermione replied. "We're not in public," Draco retorted, leaning over and brushing his lips against Hermione's. "This is our very own private beach. No one else can get onto this stretch of beach, and the cliffs at either side of the alcove make it impossible for someone to get down here from up above. We're all alone, so we can do what we like." "I'm not sure you're up for it," Hermione replied, lightly running her fingers over the shoulder Draco was stretching earlier. "Your shoulder is sore. You could always give me a massage," Draco suggested hopefully. "Okay then," Hermione replied with a smile. Draco was surprised that his suggestion had been met with such positivity, and he watched as Hermione rooted around in her large beach bag, emerging with some coconut lotion. His girlfriend then moved to sit behind him, and her legs appeared at either side of his as she settled into position behind him. "You just relax," Hermione said as she squeezed some of the lotion onto her hands and started to rub it over Draco's stiff shoulder. "I'm not sure relaxing is the word for what we're doing," Draco muttered, letting out a low groan at the feel of Hermione's hands on him and the press of her beaks on his back. "What is the word for what we're doing?" Hermione asked in a whisper, her breath hot against Draco's bare neck. "Arousing," Draco replied. "Very arousing. I can make it even more arousing," Hermione said in a promising voice. Before Draco could ask what she meant, she briefly took her hands away from his shoulder, but before he could protest, her bikini top landed in his lap. When Hermione then returned to her massage, he could feel her beepity beeps brushing against his back. "Better?" Hermione asked in a whisper. "Much," Draco answered, closing his eyes and basking in Hermione's touch. Inevitably the massage turned even saucier, and Draco got a surprise when Hermione's hands wound their way around his middle to his Tion. Not one to miss an opportunity, Draco twisted his head to key **** Hermione, and within a couple of minutes he'd turned around fully so that his girlfriend was sitting in front of him. "I don't think it's fair that I'm BPD and you're not," Draco muttered, one hand caressing Hermione's beak while the other trailed down towards her skimpy bikini bottoms. "We can easily fix that," Hermione replied with a smile as she untied the strings at either side of her bikini bottoms and threw them over Draco's shoulder. "What happened to no say **** in public?" Draco asked, his gray eyes slowly taking in every inch of Hermione's BPD form. "We're not in public," Hermione said, repeating Draco's words back to him. "We're on a private beach, and there's no one to see us. We can do anything on this beach and no one will ever know." "Anything?" Draco asked with an arched eyebrow, wondering just what his girlfriend had in mind for the afternoon. Anything, Hermione repeated breathlessly as she moved in for another key. After that conversation drifted away to nothing as the couple made the most of being on the beach by themselves. After making love on the sand, they headed into the water to wash off, only to give into passion amidst the waves of the sea. Returning to the beach, the couple didn't even bother to redress, they just stuffed everything in Hermione's beach bag, before returning to the villa where they spent the rest of the afternoon and the evening in each other's arms. The first match of the season occurred 3 weeks after Draco and Hermione's romantic trip to Italy. Before and after the trip, Draco's physio had been going great and he'd been back in training well before the start of the season. However, he was still struggling to rid himself of the stiffness in his shoulder, and Harry and Theo had taken the decision to give him a few more days to recover before letting him play. As a result, it meant Draco wasn't part of the team for the first match of the season and he was relegated to watching his teammates from the stands of the Rising Phoenix Stadium. Fortunately for Draco, he wasn't alone, as Ginny was also not back to full fitness. Unlike Draco, she'd taken longer to recover in the first place and she'd only just started light training, so while Draco was hoping to be fit for the next game, Ginny knew her return was still some weeks ago. But still, things could have been a lot worse for both of them and they were both grateful to still have their Quidditch careers. Harry was proof of how easily a promising career could be lost, so although both of them longed to be playing with their teammates, they understood that it was better for them to be fully fit before returning to action. Both Draco and Ginny were in the executive box for the match, and they chose to sit together at the front of the box. Hermione was also in the box, but as well as watching the game, she was playing hostess and ensuring that things were running smoothly. Recent events had left the Cannons needing to do some serious damage control, but Hermione was rising to the challenge beautifully, and if she was worried about how things were going with the club, she wasn't showing it. She was effortlessly restoring faith in the team and its management, and all she needed was for the team to help her out and win their first match of the season. "I really wish I was out there," Ginny said with a wistful sigh as the two teams flew out into the middle of the stadium to a deafening roar. "Me too," Draco replied, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ginny. At times it hit him how different things were with Ginny, and this was one of those times. Just over 2 years ago when he joined the club, he was sure that he would never learn to get along with the red-headed witch who was sitting at his side. She'd been a right little ch and a troublemaker, just like her brother, but nearly losing Harry in her place with the Cannons had saved her. The difference in the last year was palpable, and now she'd stopped being a diva. Draco found he actually liked Ginny. Once she'd accepted he was part of the team, they worked well together, and thanks to their respective relationships with Hermione and Harry, they'd become friends outside of the team as well. "I thought you would have been back today," Ginny remarked. "You seem to be getting back to normal in training." "I'm still having issues with my shoulder," Draco admitted. "I was hoping I could fight through the stiffness and be match fit for today, but Harry and Theo were adamant I wasn't ready." "Theo is quite cautious," Ginny said. She didn't mean it as an insult, it was just part of Theo's personality, and it worked well since he was a physio and being reckless with someone's health could potentially wreck someone's career. "He always has been," Draco replied with a fond chuckle. "He's the sensible one in our friendship. In school, he was the one who kept Blaise and I grounded. Without him, I dread to think what sort of trouble we could have gotten ourselves into. And from what I remember, you and Blaise weren't exactly trouble-free as it was," Ginny laughed. "And if it wasn't for Theo, it would have been a hell of a lot worse," Draco said. "I guess that's why even though I'm itching to play, I'm not arguing. He's a great physio, and if he says I'm not ready to play, I'm not ready." "He is pretty amazing," Ginny agreed. She would fully admit that if it hadn't been for Theo's hard work and dedication over the summer, there was no way she would be back on her feet, let alone back on a broom. "We better not tell him about this conversation, it'll only swell his head," Draco joked. "And the last thing a Slytherin needs is someone inflating his ego," Ginny teased. "All you Slytherins do seem to think a lot of yourselves. We've just got self-confidence," Draco replied with a shrug. "And it's not as if you're shy either, Red. It wasn't too long ago you were walking around as though you were Queen Bee." "Don't remind me," Ginny muttered with an embarrassed wince. She hated to think of the fool she'd made of herself when she'd first joined the Cannons, and she was just grateful that her teammates had given her a second chance to make the right impression and prove to them she was a team player. "I was totally horrid. I can think of worse people," Draco said, letting his gaze drift across to the game where things seemed evenly matched and there hadn't been any early dramas. "Ron," Ginny guessed. "He has been a thorn in your side these last few years." "Not anymore, he's not," Draco answered with a shrug. "He blew his last chance with Hermione when we were injured." "He is sorry," Ginny ventured. She couldn't defend her brother's words and actions, but he was still her brother and no matter what, she loved him. "And I'm sure he means it, until next time he flies off the handle," Draco replied. "I know he's your brother, but I'm pleased he's out of the picture." "I understand," Ginny reassured Draco. "You and Hermione deserve to be happy, and Ron has no right to try and trample on that happiness. If I were in Hermione's shoes, I would have done exactly the same thing. Sometimes you have to say goodbye to the past to fully embrace your future." Draco smiled in response. Hermione had said something similar to him when she'd first informed him she was done with Ron, and he had to wonder if she'd gotten it from Ginny, or if she'd been the one to say it around Ginny. Either way, it was true, albeit it a bit sad that Hermione had to leave Ron in the past because her future lay with him. Still, it had been Ron's choice, and things could have been very different if only he hadn't behaved in such an immature way. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of Ron, Draco refocused his attention on the game in hand. After a slow start, the game was starting to pick up, and by the time the match had been going on for 40 minutes, Draco and Ginny were engrossed in the game. They lived every move with their teammates, celebrated every goal with them and felt the pain of every goal scored against them. They may not have been physically playing in the match, but they were part of it in spirit. "Sylvie's got the snitch in her sights," Draco announced as the young witch flew past their stand at breakneck speed. As a seeker, and fellow teammate who trained with Sylvie every day, he knew the difference between her genuinely having the snitch in her sights and when she was trying to fool the opposition. "Go Sylvie," Ginny cheered as the young witch closed in on her target. However, Sylvie wasn't the only seeker who had the snitch in her sights, as zooming in from the opposite direction was the Ballycastle Bats seeker. Forgetting about the rest of the match, which was still closely contested, Draco and Ginny focused on the battle for the snitch. With outstretched hands, the two seekers dove for the same spot and they passed within inches of each other and a nasty collision. As they began their ascent, they both opened their hands and Draco and Ginny let out a huge cheer as the snitch sat fluttering on Sylvie's palm. The Chudley Cannons had won their first match of the season, and their bid for the title had gotten off to the perfect start. Now all they had to do was keep winning, and with a bit of luck the title would be theirs come the end of the season. Much to his disappointment, Draco also missed the second match of the season. He'd been sure he was fit enough to play, but Theo had thought otherwise, and to prove his point, he'd put Draco through a tough 40 minutes fitness test. By the end of the 40 minutes, Draco had started to have trouble with his shoulder, so he was forced to concede that Theo was right, and he wasn't ready to return to the team. However, that still didn't stop him from being disappointed not to be back playing. Unlike the first match, which had been played at home, the second match was an away fixture, and with not playing, Draco chose not to travel with the team. Instead he stayed at home and listened to commentary on the radio, and when the Cannons won he celebrated at home with Hermione when she returned from work. His disappointment of missing the first two matches of the season spurred Draco on, and he had several extra sessions with Theo to ensure he was raring to go come Game 3 of the season. Happily, Theo gave Draco his seal of approval a few days before the game, meaning he was fit to play his first match of the season. Harry had been thrilled to have Draco back, even though it had given him something of a selection dilemma. There was never any option of not playing Draco once he was fit. While Draco also had to earn his place on the team like the rest of his teammates, and a spell of bad form would see him missing matches. He'd been performing excellently in training, and Harry saw no reason why his good form wouldn't transfer into a real match. Besides, Draco was one of the Cannons' best players, and more importantly he was one of their star players whose mere presence on the pitch resulted in an increase in the supporters watching the game. Wanting Draco back in the team gave Harry a tough choice to make, and it took him a while to slot Draco into the team as a chaser and play him alongside Alicia and Angelina. It really was tough luck on the chaser who had to make way for Draco, but Harry had spoken to him personally and ensured him that he wasn't at all disappointed with his performance. Fortunately, every member of the Cannons squad understood that they couldn't all play at once, and as long as the team continued to play well and win, they were all happy. On the morning of the match, the Cannons had a final training session in the stadium, before having a light lunch, and they then began their final match preparations. As he got ready to play his first competitive match in a few months, Draco was surprised to find himself overcome with nerves. After playing Quidditch for so long, Draco rarely got too nervous, and he could only recall 3 other occasions he'd been as nervous before a match. The first time had been before his very first Quidditch match, way back in his second year at Hogwarts. Not only had Draco been playing for his house for the first time, he'd been playing in a position he'd never really played before as their seeker. Then there was the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, who had given Draco a firm warning that he would be straight back off the team if he screwed up the game. Still, Draco had battled through the nerves and they'd easily won the match against Hufflepuff, cementing Draco's place on the team. The next time Draco had been as nervous ahead of a match was his first professional game for the Tornadoes. Draco had been very aware that very few people got a chance to play the game they loved for their job, and he hadn't wanted to blow his one opportunity to forge himself a Quidditch career. Thankfully, his first match with the Tornadoes coincided with Blazes, and the two friends gave each other the moral support they needed to get through the match and impress their new bosses. And finally, the last time Draco had been as nervous before a match had been his first match playing Chaser for the Cannons. Harry had taken a big gamble letting Draco play the position he'd always dreamt of playing in, and Draco had wanted to prove to Harry and everyone else that he was right to give him the chance. Luckily, Draco had thoroughly impressed on his first outing as a Chaser, and since then his nerves had never been an issue before a match. However, this was the first time Draco had returned from an injury, or at least the first time he'd returned from a serious injury. He'd missed the odd match here and there with niggles, but never before had he been out injured for months. In actual game time it may have only been 3 matches, but considering he spent most of his summer recuperating, Draco was still nervous about his return. He'd been playing well in practice, but all he could think about was what if he failed when it came to facing the opposition. What if he'd lost whatever spark it was that made him one of the most talented players in the league? "Are you okay, Draco?" Alicia asked in concern as the team flew out onto the pitch and they took up their starting places while Angelina did the captain's honors in the center of the pitch. "You look pale." "I'm always pale," Draco replied with a weak smile. "I mean deathly white," Alicia said. "You're not going to pass out on me, are you?" "No, I'm fine," Draco answered. "Just a bit nervous," he added when Alicia continued to scrutinize him. "Ah, the return from injury nerves," Alicia chuckled. "I know all about them. In my second season one tore my hamstring and was out of action for almost 3 months. I was petrified my first match back thinking I wouldn't be able to play to the same ability." "How did you deal with the nerves?" Draco asked. "I got hold of the quaffle as soon as I could and scored," Alicia replied. "Trust me, Draco, once you've scored a goal, all your confidence will come flooding back and it'll be as though you were never away." As the balls were released and the whistle blew for the start of the match, Draco hoped that Alicia was right and his nerves would soon settle. Almost immediately he got the chance to do as Alicia advised as he found himself with possession of the quaffle. With a determination he'd never quite felt before, Draco put his head down and sped towards the opposition goal with only one thing on his mind: scoring. When the quaffle went soaring through the top ring and the crowd rose to their feet to cheer, a huge smile broke out on Draco's face as he felt his whole body flood with confidence. "Welcome back, Draco, now get us a few more," Angelina called from nearby, flashing him a wide smile. "Will do," Draco called back as he got his head back in the game and set off to produce the best performance of his career. It really was Draco's best performance as a Chaser, and while he, Alicia and Angelina worked together to make a perfect team, Draco was the one stealing the limelight. He was outscoring both his fellow Chasers, and by the time the game had been going for 40 minutes he'd scored more goals individually than their opposition, the Appleby Arrows, had as a team. By the hour mark, chants of "Malfoy" were ringing around the rising Phoenix Stadium, and when Sylvie Knox caught the snitch 10 minutes later, the majority of the crowd were hailing Draco as the star player and the reason the Cannons hadn't just won, but had crushed the opposition. After the game, Draco was more thrilled to receive the Player of the Match award, although when he spoke to the reporters he was quick to remind them that Quidditch was a team game. He may have been in scintillating form, but it wouldn't have mattered if the rest of the team hadn't done their jobs. So you're back, Hermione greeted Draco with a smile as he finished with the reporters and made his way over to where she was waiting for him. That was some match you played today. I've never seen you like that before. It was a pretty special game, Draco conceded with a smile. If you keep playing like that we'll win the league no problem, Hermione joked. Let's hope so, Draco chuckled. I'm heading for a drink with the team, are you joining us? No, I've got some work to do, Hermione replied. You go and have a good time and I'll see you at home. I'm sure we can find some way to celebrate your spectacular return. After giving Hermione a quick key *****, Draco headed off to join his teammates, all the time looking forward to what awaited him when he returned home. When he did get home a few hours later, Draco wasn't disappointed when he found Hermione waiting for him wearing nothing but his old Slytherin Quidditch jersey. His win today may have been for the Cannons, but Draco is more than happy to return to his roots as a Slytherin as he and Hermione did indeed celebrate his triumphant return. Unlike Draco, who only missed the first 2 matches, Ginny's return took a lot longer. All in all she missed the first 6 weeks of the new season. As with Draco before her, she wasn't given the all-clear until Theo was totally satisfied with her progress and was confident she could last a whole match, even if it was hours long. However, unlike Draco, Ginny's selection wasn't automatic once she returned from injury. In training she'd been playing great, and while Harry was now convinced that his girlfriend had a bright future in Quidditch, she didn't yet possess the star quality of Draco. Even so, he'd been eager to get her into the team as soon as possible, even though he wasn't sure where she would fit in as the team were going really well and they were sitting pretty at the top of the league. A week after Ginny had been pronounced fit enough to play, fate dictated her selection in the team as their seeker. Sylvie received the bad news that her mother had been taken ill and was in hospital. There was no question of Harry not allowing Sylvie time off to spend with her mother, so while his young talent was off on compassionate leave, it made sense to hand the baton over to Draco as the seasoned seeker in the squad. With Draco switching to seeker, it seemed the perfect time to give Ginny her chance to play again and she joined Angelina and Alicia as the trio of chasers. If Draco had been nervous upon his return, it was nothing compared to the state Ginny was in. She was shaking just flying out into the stadium and as she took her place for the start of the match, she was sure she was going to mess up and let everyone down. Fortunately, Alicia was on hand to give her the same words of advice she'd given Draco over a month previously. Seriously? Ginny questioned, her nerves still not settling. You think scoring a goal will help me get back into the swing of things? Trust me, it most definitely will, Alicia replied encouragingly. I hope you're right, Ginny muttered as the balls were released, the whistle blew and the game began. It took Ginny longer than it had Draco to get her chance to shine, but after a few nervous fumbles she found herself in possession of the quaffle directly in front of the opposition goal. With one of the opposing chasers bearing down on her, Ginny knew she didn't have much time, so she took a daring swoop downwards to pull the keeper out of position before soaring back above his head and depositing the quaffle through the ring. As Alicia had promised, scoring a goal did wonders for her nerves, and she continued with the game full of confidence. After just over 90 minutes of play, Draco snatched the snitch from right under his rival Seeker's nose and gave the Chudley Cannons yet another win of the season. Unlike Draco's return game, where he'd been star of the show, this performance was a much more all-round team effort, but Ginny was pleased with how she'd fared. By the end of the match she'd scored the same amount of goals as Angelina and she'd been confident that if Draco hadn't caught the snitch when he did, she could have scored plenty more. Here's to the Cannons, Blaise cried back in the communal area of the changing rooms as the celebrations began. Top of the league at Christmas. It's still weeks until the Christmas break, Ginny pointed out with a laugh. We've got 5 more matches before then. And we'll win every one of them, Blaise replied with confidence. This is our year, Red, I can feel it. Let's hope you're right Blaise, Ginny chuckled. I'm always right, just ask Draco, Blaise joked. Yeah, he's always a right pain in the backside, Draco shouted from across the room, causing Blaise to pout mockingly before yelling light-hearted insults back over to his best friend. Laughing at her teammates' antics, Ginny headed into the female portion of the changing rooms to grab a shower and change out of her Quidditch uniform. As she changed she hoped that Blaise was right and that the Cannons could win all their matches before Christmas. If they did so, they would most definitely be top of the league for the festive break, and would likely have a pretty decent advantage over their competitors. But Ginny didn't want to look too far ahead. The important thing was that she was back and that the Cannons had won again. When the Quidditch League broke for their mid-season Christmas break, Blaze's prediction was right and the Chudley Cannons were sitting pretty at the top of the table. Although given their phenomenal start to the season, they weren't just top, they were top by quite a large margin. People were starting to talk about them as odds-on favorite to take the title, but Harry wasn't letting the squad get ahead of themselves. There was still the second half of the season to go, and everyone knew that was when the really tough work began. It was one thing to be top of the league at Christmas, but another to still be top come the end of the season. Thrilled with how the season was going, everyone associated with the Cannons had a great festive season. While Harry stayed at home and celebrated Christmas with Ginny and her family, Hermione and Draco opted to go away for Christmas. They booked a romantic chalet in Austria and spent their Christmas in the snow. The couple returned home before New Year, where they attended a lavish party thrown by Blaze. Not one to do things by halves, Blaze's party was the social event of the year and everyone who was anyone in Wizarding Britain was at the party. Come midnight, the partygoers welcomed in the new year, with everyone associated with the Cannons hoping that it was going to be their year and that they would finally get their hands on the trophy that had eluded the club for over 100 years. A couple of days after the New Year's celebrations, Harry called the squad back together and the team got back down to training for the second half of the season. As for Hermione, she also returned to work and she was happy to find that despite their slow start over the summer, season ticket sales had improved over the first part of the season and they'd now sold as many tickets as she's optimistically predicated at the end of last season. Of course, with every game played, the price of the season ticket went down, but they were still making a healthy profit and Hermione hoped that many of the people with season tickets would buy them again for the following season. With such a good start to the season, hopes were high for a continuation of form from the Cannons when the new season got underway, especially as their first match was at home and they had one of the best home records in the league. Unfortunately, the game was a disaster from start to finish, and the Cannons ended up suffering their worst defeat of the season. Barely 5 minutes into the game, one of the Cannons' beaters failed to divert a bludger heading for Blaze, and it crashed directly into his right shoulder. The injury was too severe for Blaze to keep playing, so he needed to be substituted. However, once a Quidditch match got underway, it wasn't stopped until the snitch was caught, so the substitution had to take place while the match carried on. It meant that Blaze was forced to carry on playing with his injured shoulder while the reserve keeper got ready to take his place. The pair then had to quickly swap over when the action was at the other side of the pitch, before Blaze could then head off to the changing rooms with Theo to get his shoulder looked at. With the commotion surrounding Blaze's injury, the Cannons' opposition, the Falmouth Falcons, had managed to build up a considerable lead. That in turn put a lot of pressure on the reserve keeper to keep the goals at a minimum while the chasers were under pressure to score a lot of goals. However, things just weren't working for the team, and under such severe pressure the keeper was fumbling, while over the other side of the pitch the Cannons' chasers were struggling to score even the most basic of goals. With the team being outscored, it then began more important than ever that Draco caught the snitch before the Falcons could get too far ahead in the scores. Unfortunately, he hadn't counted on his beaters, who were wanting to make up for their earlier mistake and were hitting the bludgers with a lot more venom than normal. Just as Draco had the snitch in his sight, he had to dodge one of the lethal bludgers, which had been aimed at a chaser from the Falcons. The momentary change of angle caused Draco to lose sight of the snitch, and by the time he caught sight of it again, the Falcons' seeker was chasing it down. To his credit, Draco did everything in his power to reach the snitch first, but there was nothing he could do but watch as the Falcons' seeker caught the snitch and won the match for the opposition. The result was disappointing for all concerned, but there was still an air of optimism around the Cannons. One bad result didn't mean their hopes of winning the league had gone. All they needed to do was bounce back and not let the defeat get them down. However, that was easier said than done, and while they didn't have another game as shocking as the one against the Falcons, they did start struggling for form and they suffered a string of losses. Unfortunately for the Cannons, as their form dipped, their biggest rivals, the Tutshill Tornadoes, found themselves in a patch of superb form. While the Cannons were either losing or just scraping wins, the Tornadoes were thrashing their opponents, and with each match the gap at the top of the league was shrinking. As the final month of the season approached, the Cannons and the Tornadoes were virtually neck and neck in the league. The Cannons were still slightly ahead and were still in top spot, but their superiority over their opponents had gone. Over the last few weeks their form had started to pick back up and they'd recorded some impressive wins, but it now all came down to the final few games of the season. In the home stretch, Hermione was beginning to have her doubts as to whether the team could pull off the win that had looked so likely over Christmas. However, Harry was still confident and he assured Hermione that they were peaking at the right time again and that the title was theirs to lose. He had faith in the team and he was certain they would end the season as champions. As it turned out, Harry was right, and after a couple of shock defeats for the Tornadoes, the Cannons were in the driving seat once again. A large win in their last home game of the season, which was the penultimate match of the year, would secure the Cannons the title. If they won by a big enough margin, even a record win for the Tornadoes on the last day of the season wouldn't be enough to get them the title. On the day of the match, Hermione was a bag of nerves as she took her place in the players' stand. All of the Cannons had invited their friends and family to watch the match, and all of the Weasleys were present for the game. Ginny had checked it was okay to invite Ron, and although things would never be the same for them again, Hermione had assured her she had no problem with Ron attending the match. After all, he was still Ginny's brother and Harry's friend. Plus they had history and Hermione knew how much it would mean to him to be there if his precious Cannons actually won the league for the first time in his lifetime. Can they do it? Narcissa asked Hermione as she took her seat next to Draco's parents. I certainly hope so, Hermione replied. They're all going to have to be on the ball, Lucius said. To win the league today, they need to win by a margin of over 200. That means Draco has to keep an eye on the score at all times. If he catches the snitch too early, they'll win, but not by enough to secure the title. But surely even a win will help take them one step closer to the title, Narcissa checked. It will, Hermione confirmed with a nod. A win today, even if a small one, will give us breathing space for the next match. All we would have to do then is not lose by too big of a margin, and the title is ours. But the team want to do it today. Of course they do, Lucius said with an understanding nod. They're at home today. The reaction if they win the title today will be phenomenal. It would be special if they won the league at home, Hermione replied. The Rising Phoenix Stadium had really started to feel like a fortress for the Cannons, and to end the season with a big win and take the title would be a great achievement. Here they come, Fred suddenly shouted from his place nearby as the players streamed out onto the pitch. Come on, you Cannons, George yelled as he and Fred waved their scarves in the air. Both of them had painted their faces orange and purple to match the team colors, and they were both wearing official jerseys with their girlfriends' names on the back. Hermione herself was wearing an official Cannons vest top with Draco's name and number on the back. Draco had appreciated the sight that morning, and if it hadn't been for Theo's no-say **** before a match rule, he undoubtedly would have ravished her over the kitchen table. Sadly, he hadn't been able to, although Hermione had promised him that she would keep the top on for him that evening, when hopefully they would be celebrating the Cannons winning the league. As the match got underway, Hermione found herself caught up in the game in a way she'd never been before. Quidditch had never really been her thing, and although it had grown on her since taking over the Cannons with Harry, she was usually able to keep calm during matches. However, she was on her feet practically from the start, and she was cheering and yelling just as much as anyone else in the crowd. In the Cannons box, every goal was cheered wildly and every goal conceded met with loud groans. Fortunately, the trio of Angelina, Alicia and Ginny were on fire, and they were easily outscoring their opposition, the Holyhead Harpies. Knowing what margin the team needed for a big enough win to secure the league, Hermione kept checking the scoreboard and checking her boyfriend. Draco seemed calm enough, and he seemed to have the Harpies' seeker well within his sights at all times, just in case she spotted the snitch and he was either forced to catch it early or try and stop her from catching it without breaking the rules. One of the few times Hermione's focus wasn't on Draco, she suddenly heard a collective gasp from the people around her. Turning her attention to the other side of the pitch, she spotted Draco and the Harpies' seeker diving towards the ground at breakneck speed. It's too soon, Lucius cried in dismay. If he catches the snitch now, we'll only win by 180. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, Narcissa said, nervously biting her lower lip as her son plummeted towards the floor. Second later, Draco's broom skimmed the floor as he abruptly turned back upward and only just stopped himself from dive-bombing into the ground. The Harpy's seeker wasn't that lucky as she actually fell off her broom and had to take the time to remount before getting back in the game. "Where's the snitch?" Narcissa asked with a frown. "It was never there, he was pulling her out of the game," Lucius explained with a proud chuckle. "Now, she'll think twice about following him if he takes off again." Relieved that things had worked out, Hermione returned her focus to the rest of the game and spent the next half-hour cheering several goals for the Cannons. By the time the match had been going 90 minutes, the Cannons had built up a lead of 100, and people were starting to look towards Draco. The time was now perfect for him to catch the snitch and not only win his team the game, but the league as well. However, the snitch was proving pretty elusive and it was another 20 minutes before Draco finally caught sight of the golden ball for the first time in the match. The second he had eyes on the snitch, Draco was a focused man and the only thing that mattered to him was catching the snitch. As it turned out, his earlier ploy with the Harpy's seeker worked perfectly, and when he first took off after the snitch, his opponent held back, not wanting to be made a fool of again. By the time she realized that he wasn't playing her, and he was actually in pursuit of the snitch, it was too late and she was too far behind in the chase. In the end, Draco was all alone and he had all the time in the world to swoop up behind the snitch and grab it in his large hands. "Draco Malfoy has caught the snitch," the announcer called. "The Cannons win by 290 points. We've done it," Hermione squealed as the stadium exploded in noise. "We've won the league." Sharing hugs with Lucius and Narcissa, Hermione found herself engulfed by well-wishers. She hugged several family members of the team, including a few Weasleys. At one point she even found herself in front of Ron, and unable to help herself she gave her old friend a hug. "Thank you," Ron whispered in her ear. "What for?" Hermione asked. "For making my childhood dream come true," Ron replied with a soft smile. "I've always wanted to see the Cannons win the league, and everyone told me it wouldn't happen." "Hopefully this is the first of many," Hermione said. "I hope so," Ron said. "I really do." Hermione could see that Ron was genuine in his sentiment, but she could also see the regret in his eyes. No doubt he was thinking that if he'd done things differently and handled things in a better way, he could have been part of the winning squad. Chances were he wouldn't have played in the first team, as aside from the match he was injured and the one after, Blaise hadn't let anyone else take his place as keeper. But he still would have been part of the squad, and right now he would have been down on the pitch celebrating along with his other teammates. Instead he was in the stands, watching as a spectator as his beloved Cannons won the league. Making her way from the players' box, Hermione headed down to the pitch where the squad and all the support staff had gathered to celebrate and thank the fans. Making her way over to Harry, Hermione shared a hug with her best friend before she found Draco and was swept up in his embrace. Laughing and cheering, the Chudley Cannons and their loyal fans finally got to celebrate winning the title and being crowned champions of the British and Irish Quidditch League. The end of the season was a hectic time for the Chudley Cannons. Even though everyone knew they'd won the championship on the penultimate match of the season, they had to wait another 10 days until the final matches of the league were complete before they were officially named as champions. Since the team were playing away from home on the final day of the season, the Quidditch League had given Harry and Hermione the choice to either receive the winner's trophy after the final match, or to have a ceremony back at their own ground a couple of days later. Wanting their loyal fans to be part of the celebrations, Harry and Hermione opted for the latter option. While Harry was with the team at their final match of the season, a game they comfortably won against the Falmouth Falcons, Hermione was arranging the winners' celebrations back to the Rising Phoenix Stadium. Every season ticket holder got a chance to attend the presentation, and other fans that had attended matches could get tickets to be in the stadium to see the Cannons finally get their hands on the trophy. Hermione also invited the other people, like Lucius and Dean, who'd proved invaluable in helping turn the club around. The players were all encouraged to bring their partners and families, and of course the press would be in attendance. On the day of the presentation, the Rising Phoenix Stadium was as packed as if it was a match day. The fans had poured into the stadium, and had bought all sorts of merchandise from the club shops. Hermione was going to have special stuff made up over the summer to commemorate the team being champions, but for now the fans were just as happy to buy the everyday merchandise. Hermione also had plans to put together either a short book or a glossy magazine, celebrating the season that had just occurred and documenting the Cannons' highs and lows over the last few months. All the squad were part of the presentation, even those who never managed to get a game in the first team, as they were still an invaluable part of the team's success. Every Cannons player got a winner's medal before the large trophy was presented. With the trophy in their possession, the Cannons players took it in turns to take to the skies with the trophy, giving the fans a chance to grab some photos. Afterwards, every member of the squad remained on the pitch as the fans were slowly allowed access to the team to grab an autograph and even get their pictures taken with their heroes. Throughout the entire day, the press were mingling, talking to the fans, players, staff and anyone else they could get a few words with. Happily, everyone was only too glad to chat to the press and share their happiness of the Chudley Cannons being crowned Quidditch champions. While the presentation was also a celebration for the fans, Harry and Hermione wanted something private for the team and everyone else who worked alongside them and had helped turn the Cannons into a successful club again, so they organized a swish party in a posh hotel. The party was held a little over a week after the Cannons had officially been crowned champions and received their trophy. Since then, barely a day went past when someone associated with the Cannons was in the papers, as interest in the team and people associated with them had skyrocketed, but that evening was a private party, so no one had to worry about their celebrations being splashed all over the paper. On the evening of the party, Draco was patiently waiting for Hermione to finish getting ready. For once he wasn't the one taking an age to get ready, but since he had plans for the evening and he wanted it to be special, he didn't mind waiting for Hermione. Although when Hermione appeared, he decided it was definitely worth the wait, as his girlfriend looked stunning in a form-fitting black and sapphire blue dress and silver and blue heels. Her hair was hanging loose around her shoulders, her only jewelry was a delicate diamond heart necklace and matching earrings, and she'd completed the look with a blue clutch bag. "Wow," Draco remarked, his gray eyes drinking in every inch of Hermione. "You look stunning. It's not too much." Hermione checked. "No, it's perfect," Draco replied with an appreciative grin. "Shall we go?" "Yes, let's go and celebrate," Hermione said, eager to get going and have a great night. The couple traveled by flow to the hotel, and by the time they entered the ballroom where the party was being held, it was filling up nicely. Harry and Ginny had already arrived, and Harry rushed straight over to discuss how things were going to run. On a whole, they just wanted people to have a good time, but Harry wanted to give a speech and he wanted Hermione's advice on the best time to do it. "Give it an hour or so, everyone should have arrived by then," Hermione advised. With the timing for the speeches settled, Hermione and Draco wandered off to mingle while Harry and Ginny did the same. It seemed as though everyone had chosen to attend the party, which pleased Hermione, and she was also pleased that everyone seemed to be having fun. Why wouldn't they be having fun? Draco laughed when Hermione said as much to him. "It's a hell of a party, with free food and drink. Plus we've just achieved something that no one gave us a cat in hell's chance of doing. To be honest, even when I joined the Cannons, I wasn't sure if we would win the title." "So you had no faith in us?" Hermione asked with a mock pout. "I just meant I didn't think we would do it so quickly," Draco clarified. "I admit, I didn't see us here so soon," Hermione replied. "Harry was always confident we would get to the top of the league, but I also thought it would take longer." "I guess the challenge now is to sustain it," Draco said. "There's been plenty of teams that have won the league and then faded away the next season. The great teams are the ones who keep winning year after year." "Like the Tornadoes," Hermione said. "Exactly," Draco said with a nod. "But with Harry in charge, I'm sure the Cannons can emulate the Tornadoes and dominate the league for years to come." "Let's hope you're right," Hermione said, raising her glass to clink it with Draco's. A couple of drinks later, Hermione found herself being dragged onto the makeshift stage with Harry. When the music stopped, people turned to see what was going on, and spotting Harry and Hermione on the stage, they began to group around the stage. "I'll not keep you long," Harry began. "Thank Merlin, I've got partying to get on with," Blaise shouted with a laugh. "Shut it, Zabini, and listen to your boss," Harry retorted lightheartedly. "Sorry, Mr. Potter," Blaise called back cheekily. "As I was saying, I won't keep you long," Harry began again as the laughter following Blaise's cheekiness died down. "I just want to let you all know how much Hermione and I appreciate all the hard work you've all put into helping us turn the Cannons around these last 3 years. When we arrived at the club, it was failing and had been for a long time. We hoped to turn it around, but in all honesty, we didn't know if it would happen. Obviously it did, but that is down to every one of you in this room. You all took a chance and supported us on this crazy mission of ours. So I want to say a big thank you to you all. And the same goes from me, Hermione added. We really couldn't have done this without all the wonderful support we've received from the people in this room. I also want to look ahead, Harry continued. What we've achieved this season is phenomenal, but I don't want it to be the end. I want the Cannons to be the best club in the league. I'm sure most of you know that the major European leagues are in discussions to start a European league with the top teams from every country taking place. I want the Cannons to be part of that league. I don't just want us to be the best in Britain, I want us to be the best in Europe. Let's make this title the first of many. Now if you all raise your glasses, I'd like to propose a toast to the Chudley Cannons. The Chudley Cannons, everyone chorused as they toasted the team and their success. Drowning his drink, Harry nodded to the DJ and Hermione started to laugh as Queens, "We Are the Champions," began to play. Harry liked to include Muggle music as well as wizarding music at events like these, and at the moment, Hermione couldn't think of a more appropriate song in either world to be playing. Good song choice, Harry, Hermione laughed as she spotted several people with Muggle connections singing along to the song. Over near the bar, Dean in particular looked to be really getting into it. You can't beat a bit of Queen, Harry replied with a grin as he also began to sing along to the catchy anthem. Leaving Harry on stage to channel his inner Freddie Mercury, Hermione headed back into the crowds and found Draco. Approaching her boyfriend, she found him standing with Theo, the pair of them bobbing their heads to the music. "Enjoying the song, are you?" Hermione asked. "It's very appropriate," Theo remarked. "Not that I've heard it before. It's a Muggle song," Hermione replied. "If you like it, you should ask Harry to give you some of the band's music, he's a big Queen fan." "I might just do that," Theo said as he continued to sway to the music. "Do you fancy going to get some air?" Draco whispered in Hermione's ear. "Only if you're not planning on seducing me," Hermione replied with a smirk. "I told you this afternoon, there'll be no quickies in the gardens." "No quickies, I promise," Draco said with a laugh as he took hold of Hermione's hand and led her through the crowded ballroom and through the double doors that led to the hotel's gardens. Several people were already in the gardens, but Draco carried on past them all and led Hermione into a quiet portion of the gardens where their party hadn't quite reached. The couple eventually found themselves in a rose-covered gazebo, with the party they'd just left only just audible in the distance. "This is perfect," Draco muttered as he looked around at their surroundings. "Perfect for what?" Hermione asked. "This," Draco replied, dropping to his knee in front of Hermione. "Draco," Hermione gasped. "Hermione," Draco began, his voice low and serious. "I've been captivated by you since the second you walked into that restaurant 3 years ago. Over the last 3 years I've fallen head over heels in love with you, and I want to spend the rest of my life trying to make you as happy as you make me. Hermione Granger, will you marry me?" As he finished his speech, Draco pulled a dark purple ring box from his pocket and flicked it open. Nestled on the red velvet inside the box sat an elegant diamond ring, surrounded by tiny emeralds. Hermione gazed at the gorgeous ring for several seconds, before she realized she hadn't yet answered Draco as he was still looking at her expectantly. "Of course I'll marry you," Hermione answered excitedly as she flung herself at Draco. Fortunately Draco had good reflexes and he managed to stop them both from going toppling to the ground. Keeping them both upright, he slid the ring from its box and gently placed it on Hermione's finger. Seeing the ring on her hand, Hermione let out a girlish squeal and gave Draco a searing key. "Sorry," she chuckled as they parted several minutes later, both gasping for air. "Never be sorry for keying me like that," Draco replied. "I didn't mean the key asterisk asterisk asterisk, I meant the girly squeal," Hermione said. "I swear, I've never done anything like that before in my life. I was just a bit overcome seeing the ring on my finger." "Is the ring okay?" Draco checked. He'd spent weeks finding what he hoped was the perfect ring for Hermione, but it could still be changed if it wasn't to her liking. "We could exchange it, if you don't like it." "It's perfect," Hermione said as she admired the ring. It was elegant and not too flashy, which meant it was perfect for her. "I love the ring, and I love you, Draco." I cannot wait to become Mrs. Malfoy. I can't wait either, Draco replied, unable to wipe the smile from his face that had formed when Hermione had accepted his proposal. Maybe we should elope and have a quickie wedding over the summer. One thing at a time, Hermione said with a laugh as she detangled herself from her new fiancé and got to her feet. Let's think about the wedding later. For now, we've got a party to get back to. And now it's a double celebration. Are we sharing the news tonight? Draco asked. Just you try and stop me from telling the entire room, Hermione laughed. Taking hold of Draco's hand, Hermione led the way back to the party. Before they even reached the ballroom, they stumbled upon Draco's parents in the grounds. They both looked slightly flushed and Lucius even had a twig in his long, blonde hair. Hermione giggled as it was clear what they pair had been up to, while Draco just shook his head in dismay. As embarrassing as it was to think of his parents getting frisky at a party, it was also nice to know that they were still so much in love after 30 years of marriage. Ignoring what the elder Malfoys had been up to, Draco broke the news of his and Hermione's engagement. Both Lucius and Narcissa were thrilled with the news and ushered the couple back into the hotel so they could have a drink together to celebrate. Of course their celebration didn't go unnoticed, and within 15 minutes everyone at the party had heard the good news, and they all began to offer their best wishes. Congratulations, Harry gushed as he pulled Hermione into a bone-crushing hug when he finally managed to reach his best friend. I'm so happy for you and Draco. You really do belong together. I like to think so, Hermione replied with a smile. Although I really should be thanking you. We wouldn't even be together if you hadn't persuaded me to buy the cannons with you. So you've got no regrets about buying the club, then? Harry asked. Hermione glanced over to where Draco was laughing and joking with Blaise, Theo and the Weasley twins and smiled. No, I don't have any regrets. Hermione wasn't going to lie, and while some things that had happened over the last 3 years she wished had gone differently, she had no regrets about buying the club with Harry. Not only had it given her a job she loved, but it had also brought her to the love of her life. Without the Chudley Cannons, Hermione and Draco would never have ended up together, and Hermione wouldn't change their relationship for the world. Right at that moment she knew that buying the club with Harry had been the best decision of her life. The Chudley Cannons had given her life direction and meaning, and Hermione couldn't wait to see what the future had in store. One thing she did know was that this was only the beginning. The rest of their lives were lying in wait, and together with Draco she was ready for whatever adventure was waiting them around the corner. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.